West may have to consider Chief Olu Falae, or lastly Senator Mojisola Akinfenwa, if the party is to be taken seriously by the Yoruba and other ethnic personalities in the country. Its leadership must be first class in the mode of current dispensation. AD does not deserve less. November 3rd, 2003. Not again, INEC. My immediate reaction to a suggestion that the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, needed a legal backing for the registration of political parties was anger. I was angry with whoever among the officials of the electoral body that may have come up with the retrogressive idea. But on second thought, I felt it would be better to explain certain things through these few lines to those who may not know feelings of the majority when it comes to electoral matters. Now that they have all left the party, but among the many troubling phenomena which have gained ascendancy since 2001, PDP National Convention is the adoption of dictatorship through the back door in the conduct of party affairs. Of course, this has had its deleterious effects on governance, and unfortunately, the Alliance of Democracy and All Nigerian People's Party also copied PDP's untoward methods in their approach to electoral process and governance. Without being anointed by the presidency, it is unlikely that any member of PDP, no matter how good or popular, could emerge as a presidential candidate of the party. For anyone to emerge as a candidate for other elective positions, the person must have been so approved by his or her state governor. This is contrary to the spirit of the democratic process, which PDP elogies so much in its reviewed constitution signed by the national chairman, Chief Audu Ogbe, and the national secretary, Prince Vincent Ogbulafo, on November 10, 2001. Ironically, the portions that sought to emasculate true democracy in the running of PDP's affairs entered in the reviewed constitution, courtesy of political engineers who wanted a second term, but by all means for their preferred candidates. Thus, the choice of who becomes what in the party does not rest the members anymore, but with the governors and the presidency. To an undiscerning observer, this may not be true. After all, there are provisions in different levels of Congress, world, states, and national, where candidates of elective positions are expected to be picked by representatives of party members. Sadly enough, this is not the situation. What a cabal within PDP has smuggled into the party's constitution is an exact replica of late General Sani Abacha's composition of his constitutional conference. The deciding votes of any PDP convention remain that those directly appointed by the governors of the presidency. This is voodoo democracy. For instance, during the local government congress, all political office holders produced by the government from the local government are expected to be automatic delegates. This is the position of Article 13, Section 5, bracket 9 of the PDP Constitution. In the same vein, political appointees and not elected delegates are expected to be the determining factor during any state's congress. Article 13, Section 10, bracket 4 lists all commissioners, special advisors, and special assistants to the governor and deputy governor who are members of the party as automatic delegates. In addition, ministers, ambassadors, advisors, and special assistants to the president and the vice president produced by the party from the state are listed as delegates. The same Article 13, Section 18 states all ministers, ambassadors, special advisors, and special assistants to the president and vice president and all chairmen of the boards of federal parastatals who are members of the party are also delegates to a national convention of PDP. Where is democracy in all these provisions? Unfortunately, these organs of party are expected, according to the party's constitution, to pick flag bearers in any election for the party. Given PDP's leadership position in Nigeria's current dispensation, it is important for the authority to elect the party's representatives be returned to the members of PDP. Neither the presidency nor any state governor should be allowed the luxury of determining who should become what in the country. There is already a provision for the appointment of political office holders by a sitting president or governor. To allow this category of people to determine who becomes the next governor, president, member of the National Assembly, or local government chairman is to immaculate the electorate. This is dictatorship through the back door. Let PDP review this aspect of its constitution, which supports voodoo democracy. January 4, 2004, working against nature. Would that you knew what the day of judgment is? Oh, would that you knew what day of judgment is? It is the day when every soul can do nothing for another, and Allah will then reign supreme. Holy Quran 82:17-19. Since the beginning of creation, there have been laws that are fundamental to the life that no one can breach without appropriate natural sanctions. To those who believe in the existence of God, the sanctions often applied come from the Almighty Himself, who they believed ordained the laws that have been breached. But to atheists and others who do not believe in the one referred to by Muslims as Rabbi Alamin, the Lord of the worlds, Holy Quran 1b. It is nature that exacts its pound of flesh from those who run foul of its law. What is incontrovertible here is that there is a high hand that is above all creation. It is in the wise that one can say that in all history, one does not recollect anyone that successfully challenged the position of the Almighty. A few instances around, when finite man had tired to assume the position of creator, the futility of this position is usually laid bare within a short period of time. Be they dictators or charlatans posing as representatives of God, divine retribution has never failed to be applied against such people. However, in a clear demonstration of His sovereignty, God often sets aside His laws. Such actions are then acknowledged as miraculous situations. When against all known facts and reason, events happen that go against what should obtain naturally. These are not regular occurrences. But in attempt to effect a miracle in Anambra State, some politicians in that state have succeeded in laying themselves open to retribution. They have trampled upon the natural and secular laws to an extent that would make some of the world's most dictators laugh in their graves if this were possible. Only last week, the Senate President, Chief Adolphus Wabara, was being commended for initiating a fresh move that seemed to have paved the way for lasting peace in Anambra State. But events in the past few days are giving cause for concern as to whether the peace would hold at all. What is going on here? The trouble in the state has always been between individuals who want to play God with the lives of the ordinary citizens of Anambra State and those who believe otherwise. The balance in the course of these alterations has always been against the common people of the state. In the current scenario, no one among those operating from Abuja against Governor Chris Ngige has denied allegations of siphoning huge sums of money from a state that was unable to pay salaries for 1 year. Interestingly enough, the characters that want to hijack the functions of the Almighty in that state have consistently claimed that they invested a lot of money in the Anambra State political process, which invariably they went back. How sad. They want to determine who gets into and what position as a prelude to the continuation of the penury that Anambra State has been reduced to. While the administration of former Governor Chiroke Mbadiju lasted, the same set of people ensured that he never had enough funds to do anything of value in that state. Unfortunately, these politicians are adept at transforming themselves such that they were able to produce the current governor of states in circumstances that were less than above board. That was until they were outsmarted by the political neophytes they handed over power to as stooge. I have deliberately picked the Holy Quran to advise these things, mainly Christian politicians, because of a feeling that things may not continue to go their way again. I am not a prophet, but this leap year is likely to be a year of retribution for those who have remained termites in the social and economic lives of their people. No matter how powerful, no matter how highly connected, no matter how much financial influence such politicians wield, if they do not stop their nefarious activities, sanctions they cannot change will soon be applied against them. January 19, 2004. Working against nature. What do you make of the omnipotence of God? Your article, Working Against Nature, was a belittlement of the great Creator. His sovereignty does not express itself in arbitraries. God himself is the perfection of all that is natural. Those happenings that set us wondering were in no wise a contradiction of lawfulness inherent in creation. If they happened at the rate that beat us, it does not mean naturalness had been eliminated. These things show the great deficiency in our knowledge and wretchedness as we are proud of. However, a divine act must follow a natural course. It shall remain so for all eternity. We are told lies, and we swallow them hook, line, and sinker. The great miracles in history are notorious cases of gullibility. The story of conception of the master tops the list of this fallacy. Finally, God will not alter his laws to balance our imperfection. His great love is expressed in justice, Olapo, Toye, 6, Ilofa Road, GRA, Ilorin, Kwara. Dear Mr. Oladapo, contrary to your assertions that I sought to belittle God in my last column, events of the past few days concerning Anambra State believed to have justified the warning bell I sounded to those who believe Nigeria or any of its parts is a toy to be played with. Divine intervention through unnatural happenings is bound to continue for some time until there's a change of heart on the part of those seeking to draw the Nigerian political calendar back through their words and deeds. As President Olusegun Obasanjo himself pointed out recently, God is not an author of abandoned projects. Whatever he starts, he always finishes. And the Nigerian project since June 1998 fits this bill perfectly, irrespective of the antics of our political actors. It is not in my intention to turn the analysis of political development in Nigeria to a forum for discussing religious matters. But I must add that a little dose of religious information helps to drive home a point in a society like ours, where religion has a prominent role. This is why I have resisted the temptation to limiting myself to a particular religion in my analysis. The development in Anambra State only happens to be the current rot in a system where the powerful feel that they can always get what they want. There are many other instances where political office holders continue to carry on as if they own the world. Of course, this has nothing to do with their party affiliation, because the bug that has turned otherwise sane men and women into a people who now arrogate divine authorities to themselves appears to be in most of all shades of the political class in Nigeria. But despite my Christian convictions, the analysis you object to was spiced with Islamic materials, and you would have noticed that it bears some resemblance to Christian teachings and experiences about the workings of the Almighty. I feel that was experiences among the workings of the Almighty. I feel that was why you were able to second in that way you did, even though I can perceive that you may not be a Christian in the strict Nigerian sense of word. I do not mean this in a derogatory sense, because you wrote like a cross-bearer, of some of whom I am familiar with. Our interpretation of the word of God could be different. That is to be expected, having come from different backgrounds with allegiance to different faiths. We should, however, strive not to look down on others outside our circle of believers. But most importantly, I remain firm in my belief that the unnatural will happen to those messing up Nigerian political space this year. It is not a cause, it's a natural law, which I am sure you are aware of. There are other things I could have included in this response, but I feel I may not benefit those that this column is meant for. Kindly get in touch through my email address. We should be able to exchange mutually beneficial information. January 26, 2004, tackling a general. Caring too much about an issue can cloud your political judgment. George Stephanopoulos, former senior advisor to two-term United States President Bill Clinton. If the Americans were to assess General Mohammed Buhari's performance on Hard Talk, a British Broadcasting Corporation television program, last week, they would say he blew it. It was a veritable opportunity for the former All-Nigerian People's Party presidential candidate to prove his democratic credentials. Whether in Nigeria or abroad, the general belief is that Buhari, due to his stint as military head of state, December 1983 to August 1985, will remain a reluctant Democrat. During his tenure, there was no plan to return the country to democracy. The media, a major pillar in any democracy, had a raw hand with Buhari's government, which believed that officials of government should not be distracted by their work by embarrassing stories. Yet, Buhari blew the opportunity provided by Hard Talk to redeem his image. It was either his media minders have not been doing their jobs, or the taciturn former military head of state does not listen to professional counsel of these men. Whichever does not listen to the professional counsel, one is that it was that made Buhari to look like a reluctant Democrat last Wednesday night. It effectively robbed ANPP of much sympathy from outside the shores of Nigeria on the party's claim that the ruling People's Democratic Party rigged last year's general election. As the hallmark host, Tim Sebastian, pointed out, no one in doubt that Saints did not conduct the last general elections in Nigeria. Besides to claim that Obasanjo did not defeat Buhari, the Igbo man told ANPP presidential candidates was a joke taken too far. The well-researched questions directed at Buhari made the Daura-born general look like a child caught in a hand in the cookie jar in his responses. However, it was not only the question of Obasanjo's victory that Buhari failed to make a positive impact. I do not know about others who also saw the interview, but my feelings about what is on Buhari's mind in his current campaign against the April election presented by Buhari during that election. You will wonder why a serious politician would tell a global audience through the BBC television that he would only give his 100% support to democratic rule with a condition. Buhari believes that for him to give all to democracy, there must have been a free and fair election and social justice in such a polity. Lofty ideals, but hardly an achievable dream, even in the United States, where former US President Al Gore was fluoridated. If this dream is not a possibility in 3 times in a third world polity as ours, what is the issue driving the Buhari's campaign? Thinking about this last Wednesday made me shiver about what happens when pious men want to get things done their way with all means. There are things that may not come out white or black. Gray matter is always to be expected in politics. To believe otherwise is to argue that only saints can live in this part of the world. While we strive to make things better and do all we can to follow due process and respect for the rule of law, we should not be carried away by any dream of El Dorado that exists only as a myth. Unless, of course, there is another agenda being pursued, but cleverly hidden within the persistent scathing criticisms of the current administration. But on the whole, and despite Buhari's lackluster performance during this interview, my apprehension about what may happen if he loses the case in courts gave way to relief when he declared his fate in the Nigerian judiciary. We will accept the verdict of the court. This is why we are there, he said. Fine words from one who believes that an incompetent government should not be allowed to hide under the canopy of democracy, but must be kicked out of office instead. February 2nd, 2004. Abuja Sector PDP members. I've always argued that for every dictator which Nigeria has produced, there are many as 100 anti-democratic civilian elements who worked with such military men. It does not matter whether such civilians did that in the national interest. The bottom line remains that they were part of a team that worked against democracy. That is why I often agree with critics of military rule who conveniently forget to mention civilian collaborators of authoritarian regimes. In Nigeria, military rule lasted for that long because the military was more interested in the spoils of political offices more than their professional calling. But none of such politicians deserve more mention than a former titan in an all-Nigerian People's Progress, Senator Francis Otto Nzeribe, the Olu representative in the upper chamber of the National Assembly, did not become popular with the messing up of Nigeria's widely acknowledged free and fair presidential election, which was annulled by General Ibrahim Babangida in 1993. Nzeribe had paid his due long before then in Nigeria and abroad. Currently, he is at home with the Abuja sector of Southeast People Democratic Party. The Abuja sector of Southeast PDP does not bother itself with the ordinary Igbo ones. The raising the terror of group of Igbo politicians in PDP is how to feather this nest. No matter how painful their tactics could be to the socio-economic fabric and the political future of the Southeast, the first law in the statute of these men and women of questionable democratic credentials is the need to ensure that they get whatever they want. Unfortunately, this is a law of the jungle that people in decent societies among most, if not all, this category of politicians is that they have at one time or the other served dictators with vigor. Of course, despite arguments to the contrary, what most military apologies did, irrespective of their status, was to get positions or pampering gains for themselves and members of their family. Their service to Nigeria had nothing to do with the national interest while military rule lasted. Among the few misguided nationalists who believe that the only way to correct an abnormal civilian administrator was invitation to the military, parochial sentiment rather than a clear focused idea of how Nigeria was headed and made such individuals to act the way they did. However, none among the comical characters in Abuja sector PDP even featured here. That is why an Nzeribe wants a state of emergency in Anambra State. That could be why minions of the late despot General Sani Abacha did not want to hear about the threats to democracy in Anambra State. Were only considerations for how much they spent to install different office holders in their positions. To make matters worse, such distractors appear to be in league with the powers that be in Abuja. This reality has tied the hands of those who could have spoken in favor of what is good for the people than part of the country. For Igbo, it may sound as if it never rains, but it pours, because for the many problems that have been visited on the Southeast for some time. However, I have not read about a night without corresponding day in all history, even at this time when all seemed lost. The Abuja sector cannot have the last laugh. Buhari was like a god while his regime lasted. No one believed Babangida could be intimidated out of office. It was even believed that Abacha could frighten Angel Michael. But no politician or military man can perpetually enslave those that the Almighty has set free. Trying to do so comes with punishment. The Abuja sector PDP members should be aware. February 23, 2004. Let AD be. The Alliance for Democracy is currently in the throes of death And for some people, a party that is not able to assert itself politically in most parts of the country should be allowed to die naturally. This argument is not only wrong, but also contrary to the basic tenets of democracy. AD as viable political party should be allowed to live. However, my concern is not about whether it is Lagos or Abuja-backed faction that survives. Either way, if there are still genuine AD members left, the party should be able to take part in the next month's local government elections without much problem about who is who. The survival of the party as a viable entity should be given a pride of place by the belligerent members who currently believe that the personal interest is above that of the party. As fate would have it, the forthcoming local government election does not have to do with any national office. It is a local government affair all through. The local government chairman and councillors to be elected do not need the approval of the national secretariat before they can participate in the election. It is the state and local government chapters of the party that have a job on their hands to ensuring that the choice of their members get picked by an electorate. I have gone to the length because of possible arguments by the supporters of each faction that they should be allowed to present candidates. The current factionalization of AD does not affect the states, local government or world chapters of the party, even if in a few places where some overzealous people have sought to lay bogus claims on non-existent factional leadership in state chapters, everyone is aware that such does not exist. Before the ill-fated parallel conventions held by BC Akonde and Mojisola Akinfawe factions, there were chapters of AD recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission in all states. These chapters came into being democratically and not through the whim of a person seeking to score cheap political points with their rivals. Thus, irrespective of the function such legitimate state chapters belong to, it should be easy for the electoral bodies in the states concerned to identify and deal with the chapters as the genuine representatives of AD in their area of jurisdiction. Of course, some states may want to play smart because only Lagos State currently has an AD governor. This should not be allowed to happen. It is in the interest of the INEC chairman, Dr. Abel Boabade, to ensure that AD members are not prevented from taking part in next month's local government election through covert or overt means by politicians who prefer dictatorship to participatory civilian democracy. Although the Pontius Pilate attitude of the electoral body to renewed AD crisis is understandable, it should not be used to deny the party of its legitimate rights to participate in elections. INEC has the list of all genuine AD officers in the 36 states and 774 local governments of the Federation. This should not be made available where there are disputes among who would forward the party's list of candidates to each state independent electoral commission. A local government election is about the only place where a political party can prove its acceptance among the people. It does not matter what a government being controlled by a particular political party will conduct. Long before election day, it would have been clear to all concerned who is going to win. That is why I feel the elements within AD who believe that the party is still sellable to the electorate and should belt up for a good fight in the coming election. Even if at the end of the day, some key actors in the ongoing AD crisis still show up in PDP, there will still be a need to examine their electoral worth before they are accorded deserved respect or position. The only exception to this time honored rule is if these persons are acting out a script to cause enough internal hemorrhage in the party such that will lead to its demise. July 26, 2004, Adedibu Ladoja, the two wrongs in Oyo PDP. Oyo State Governor Rashidi Ladoja has goofed. From a high moral ground, the governor at the weekend joined his former godfather Alhaji Lamidi Adibu in a spat of political non-forbearance. The expulsion of Adedibu and other chieftain of the party, Alhaji Yekeni Adesojo, from the People's Democratic Party was an unnecessary abuse of political authority. As rightly pointed out by the national leadership of PDP, the decision of Ladoja backed state executives of the party, instead of dousing tension within Oyo State chapter, will undoubtedly heighten it. This is not the hallmark of a leadership endowed with political wisdom. That the sea is continually in tumult does not mean a boat watcher has to act in a like manner to maneuver out the waves. The Oyo State PDP from an Adedibu Adeoja faction breakup became a three-way affair shortly after the 2003 election. The Ladoja camp, effectively an offshoot of Adedibu's faction of the party, became the strongest since patronage is the name of the politics in Nigeria. That the mullet-based politician is still able to maneuver in the current situation is not just as a result of his unusual recourse to influence. It has more to do with a native political acumen. Adeojo, who until now was a strong factor, has lost most of his associates to the state governor, despite Adeojo's political prowess, which he deployed effectively against Adedibu faction when Ladoja was struggling to become the party's candidate without Adedibu's support. It is doubtful that Adeojo can mobilize visible support for his cause within the state level. But back to the issue at hand, Adedibu indirectly shot himself in the foot when his supporters attacked loyalists of Oyo State Governor during the party's leader's peace mission to Ibadan last week. Alleged loyalists of Adedibu stormed the Premier Hotel venue of a meeting by the PDP officials led by party's national chairman, Chief Audu Ogbe, unleashing mayhem of perceived supporters of the governor. The incident was an infantile display of political superiority by people who may not necessarily have taken any directives in their actions from Adedibu. But independent observers of the ongoing struggle for supremacy between Ladoja and Adedibu will not be wrong to conclude that Molete was responsible for the unnecessary violence visited on the persons of the governor's supporters. Such a conclusion also includes Another negative assertion that Adedibu, through his supporters, does not respect the national leadership of the party because of the manner his loyalists conduct themselves at Premier Hotel. That is why the PDP National Working Committee description of Adedibu's supporters' conduct as crude is understandable. Although the party's national publicity secretary, Mr. Vanatius Ikem, was a non-committal on who initiated the Ibadan violence, it was clear from his explanation to newsmen in Abuja on Wednesday that PDP was only being diplomatic. The party's national leadership was jolted by the Ibadan experience, and whatever respect it had for Adedibu would, as a result of the ugly development, diminish tremendously. But despite what undiscerning observers may say, my position is that it is almost normal in Nigeria to behave the way Adedibu supporters did. In a polity where one cannot rely on due process to get justice, taking the law into one's hands is often the quickest way considered safe by the aggrieved. Experience since the current political dispensation began has shown that governors often get away with anything they do, irrespective of the weight of such anomalies. Such state chief executives have a way out trouble with the national leadership of their parties. The only exception thus far being former Bornu State Governor Mala Kachala and Anambra State Governor Chris Ngige. Kachala was confronted by a stupendously rich Ali Modu Sheriff, who has since succeeded him as a governor, while Ngige is still battling with the deep pockets of Chris Uba. In both cases, the individuals who took on the governors had already as much money as the state government. PDP already seems to understand Adedibu's grievances. The party may not approve of this method, and rightly so too. Adedibu will need to show good faith by honoring the national leadership of his party through an acceptable change of pattern in presenting his case. No matter how bad the conditions of getting justice within PDP are, recourse to the law of the jungle should definitely not be condoned. That is why the clapping with one hand, apologies to Mr. Wale Oshun, being done by Ladoja-backed State Executive Committee should not be allowed. It is clear from the action taken so far that it was not only Adedibu that was the target of the governor's faction. Adeojo and others who Ladoja's loyalties considered to be a threat to their leader are being dealt with. This is wrong and should not be allowed. Ibadan should not be turned into a political battlefield again. April 26, 2004, a party's ambivalence. If Chief Obafemi Awolowo were alive, his advice to the People's Democratic Party would be something like, treat the cause of your disease, not the symptoms. Thus, contrary to a belief that its size could be responsible for its many problems, the ruling party is now clear is suffering from nothing but indiscipline among its members. Be it the needless tantrums of some of the governors or the questionable logic of using the sharing largesse to determine the performance of the president of the Senate, the PDP leadership has consistently displayed a poor appreciation of the vital role in the party should play in ensuring a stable democratic polity. Before critics play the ostrich by pretending that this is that of the PDP alone. Let me point out that it cuts across all the political parties in Nigeria, including the newly registered ones. The parties are more or less owned by certain interests. Hence, a lack of coherent vision of what to do once their representative gets elected to political offices. But as I have often pointed out, it is better to light a candle than to cause the darkness. Apologies to moral raiment movements. The PDP leadership need not despair. If it is indeed interested in salvaging Nigeria from its house in order first by throwing out the pollutants, who may not fit into its new order of politics. Anyone who feels he is above a group that facilitated his current status should be shown the way out before he or she becomes a virus that will destroy the organization from within. It is not enough to reprimand such a political office holder. Experience from other young democracies has taught us that appropriate sanctions, not excluding expulsions from the party, should be considered if sanity through disciplined membership is to prevail. A veritable example is that of the Pan-Yoruba socio-political organization, Afenifere, and its troubled offspring, the Alliance for Democracy. It was a defiant and Afenifere leadership that allowed itself to be poisoned by undisciplined members who were urged on suing the demise of AD. 2 years on, with the loss of 5 states and no pillar of moral fiber to lean on, the AD is practically an orphan today. Afenifere and AD's position at the beginning of the crisis that has since weakened both organizations beyond measure is where PDP is right now. PDP should urgently consider reversing its ambivalent position and take firm action against members who do not work for PDP's benefits in the larger interest of Nigeria. As a ruling party, its unresolved problems could negatively affect the next transition in 2007. And already there are many signs of this, unless those concerned are not bothered. September 6th, 2004, the race to 2007. Expectedly, politicians from the north rose from a retreat in Sokoto State on Sunday when a veiled warning to the rest of the polity to keep off the 2007 presidential race. The retreat was initially meant to be a forum for northern senators to consider who to adopt among the 3 leading contenders from the region for the country's #1 seat. Vice President Atiku Abubakar, General Ibrahim Babangida, and General Mohammed Buba Marwa are currently the major northern actors in 2007 presidential scene. But agitation by the Southeast and South-South for the presidency in 2007 is being taken seriously by politicians from the North, who argue that the agreement that led to the emergence of President Olusegun Obasanjo in 1999 was not defined in terms of the country's 6 geopolitical zones. According to this position, the North made the arrangements with the South as an entity and not the Southwest, where Obasanjo hails from. An additional source of concern to most Northerners is the indifference of Obasanjo to the position of politicians from the region on the 2007 presidency. Recently, instead of calming frayed nerves about his yet-to-be-declared position, Obasanjo pointed out that the presidency was yet to be zoned to any part of the jostling for the country's #1 seat in 2007. The concern of those with more than a passing interest in the political future of the North would also have been aroused by the developments in the Middle Belt area in the past 3 years. Suddenly, minority ethnic groups in the north are beginning to assert themselves to killings and large-scale destruction of properties. The implication of this for an almost monolithic region may not have been lost on those currently trying to navigate a safe pathway for a suitable presidential candidate of northern extraction. Although Sokoto efforts, despite the caliber of persons that attended to it, cannot be properly evaluated immediately, the major aim was to prepare the ground for a common front so that others do not dictate who the candidate of the North will be in 2007. Without being the approving authority for a northern candidate, it may not be possible for such a person to pursue an agenda common to or of interest to the part of Nigeria. But with cracks in the wall of the once monolithic North through the development in its minority communities, it is certainly possible for a person the northern power brokers do not approve of to emerge as the region's choice for 2007. Effective networking with three geopolitical zones in the southern parts of the country could bring about a repeat of the 1999 Obasanjo factor. Obasanjo was not favored by the mainstream Yoruba at that time, yet he became the president. Chapter 3, Political Actors, May 14, 2001. Again, Dosunmu stirs the internet. If his antecedents should be a pointer of how he currently feels, former Alliance for Democracy chieftain Senator Wahab Dosunmu would not be bothered about the hoopla that is trailing his defection to the rival PDP, along with three other AD national lawmakers last week. Yours truly wrote about him in August last year. Enjoy these excerpts from the article. Once he pitches a tent, unless superior arguments persuade the civil engineer, come urban planner, to shift base, he will remain in it. For Dr. Wahab Olasende Dosunmu, it does not matter that others may not see things his way. This scion of this famous Dosunmu dynasty of the Lagos royal family, who was born on May 14, 1939, and holds a doctorate degree from the New York State University, will often make efforts to encourage others to see the opposite side of the coin. He is endowed with an ability to stand above the crowd and make valid observations, which often assist him to redirect energies towards positive ends. The trait is his major credential in the Senate, where members have come to respect his intervention in times of crisis. During the heady days of politics in Second Republic, Dosunmu pitched his tent with the defunct National Party of Nigeria, NPN. Contrary to conventional wisdom among Southwesterners, that the Unity Party of Nigeria, UPN, led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, was the best choice. For his efforts, he bagged a ministerial appointment as Science and Technology Minister, 1979 to 82. He later moved to Housing and Environment Ministry, 1982 to 83, but not without its attendant costs. It was not until November 18, 1986, that the ghost of that period was exorcised from his life with his acquittal from a murder charge. The trial judge, Justice Olasede Silva, observed that the trial had its roots in politics, But during Nigeria's years of locusts, under late General Sani Abacha's despotic rule, Dosunmu joined the mainstream in Southwest to campaign for the validation of the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election won by Chief Moshood Abiola. He was a member of the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, and was among the slated for elimination by Abacha's tyrannical regime. He was initially arrested and detained. Soon after regaining his freedom, the former minister beat a retreat to his exile via the NADECO route in 1994 and returned 4 years later. He is a fervent believer in the convocation of a sovereign national conference, SNC, to resolve the country's long history of political and social discontent. Unity, yes, but unity where you and I can sit with other tribes and nationalities in Nigeria and run our country on terms that are agreeable to all of us. Apparently, with this in mind, the mission Dosunmu set for himself as a member of Nigeria's Fourth Republic state is to work for a restructured polity in a truly federal union with appropriate powers devolved to constituent units and the enactment of laws for good governance. Dosunmu's initial desire was to govern Lagos State. He had argued that though the state is cosmopolitan, only an indigene should be allowed to rule the state as a governor. But his bid for Alausa's round house floundered, having lost to Senator Bola Tinubu in the primaries conducted by Alliance for Democracy, AD. However, he disappointed his teeming supporters who were spoiling for a fight by refusing to be a bad loser. I am just a member of the party and contesting the governorship election under the AD platform is a privilege. Let us redirect our energies to ensure that our party wins Lagos State. This statement by Dosunmu was credited with diffusing the tension which had enveloped the state following Tinubu's declaration as the winner of the primaries. This does not mean that he has gone soft. Dosunmu is vehemently opposed to the interference of Pan-Yoruba socio-political group, Afenifere, in the affairs of AD. His logic, Dosunmu, he believes very much in what the organization stands for, including its gerontocratic mode of leadership. But being fully involved in partisan politics, according to the lawmaker, should be off limits to highly respected Yoruba group. His words, Afenifere should be so wide an umbrella that it will encompass all the Yoruba in Nigeria and the diaspora. I think that is what it should be. Given the above, Dosunmu had not done anything out of the ordinary by joining PDP, but it is interesting to see how Dosunmu will carry on with arguments in support of a sovereign national conference and physical restructuring of the country, which he had tenaciously held on to. It is known fact that PDP and the current administration do not want to hear about either of the two demands, which are cardinal to Afenifere. Unfortunately, these are precisely the targets the Lagos West senator set for himself upon his election as member of the upper house. September 3rd, 2001, an activist in Limbo. I was in the United Kingdom when factional Odua People's Congress, OPC, leader Mr. Ganiyu Adams got picked up by the police and detained last month. The first thought that flashed through my mind when friends informed me of his arrest was that of concern for a much misunderstood young man. It is not just the police that do not understand him. Even close associates that were in the trenches together with him during the dark period of military misrule do not as well. But Adams, who comes across as revolutionary in hurry to me, caught the picture of another Steve Biko. The late South African activist who could not complete a course in medicine on account of his involvement in the struggle to end apartheid rule was not just radical in his opinion. He wanted to go the whole hog in the fight for black man's emancipation. He was not ready to compromise any of his position as well. So I believe is Adams' the quest for Yoruba emancipation. Not many Nigerian pro-democracy activists appreciate the involvement of incarcerated OPC members in the struggle to enthrone participatory civilian rule in the country. But for those who are in the know, Adams was among the key few that kept the flames of civil disobedience burning in Lagos and its environs in the dying days of the regime of self-styled President General Ibrahim Babangida, Chief Ernest Shonekan's interim contraption, and late Sani Abacha's machinery of tyranny were to propel the activists into what he had become today. His base was Mushin, with activities spanning up to Yaba, Ojuelegba, and Ikeja, all in Lagos. Of course, he was not alone. Adams early in the year recalled with nostalgia those he described as my leaders, among whom his former National Association of Nigerian Students, NANS, President, Mr. Segun Mayegun. He felt the Nigerian project for which they were fighting at that time had become fundamentally flawed. Thus, the need to change tact. He jumped ship and in conjunction with some others formed OPC. It is perhaps as a testimony to the roots of those who founded OPC that most of its songs are borrowed from student activists. It was not just Biko that had trodden the path chosen by Adams. Former South African President Nelson Mandela was there before either of them. It was who defied octogenarian leaders of African National Congress, ANC, to launch an armed struggle against white minority rule. But with Nigeria currently under a civilian government, it is debatable if a recourse to arms is needed to facilitate ample political space for the Yoruba to develop at its own pace within the Nigerian Federation. But it would be foolhardy to expect Adams and OPC to close shop simply because civilians have been elected into office. This is yet to happen in Northern Ireland. The country's politicians are yet to see beyond their parochial interests and agitate more for meaningful resolution of long-running conflicts in the polity. I am in complete agreement with OPC that a sovereign national conference is needed if Nigeria is to move forward. The same applies to the group belief that each component's ethnic nationality in the country should be allowed to determine its destiny in a federation of Nigerian states. Initially, these suggestions were labeled a Yoruba agenda, but events since the military left the scene have proved Adams and his group right. To this end, it is important to remember that Adams means more to the country than what it's been currently fed with the citizenry. a legal interpretation of an obviously political problem will no doubt lead to a long jam. The young man should not just be humanely treated. His being in the custody of the federal government should give President Olusegun Obasanjo the needed impetus to ensure that Nigeria's many ethnic groups sit at a round table to discuss the country's future. Softly, softly, please. Fire brigade politicians definitely abound in the National Assembly. They include those who wanted the late General Sani Abacha to become Nigeria's Kamuzu Banda. While the deport's reign lasted, of course, they will always argue it was for patriotic reasons, which is a convenient euphemism for their share of national cake. While one is not holding brief for the Ebonyi State Governor, Sam Ego, arguments that a state of emergency be proclaimed in the state are nothing but a cheap attempt at exercising political supremacy by a crop of desperate politicians. Why is it that our politicians do not want to hear about the view of other side? Why is it that once some of them are in positions of authority, they tend to feel that any other person does not matter? Why is it that they often approach sensitive issues with fire brigade solutions? Why? Agree that the Senate's President, Chief Ayim Pius Ayim, has made a legitimate claim of threat against his life. That does not translate into what should become an issue for proclaiming a state of emergency. In that case, the National Assembly itself ought to have been scrapped, given the legendary problems it has brought itself since its inauguration in 1999. Lawmakers in the National Assembly should realize that they are expected to be the conscience of the people. Emotional reaction to developments in the polity should not come from men and women of principles who should tower above the rest of us in resolving issues in an objective manner that will leave no one in any doubt that they have acted in an impartial manner. That is why Zamfara's Senator Saidu Mohammed Dansado deserves to be commended for not joining the crowd of emergency politicians who wanted an immediate proclamation of a state of emergency. A careful investigation of the events that led to the current situation in Ebonyi will not only fish out culprits. The current situation will not only fish out culprits, it should also serve as a check on future occurrences. That is the path should be followed. December 3rd, 2001. Not enough. United States-based Professor Louis Inhovere is not an unknown quality to Nigeria's army of pro-democracy advocates. The same applies to Dr. Kayode Fayemi, who is based in the United Kingdom. Both men were key actors among the Nigerian professionals abroad who use their brains and brawn to fight military rule in Nigeria, using their talents which sets them apart from the ordinary, making the United States, Canada, and Britain to depend on their know-how. They were able to design strategies that greatly assisted the battle against tyranny in the country. During a recent meeting held at Excellence Hotel, Ogba, in Lagos, these activists, along with their colleagues in the country, lamented the paltry benefits of the governance since participatory democracy returned to Nigeria in 1999. According to Ihonbere, things are getting out of hand in the country. More Nigerians have died since May 1999 than under any military regime, save for the civilian war era. Life is currently nothing but a nightmare for most Nigerians. The custodians of state power have simply privatized it and now use it for primitive accumulation and political terrorism. These and other viable facts in the polity highlighted by Ihonbere are no longer news. What is heartwarming was the resolve of gathering to move into Nigeria's shark-infested political waters to assist in the process of governance so that the country will be better for it. But I do not agree with the resolution of the distinguished men and women at the gathering. Among others, it was resolved that activists who do not belong to any of the registered parties should join one of their choice now. It is not enough to argue that joining a particular party en masse may not be ideal, since its focus could be different from what the activists want. I feel this is a defeat argument, and for a people who the late General Sani Abacha awesome terror machine could not cow, it is surprising that they could become jittery or spineless politicians that refuse to remain principled. Without doubt, the ruling People's Democratic Party is currently being controlled by a group. This group was not very formidable initially, but it is now. The battle for the soul of the All People's Party, APP, is on now, and it is certain that another group within the party will have its way eventually, unless there's a stalemate where power will be shared between two groups. The unending crisis in the Alliance for Democracy has to do with the battle for its control by contending groups as well. And it will end when a superior group emerges to firmly assert control over the party's affairs. The Forum for Democratic Change, which groups these activists, should not shy away from challenges. The Nigerian situation demands an urgent and radical action by those who really know where the shoe pinches us and are actually ready to bear the cat. Ihonbere and co. should join a party that has similar bearings with what they believe in. No matter how small, it is in doing this they would have avoided a contamination of their nature by being in long contact with groups with whom they have nothing in common ideologically. By the time they are dispersed in different directions, it may become difficult, if not impossible, for the House of Israel to maintain its sense of direction again. Above all, I wish Malam Shehu Sani, GT Ogunye, Abdul Oro, Biodun Aremu, Nkoyo Toyo, Idowub Obasa, Mike Igaga, Mike Ozekome, Beko Ransom Kuti, Femi Falano, Olisa Abakoba, Fumi Adewumi, Dikpo Fashino, and many silent others, the very best of luck in this fresh bid to salvage our country. March 18, 2002. Enugu's oil and water debacle. Contrary to conventional wisdom, some of Nigeria's elected officials believe the clergy do not matter anymore in the country's political scheme of things. Unlike when the current administration first came into office in 1999, respect for the country's men of God appears to be dwindling. Even the belated excuse that later reigned Pastor Tunde Bakare's arrest was not ordered by the presidency has elements to the contrary in the rebuttal offered by high officials of federal government. But developments in Enugu State, where 14 worshippers died last week, is worrisome, given the past state of the relationship between the main actors in the tragic comedy currently unfolding in the southeast states. To Enugu residents, the clergymen at the center of crisis Reverend Father Ejike Mbaka, is to them what Chief Gani Fayemi represents for most Lagosians. The Roman Catholic man of God was the head of a campaign to make Enugu State Governor Chimaroke Nnamani recall some retrenched civil servants early in the life of current administration. Not just that alone, Mbaka often uses the pulpits to castigate the government for what he considers wrong in the process of governance. His platform in doing this, the weekly adoration program of his church, usually has thousands of adherents, including top government officials in attendance. Governments are naturally suspicious of individuals with large followers. This becomes problematic when such an individual, only a question of time, becomes such an individual has a head-on collision with the authorities. Besides the major fear of anyone in authority is the possibility of an individual with a large following to be hijacked by those who have an axe to grind with the government. No matter how genuine the individual's case may be, it will become tainted if it is proved that he has been sponsored. It has been established beyond question that partisan politics and religion in today's Nigeria cannot be mixed. That is why the Catholic authorities have to move in fast to stem the ugly tide in Enugu State. The lack of confidence by Enugu Catholics in an official investigation of deaths is understandable. Examples abound of official complicity in atrocious acts since the current democratic dispensation began, and such cases have further eroded public confidence in the country's law enforcement agents. Only recently, at least 40 members of the Odua's People's Congress were moved down in what we have described as cold-blooded murder by persons with official cover. But instead of authorities to move to objectively determine what led to the incident and punish those responsible appropriately, it was another song they rendered. However, the Catholic Church may well take the lead in ensuring that the country's law enforcement agents are no longer used as terror agents of elected officials. I have no fact that the 14 Catholic worshippers who died in Enugu were killed by the police or gassed to death as is being alleged in some quarters. But it is important that the church throws its enormous weight behind the due process of law to unravel what actually went wrong during and after the incident in question. It goes beyond attempts to apportion blame. We must learn how to follow due process in current dispensation. Besides a submission by the church to due process as provided for the country's laws would put its head and shoulders above the current accusations of patriotism. Then it will not be a case of using pulpits to support the opponents of the government who happens to be its prominent members. January 21st, 2002, we need men. Nigeria should not have been like this, given the events of the past few weeks, especially the illegal manipulations of the national lawmaking process. The murder of Chief Bola Ige, the killing of Mr. Odunayo Olagbuju, the alleged plan to forcefully wrest the control of Southwest in the Alliance for Democracy, AD, by the People's Democratic Party, PDP, among others. The ordinary person will be baffled. I cannot recollect the name of the police inspector now, but he was certainly of a different breed at a time when his colleagues were concluding were colluding with politicians to change and stuff ballot boxes with questionable papers in Oyo State in 1983. This exceptional law enforcement agent stood his ground against the ungodly act. He was called names by his superiors and subsequently dismissed. I doubt if he was among those who petitioned the Justice Chukwudifo Oputa-led Human Rights Violation Investigation Commission. About 1994, in the Bakassi Peninsula, a Nigerian army captain was buried by the Cameroonians with full military honors. He was part of a unit in Nigerian soldiers attacked by the Cameroonian military, while his colleagues fled in the face of superior enemy firing power. The captain stood his ground and persisted in resisting the enemy till he was killed. He was able to take a good number of Cameroonian soldiers with him before he was felled. It was only later that the Nigerian military authorities requested for and got his body for burial back home. The story of Mr. Alozie Ogbuaja is much a remote one. As the spokesman for the Lagos Police Command, the unrepentant critic of the status quo used his position to expose many of the fallacies that remain the foundation of Nigerian government. Like the dismissed police inspector before him, he was moved around the country in an apparent move to frustrate him. Eventually, he was shown the way out. Among courageous journalists, we have had Dele Giwa, who was brutally cut down in his prime by suspected government agents during General Ibrahim Babangida's misrule. Late Justice Akinola Aguda also stood out as one of the icons who would not allow the law to be used against the helpless, but those in power. Students, artisans, and men of other professions were on the side of justice during the agitation for validation of the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election. Rampaging agents of the military government killed scores of them. Others were maimed, while those who permanently lost their means of livelihood were not few among these rare Nigerians.
With the mind-boggling problems facing Nigeria today, what we require as a people is not an uncommon way of solving these problems. The method applied successfully in other climes are readily available to adopt. What we need are uncommon people, the rare breed that we see beyond the present, those who will realize that it is much better to give than to receive. Thus are prepared to sacrifice for others without expecting much in return. Nigeria needs men and women of a different kind in the institutions that should serve as unshakable pillars for our nascent democracy. Such individuals do not have to be many. Change begins from just an individual who has an idea that neither violence nor corruption can destroy. It is not enough to complain. It is not enough to feel frustrated. There could even be undue persecution as we try to effect changes in our little space in the Nigerian polity. But persistent we must be to ensure that it is really never again we are repeating to those things and people that are working round the clock to wreck this country. As the Christians would say, those who have passed through this way before and this who with their heads high are watching us as we play our part. April 6, 2002, Wrong Signals. It was a somber atmosphere. The air was hardly that of celebration. In fact, the mood I read of the many governors and other political actors who thronged President Olusegun Obasanjo's altar farm last week was that of a people making a solemn decision in pursuit of a sacred duty. With the exception of the Senate President, Chief Anim Pius, and Chief of Staff of the Lagos State Governor, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, who arrived late and thus could not be appropriately weighed. The key politicians in attendance wore a serious mien. Were last week to the 1993, 1994, or 1998, it would have been understandable. These were periods in the life of Nigeria that men and women of honor should have made that kind of pilgrimage to someone who could lead the country out of the woods. But the truth is that we do not have such a situation now. The major problems confronting Nigeria now are basically economic and political. Both may have their roots in the military era, but a significant portion of the blame for what obtains now should rest squarely on the shoulders of those running the country. The more we shout about the military, the more I remember the continued claim of the British culpability for Nigerians' rule. It is not as if the military have not done more than enough to destroy this country socially and economically. But if the truth must be told, we should be able to look at our current leaders in the face and question some of the decisions taken in the national interest in recent times, or perhaps others which they should have taken, but that they refuse to take following a questionable argument of national interest. Thus, the propriety of Obasanjo running for a second term or not should have been spared the force attached to it by the elected pilgrims who thronged the altar last week. Do not misunderstand me. I do not hold brief or those who plundered Nigeria to its present despicable level and want us to entrust governance to them again. My belief is that the president's achievement or a transparent desire, coupled with this capacity to make a definite positive change in the polity, should have been allowed to commend him to the people, who ultimately have the prerogative to give him a second term. But the altar pilgrimage fell short of that requirement, and that has exposed us to ridicule as a bunch of unserious people in the international community. For a people who are making seminal efforts at building a democratic culture, we are sending the wrong signals to those that matter in the community of nations. Besides, nothing stops our Kazet governors from borrowing a leaf from Obasanjo's lofty idea. After all, some of them have already been anointed by communities in their states to continue in office for as long as they like. This is reflected in the number of funny chieftaincy titles such governors have received since their assumption of office. It is either they are the most knowledgeable or one without equal. The titles are endless, from a coterie of traditional rulers who want official patronage by all means. It is in the same light that I view the altar declaration by a cross-section of Nigeria's political actors, especially the governors, who signed a letter asking Obasanjo to run for a second term. The president should, as a matter of honor, shun any tendency suggestive of Abachaism. He should be guided by a personal conviction that another 4 years in the saddle is worth it if he has anything positive to offer Nigeria. Obasanjo should refuse to be used as a rubber stamp by others who may not get a second chance on their own steam. He should send the right signal to some of our governors who were in altar and currently see their position as an inheritance. April 22nd, 2002, Turakis Ibosi. Vice President Atiku Abubakar has every cause to be concerned among the Yoruba. The elder often advised that one should carefully sound the alarm when one notices that opponents are bent on doing him in. Of course, a man is expected to confront his foes without fear and with dignity. But the same Ibosi still applies when underhand methods are being employed to tackle you. The Turaki Nadamawa had cause to heed this advice last week, maybe because of his Ilesha-born wife. According to the vice president, Some unnamed political enemies are bent on rupturing the good relations between him and President Olusegun Obasanjo. These miscreants of power, according to a close article aide, are in the process of releasing campaign materials alleged to have been ordered by the Vice President to the public ahead of 2003 presidential elections. However, the aide swore to high heavens that his oga had nothing to do with the materials. He described the production of the materials as part of a campaign of mischief being mounted against the vice president in order to cast aspersions on his person as an unreliable ally of the president. Unfortunately, designing observers of the Nigerian political scene may not give a total approval to this view. Of course, some may argue that Obasanjo and Atiku are political Siamese twins, especially in the current dispensation. The reality is that things are not always what they seem in politics. The Turaki may not have gone out of his way to campaign actively for himself, with a firm belief that Obasanjo would not run for a second term. But in the same vein, he may not also have envisaged that things would end up this way. There were enough conflicting signals from Aso Rock in the last few months as to whether Baba would run or not, and some of these, directly or indirectly, could be read from the manner things were being handled by the presidency. Of course, explanations have been offered on why Atiku was not at the Altar rally, which was allegedly designed by the Minister of Works and Housing. Chief Tony Anene, what I expected the Atiku camp to have done is to put a measure of dignity into the whole denial. There is no way the Turaki, a protege of the late General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, could have contested against Obasanjo for the 2003 presidential election. His leader would have turned in the grave at the affront, but he would have been free to do so. If circumstances had prevented the president from running for a second term, this could be through a personal decision. Problems in the polity arising from perceived poor leadership or a contrived crisis, which could be used to force Obasanjo's hand to take the Nelson Mandela's option. From personal observations in the last few months, I believe that the Atiku camp was only preparing for eventualities. Should the president decide against the second term, this is not a crime, given the fact that a figure with a powerful political machine like the People's Democratic Movement, PDM, should not go to sleep simply because the president might want to step aside. Thus, instead of the vice president's opponents being responsible for the campaign materials in question, it could have genuinely been ordered by the crew as part of long-term planning, which could have actually taken place since last year. It is in this light that I view the allegations against Atiku, like every other Nigerian. He has the right to run for any office, but the Turaki should come clean on all counts, as it is the only way that our Adubo's neighbors can believe his Ibosi. May 6, 2002, MLC's Day of Shame. A 49-year-old retired civil servant, Mrs. Desalu Fadekemi, was given the beating of her life during last week's May Day parade in Lagos. The ignoble event was witnessed by scores of workers, including the leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress in the state. Most nauseating of all that happened in the full glare of the nation's media was the fact that the pummeling of Mrs. Desalu was done by members of NLC. What an irony. According to reports, the crime of this former Lagos State government worker was that she dared to register her displeasure over the delay in paying her entitlements publicly. The team of protesters, led by Mr. Ayodele Akele, had barely made their appearance when some members of the National Union of Road Transport Workers (NURTW) confronted them. This happened at a time the Lagos State NLC chairman, Mrs. Aminat Olorunnibe, and the representative of the governor, Mrs. Eniola Fadayomi, were about inspecting a march past by the assembled workers. I could be wrong, but nowhere in the report was it mentioned that the NLC officials did anything to protect the interests of the former civil servants who were making legitimate demands through a universal recognized action. We do not seem to be getting the idea of this democracy right. It is the right of an individual or group to publicly protest whatever policy of the government which they believe is not fair to them. It is not a privilege, it is a universal right which the developed democracies cherish more than any other thing, as it is the major barometer for measuring public disapproval of such policies. This is why the Prime Minister of Britain could be pelted with tomatoes or eggs without the assailants being shot to death by armed bodyguards. That's why protests against the government in Washington or New York are not greeted with live bullets. It is because of the understanding that apart from elections, the populace can, through protests, ask for definite changes in the way things are being done by an unresponsive government, that a World Economic Summit could reconsider some of its major items after misgiving by thousands of people in major Western capitals recently. It beats my imagination to understand how NLC could allow itself to be brought to this sorry path. Even if you disagree with the method adopted in venting their anger, is it right to allow miscreants to terrorize those who have been in the trenches with you? In other places, it would have been a matter of honor to ensure that past leaders and workers inclusive are not made to suffer for the years they have toiled for the government. Something terrible has surely befallen the leadership of Labour in Lagos State. May the good Lord deliver them from the mess. Tafa, do something now. Again, factional OPC leader Mr. Ganiyu Adams is being proved right. Without provocation, a group of heavily armed thugs descended on two different meetings of the Alliance for Democracy (AD) in Owo last week and unleashed mayhem. Instead of hitting the nail squarely on the head, it was time for double speak by the police. The organizers of the political gathering did not obtain police permits before the event, but the attackers were wrong to have attacked. The challenge being thrown now is to show that the police force is not partial in the Owo crisis. A situation where a side is armed to the teeth and the police force is doing nothing about it does not augur well for an enduring peace in that troubled time. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tafa Balogun, may need to dust off the file on the Owo crisis for proper scrutiny. He should act now. May 20th, 2002, the Orji Kalu phenomenon. Initially, he was taken for a tout, a political one no doubt. It does not matter that he got the mandate of the people of a state to be their leader. The verdict of most political observers was such that Abia State Governor Orji Uzo Kalu had no business being in politics, but such critics, the businessman turned politician, should have remained in the world of buying and selling, where he had made his mark. But as the event of Kalu's biography launch revealed last Thursday, the Igbo politician remains the issue in Abia politics. From his initial implacable support for General Olusegun Obasanjo ahead of the 1999 presidential election, his turnaround in lambasting the president and the current detente between both men, Kalu has more than proved that he is a controversial politician. Without any serious pedigree, he has positioned himself to be the most important champion of the Igbo cause in today's Nigeria. And irrespective of views to the contrary, the average Igbo would believe Kalu ahead of any other person in matters concerning the Southeast. The leader may have helped his larger-than-life image, but the reality in his case is that he appears to know the particular chord to touch in his dealings with the public. It does not matter if the public is that of Abia, where he governs, or that of another state. It is to get them to either applaud him or remain indifferent to criticism against him. Kalu is at home in virtually any part of the country, including states considered as taboo for some. Because of strict socio-cultural practices in such areas, he has the stuff that the politicians, in theory, should be made of an uncommon bond with the ordinary person on the street. And for all that it is worth, it was the stuff that stuck President Bill Clinton in the throat of American politicians throughout his two-term tenure, despite the many attempts to kick him out. There's hardly a politician in any part of Nigeria today who has the Abia State governor's charisma. The Kalu phenomenon is such that, with the exception of President Olusegun Obasanjo, hardly can any of the country's key political figure pull the kind of crowd that follows Kalu whenever he goes for an outing. The Southeast governors, who kept off the book launch, apparently acted that way in order not to offend Abuja. But the fact remains that in that part of the country and elsewhere where ordinary Igbo reside, Kalu remains the key issue in their political consciousness. The Abia governor will not rent a crowd. He is not in the league of those that would manufacture supporters to cheer a cherished leader. He is simply a natural phenomenon that has defied the logic of critics who has been assailing him with criticism on all fronts. As in the case of Clinton, identification with what the ordinary people want is a major key in getting the grassroots to develop fondness for a politician. In words and deeds, such a politician must demonstrate that no matter the cost, what is dear to the people remains his first priority. It does not matter that the person has little to offer in terms of integrity. The world of democracy is such that morality has little role to play when a politician is seen to be doing his best to better the lot of the people. As long as they believe in him, they will continue to cast their votes for the politicians. This may not be cheering news for those who want the Abia State governor out of the government house in 2003. The reality, however, is that unless something terrible happens to the contract between Kalu and his public, a second term for the governor is already assured. June 3rd, 2002. Welcome, Adeyeye. If reports to the effect that the United States-based Professor Shola Adeleye is on his way back to Nigeria are true, then his mission this time will not be a short one. The well-experienced professor of zoology is expected to join the growing army of Nigerian professionals abroad who are returning home to join in shaping the future of the country. For those who were involved in the struggle against military dictatorship, Adeleye does not need any introduction. The same applies to those who access internet sites devoted to discussions on political issues affecting Nigeria. But for those who do not know him, it is pertinent that I help them to be acquainted with him. I have never met this Igbo-mania man in person, but our interactions, which began sometimes in 1997 while I was a student in the United Kingdom, have been through the internet. As a member of the Internet-based Association of Nigeria abroad, his contributions to discussions on internet were things you could go to bed with. With the contributions of another member, Professor Bolaji Aluko, we had some of the very best in terms of analysis on the Nigerian situation during late General Sani Abacha's dictatorship. The group was born as a result of disagreement on the nature of postings to be allowed on NigerNet, a bigger forum on discussions about Nigeria. While the larger NigerNet community did not want partisan political discussions, those who midwifed Anna believed they could not sit idly by and watch things go wrong in Nigeria without doing something about it. Although Aluko's could draw controversies sometimes, Adeye's were words of an elder. He would make his point and ensure that you see yourself in it. He does not start a discussion he cannot finish or end up punching the computer keyboard in anger against another person. Yes, there were times I disagreed with their Adeyeye and Aluko views on how to move Nigeria forward, but I have since seen the light concerning these. Adeyeye was throughout that period a gentleman to discuss with. He would not encourage you to make transatlantic telephone calls, preferring instead the use of the internet to conserve money. You're a student, you need to save money. He once told me when I called him from Nottingham. Adeyeye and his colleagues were the foot soldiers of Nigeria's pro-democracy groups in the United States and Canada. Despite their comfortable positions as senior university lecturers in God's own country, they did their very best to keep the heat on Abacha's monstrous regime back home. Ask them about almost anything in Nigeria. You'll be surprised at the depth of their knowledge. They had the facts on their fingertips all the time. Even when you are trying to conjure up possible scenarios, they would have come up with solutions that could throw you off balance with thoughts like, my God, how did you manage that? That is why this set of Nigerians should be welcomed with open arms. It is not enough to criticize. It is not enough to say out there lamenting and rot in the system. For those who made enormous contributions, make the American and British system work, it is time to return home. And as you come back to the land of your fathers to make things work, I pray that the goodness and mercy of the Lord will remain your portion and that of your family all the days of your life. June 10, 2002, remembering June 12. It is 9 years this week since the annual June 12, 1993 presidential election was held. That day exemplified the coming together of many ethnic groups that make up Nigeria for a common purpose. The election won by late Basharu Moshood Abiola, by all accounts, was not only peaceful but fair as well. In addition, it was as if the country's ethnic groups were unanimous that the ethnic affiliation of a person seeking political office should no longer be a factor during elections. Yet, as the late Fela Anikulapo Kuti would say, them start magic before long. The agitation to ensure that the agents of darkness in Nigeria did not have their way was stymied, with the proponents of the June 12 struggle finding themselves in a cul-de-sac. June 12 thus became a Yoruba affair with a sprinkling of others speaking in favor of the election from one side of the mouth and repudiating it through the other. It was pretty bad, as men with conscience were forced by the circumstances of time to seek their survival first, before that of the populace. However, nature was to catch up with them. Some, like President Olusegun Obasanjo, went through the purgatory apparently to clear his eyes. Others, like late General Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, were not so lucky. His experience was terminal. A lot of water has passed under Nigerian socio-political bridge since then, with the lives of some of the cream of our society being lost in the process. Nigeria has not been the same since that time as well. with ethnic cleavages assuring a more horrifying dimension. Mutual mistrust is being promoted with hypocritical arguments taking the place of informed cement commentaries, which should have served as a healing balm for a traumatized polity. As it was in 1993, so it is now. Unfortunately for Nigeria, the dramatist personnel remain the same. The annulment of the presidential election, which caught the tide on June 12, is being repeated in the opposition mounted against the convocation of a national conference today. There is no politician or military leader worth his salt who does not agree that Nigerians of all ethnic nationalities need to sit at a round table to discuss their future. Unfortunately, as was the case during late General Sani Abacha's years, untenable arguments are being canvassed against the convocation of a national conference in Nigeria. The slogan of renegades of June 12 was, "We need to move Nigeria forward." Let's join hands with the government, Chief Ernest Shonekons and Abachas, to allow stability in Nigeria. The stability we had during those years is a testimony to the good work of those pseudo-patriots who work only to ensure the survival of their self-interest. Now, they are working to move Nigeria forward again. These individuals agree with the need for a national conference, but they do not believe it should hold now because the National Assembly can do whatever such a conference wants to achieve. Unfortunately, the National Assembly since inception is yet to grapple with the reality of its place in Nigeria's emerging democratic setting. The salvation of Nigeria as a virile nation lies in a national conference where each of the country's ethnic nationalities will sit as equals with others in deciding how to run this country. A national conference will resolve the resource control issues once and for all. A national conference, such a conference will address persistent fears by the North over its fate in a Nigeria where those with natural resources will have control over what God has given to them. The national conference will in all probability do what the events of June 12, 1993 did to the psyche of the average Nigerian, but which the vultures in our polity destroyed. However, with the way things are today, it appears we may need another wilderness experience to appreciate the importance of this conference, and for some of those who know better but have chosen to remain silent or kick against the conference, may their experience not be terminal. June 24th, 2004, the Union Loneliness. I had cause to retrace my steps recently when I discovered that the Minister of Education, Professor Babalola Borishade, was not whom I took him for. Shortly after he was sworn in as minister, he made some moves that should have restored sanity to the dark spots of the country's education system. Unfortunately, he was unable to conclude the laudable moves he initiated. Such is the sad state of things now that you wonder what those outside the shores of this country would say about our educational system when a university lecturer could be posted to a primary school. The University of Ilorin crisis is a blot on whatever the current federal government represents. It is sad that the lieutenants of the president will allow the dignity of the country to be perpetually dragged in the mud by those who should not be anywhere near university administration. I have passed through Union Ilorin as a student before, and I know that despite the religious and ethnic consciousness on the campuses of the institution, never has there been a situation such as is on the ground in the university today. There is no other table on which to lay the blame except that of Borishade. Autonomy or not, the book stop on the table of the Minister of Education. When it comes to matters affecting tertiary institutions owned by the federal government, he is the only one standing between the university and President Olusegun Obasanjo as visitor to the institution. It is not only the disgrace to Nigeria by the mess created through the poor managers of men at the institution that is at stake here. Obasanjo's re-election could be jeopardized by this consistent display of insensitivity to the country's already battered educational system. Why should we have another ASU strike simply because some people cannot manage their portfolios well? Would it not provide fresh evidence for lecturers who want to relocate to other countries, thus compounding our brain drain problem and the economic quagmire? There is an erroneous impression which is currently gaining currency to the effect that Obasanjo's economic policies have failed. I do not know where the proponents of this idea got their indications. What I do know is that the president never propounded one either before the 1999 presidential election or thereafter. The slogan, especially after being sworn into office, was that more hands will be allowed to plow Nigeria's vast economic field. This, the argument goes, is to allow for private initiative and ensure that foreign expertise and much needed capital are brought into the country. The head of the political machinery that worked for Obasanjo's success as the prince, who was later rewarded with the number 2 position, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, was drafted to also ensure the success of new administration's economic agenda for Nigeria. I do not know what informed this decision, but my guess is that being the head of the People's Democratic Movement, which believes it has something good in store for Nigerians, Obasanjo must have felt comfortable with the Turaki Adamawa in the saddle of the nation's economic destiny. Unfortunately, 3 years later, Nigeria can certainly not be said to be better off. At best, what we have is a sprinkling of minimal blessings, which Providence, rather than a deliberate effort of any individual, deemed it fit to bestow on the people of this country. The economy cannot be radically improved upon except there is a roadmap of where to go, how to get there, and the essential ingredients of a viable economic policy. Unfortunately, neither the men nor the material for this essential revival are currently in place. August 12, 2002. Softly, softly, Mr. President. Dear President Olusegun Obasanjo, I was taken aback by your utterances in Kingston, Jamaica last week. It was reported that you took Western nations to the cleaners for their effrontery at passing comments on the state of the Nigerian polity. According to one of the reports, you particularly singled out the Washington-based Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, for criticism over the organization's view that the forthcoming elections in Nigeria have already failed to meet international credibility standards. In your report, you declared, we vehemently reject in absolute terms this sanctimonious view of democracy as political fashion that is designed and fitted only in Western intellectual shops. It is your belief that the CSIS has no business passing judgments on a young democracy like Nigeria's or that of your Jamaican hosts. You who added an icing on the cake your argument that the democracy in Nigeria today was not imposed from outside, Haba Baba Yabo. Only recently, you were full of praises, but these same outsiders whom you insisted were the ones that saved you from the fangs of late General Sani Abacha. Even a statement by the Afenifere that your gratitude should have been mainly for the many individuals and groups within the country who risked their all to ensure that the late dictator never had a moment of rest was not given any attention. That is even beside the point. Since last year, the information from a section of the presidency to some of us had it that the United States, Britain, France, and Germany, among others, have decided that a new helmsman is needed in Aso Rock to steer the Nigerian ship of state. The surveyors of this information consistently maintain that a discovery by these Western nations of your innate inability to take Nigeria to the promised land was a major reason for their decision. Of course, we were at the time flying from one Western capital to the other. Nonetheless, given the voice of Jacob and the hand of Esau, which we discovered, it was agreed that the purveyors of the information were mere hirelings doing the biddings of a skillful political master who does not want to be discovered. Thus, their exclusive materials were rejected, but when the Financial Times did a couple of stories on Nigeria's economic and political profile recently, it was clear where Tony Blair and George Bush stood. This became more pronounced with an indirect verdict of guilt passed on you by the reputable newspaper about your penchant for foreign trips. It has brought little or no benefit to Nigeria as a nation. But back to the issue at hand. Given the role the West played prior to your emergence as president and immediately after your inauguration, it is interesting to read the theory you propounded in Jamaica. But suffice it to say that whether you like it or not, Nigeria as it is today cannot meaningfully wiggle out of any Western influence. Sir, I would ask that you refuse to be carried away by the accolades you have received in the course of your foreign travel so far. As our people will say, Ifeti afe ade odenu, enupipa jelomo. No matter how much you love the chicken, it will still end up in your pot. No Western nation is anybody's Jesus Christ. You cannot, as you appear to be doing now, take on any of them without the citizenry solidly behind you. In a situation where things appear to be going wrong at every turn, it is sincerely believed that you need to sit back and reflect on what you have achieved since you were sworn in as an elected president 3 years ago. For someone of your stature, who has been involved in ensuring a stable transition process in a transparent atmosphere, to have fallen victim of the bug of dictators is incomprehensible to me. The argument you canvassed against the position of CSIS is nothing short of what Abacha told Western nations when he was asked to mend his ways. It is simple logic that transition from a newly elected civilian regime to another in a country just coming out of long years of dictatorial rule could be problematic. That is why the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IIDEA, of which you are a part, has always demanded transparency in the electoral process. This is to ensure that genuine and mischievous critics of the process do not capitalize on deliberate inadequacies to create problems during elections or the processes leading to them. In a situation where some groups of individuals believe that others who have access to official instruments of authority and coercion are cheating them, it stands to reason that they will take action to check such an abuse. This will ultimately lead to chaos, which is what the West is afraid of, because in the final analysis, they have to carry the can, albeit indirectly. If billions of naira required for the construction of the Abuja Stadium could be realized in the manner it was done, it beats one imagination why funds meant for the Independent Electoral Commission, INEC, should be held up. After all, with the system we currently practice, a poorly funded INEC or one without spine, as is the case now, is capable of throwing the country back to the military years. But I disagree with those who believe that amends are now impossible to make. If the will is there, nothing can stand in the path of the determined person. General Murtala Mohammed has less than a year to turn the psyche of the average Nigerian around. You may need to urgently turn to the drawing board to discover where you have made the wrong turn. May God give you the wisdom to do that which you have to do. September 9, 2002. NABA matters arising. At last, the Speaker House of Representatives, Alhaji Gali Umar Naba, has agreed that the accounts of the lower chamber of the National Assembly, over which he presides, be looked into. His Chief Press Secretary, Mr. Farouk Adejo Audu, in a statement on Thursday said NABA was ready to cooperate with officials of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission (ICPC), who had earlier sought audience with the Speaker. The visit of NABA last week by ICPC's head of investigations, Mr. Sunday Chukura, was prompted by a petition from a member of the House of Representatives, Mr. Sam Obande, PDP, Bornu State, alleging sundry financial misdeeds against the Speaker. Some of the allegations are expenditure of 18 million naira when the Speaker took about 16 people with him to attend a festival in Libya. In Obande's word, this expenditure is significant considering that it was incurred through a facility through Society General Bank of Nigeria, SGBN, at a time when salaries and allowances of honorable members were not being paid as at when due. About 14.5 million naira was also being withdrawn monthly for smooth office running, and yet monthly vouchers for imposts and consumables in the Speaker's office in the sum of 1 million naira respectively are continuously drawn and paid out. Between 7 million naira and 11 million naira is paid to the Speaker monthly for security. In one day alone, the sum of 8 million naira was spent to First Media executive as end of year and Xmas. There are other sordid details in the 50-page document Obande sent to ICPC, but my concern is mainly on the question of equity and probity in the National Assembly. Our national legislature should be a beacon for the polity in these times, that the average Nigerian now holds public officials in contempt. The belief is that as it is done under the military, public office is now an avenue to become rich overnight. Currently, it is believed that the possibility of a public official not being corrupt is similar to that of getting a virgin among the patients in the maternity ward of a hospital. When the Senate took the unprecedented step of turning a searchlight on itself last year, the public estimation of the legislators in that section of the National Assembly received a boost. Although one cannot safely argue that a saintly conduct now pervades the Senate. Nigerian senators are likely to be believed in matters concerning improper conduct than members of the House of Representatives. I will suggest that the portion concerning NABA in the report of the Senate probe panel of last year be dusted off and treated along with that of Obande in order to ensure that we have a legislative body that is truly worth its name. As I stated recently, the average Nigerian may not clap for President Olusegun Obasanjo in his handling of Nigerians' affairs. Since May 29, 1999, the same verdict will be passed on the National Assembly, in particular the House of Representatives, if they were asked to do an assignment. No Njirika, no. Ogun State Commissioner of Police, Mr. Sebastian Njirika, is still a prisoner of the past. He lives in a martial world, or what could have informed his objectionable comment last week, that without the use of force by his men, the average Nigerian will not obey the law. Responding to a question on why two hapless residents of Oro were killed by his men last week in a continuing show of the force by the police in the ancient town, Njirika said, "You see, our people like to be treated with force before they can allow peace to reign, and they moved the police to employ force in order to restore peace to the town." Even in Northern Ireland, at the height of the reign of terror in the English colony, Whitehall recognized that the continued use of force could not ensure an enduring peace. Thus, the recourse to dialogue, with the mentality being displayed by those who should appropriately advise their superiors in Abuja, it is becoming clear why the oral crisis may persist. Using military-era tactics in a democracy is not an acceptable practice in any part of the world. From the reports of how both persons were killed, it was bullets from the indiscriminate shooting by the mobile policemen deployed in the town that caused the death. None of the men killed was involved in the protest, which the policemen wanted to stop. In law enforcement, it is standard practice that a sledgehammer is not used to kill an ant. In this case, why should mobile policemen armed to the teeth be deployed against unarmed civilians? What has happened to basic tactics and equipment on riot control? After Odi and Zaki Biam, why should Njirika continue as if the military was still in power? If this man and those that sent the mobile policemen there are fed up with their jobs, they should simply resign. There are basic rules of engagement for armed policemen who have been deployed for an assignment in a civilian era. Live bullets are definitely not the first choice in such a situation. If the police hierarchy do not have the right caliber of men for the job they have to do, it is better to throw in the towel instead of exposing the country to ridicule in the Committee of Nations. October 21st, 2002. The Patriots bathed water. Initially, I was numbed with shock. It was as if some other person had taken over the affairs of the Patriots, a group of well-respected Nigerians who have taken it upon themselves to alert the polity on the pitfalls in Nigeria's tortuous work along the path of the rule of law. It was the contents of the group's much delayed press statement that caused me to shiver. What on earth could have been responsible for the vote face, which the Patriots apparently made, for a group that was an Olympian height? What could have caused it to issue a statement that has suddenly deprived it of the respect hitherto enjoyed among a significant section of the populace? Last week, when the group, with scant regard for public opinion, sought to put a stamp of approval on a move by certain elements within the country to abort President Olusegun Obasanjo's re-election, it was clear something had gone wrong somewhere. The statement read by legal icon Chief Rotimi Williams and endorsed by others, including Yoruba leader Senator Abraham Adesoya and Ohaneze Ndigbo scribe, Professor Ben Wabweze, among others, also sought to chastise critics of the hawks in the National Assembly, who are bent on impeaching the president. Both publicly and privately, the group has done a lot to attempt to change in Obasanjo. I'm aware that the Patriots has made futile efforts to make the president see reason concerning certain actions he had taken, and others he had bluntly refused to take. Thus, I'm aware of the deep sentiments against Obasanjo among most, if not all, members of the Patriots. The reasons for these resentments are, to me, genuine. No one should be allowed to arrogate so much importance to himself as to believe that the view of others do not matter, that he knows it all. To allow such an important individual a free rein is to cause disaster by creating another monster, which is likely to be difficult to deal with. than the late General Sani Abacha. It is equally wrong to feel that the art of transforming a deeply wounded country like Nigeria depends solely on the goodwill of an individual. Only the Almighty possesses such an attribute. But should this sentiment against the president be allowed to be exploited by others who wish no good for the generality of the season through? Is it okay to throw away the baby with the bathwater? I was very angry in 1998 after the death of Basharun MKO Abiola, with Yoruba leaders who anxiously embraced the political process instead of using the crisis of the period to insist on the convocation of a sovereign national conference. It was anger which made some of us to take certain decisions at the time, which we regret till date. But what do you do when you lose confidence in your leaders? What would the apostles have done if Jesus Christ had renounced his destiny in the Garden of Gethsemane? What would have happened if Apostle Paul had sought medical instead of spiritual assistance when he lost his sight on the way to Damascus? 1998, just like 1966 to 1967, was a period the destiny of Nigeria should have been re-examined. But myopic compromises which do not endure were done by our leaders, leading to the persistent crisis in the polity. Principle at certain points is often scarified on the altar of expediency. And today, 4 clear years after Abiola's death in General Abdulsalami Abubakar's custody, we are back to square one. With this half-hearted calls for a national conference, yet when opportunities present themselves, the same leaders wish it away, as if the agitation for a national conference is a kind of bargaining chip for relevance. I disagree with the patriots that there is no move towards impeachment yet. It was like this when the conservative truncated Alhaji Balarabe's Musa tenure through an unpopular impeachment process during the Second Republic. Currently, developments such since the impeachment process began has lent credence to assertions that it is more of a sectional rather than national agenda. Fortunately, some of those deceived to join the impeachment bandwagon have retraced their steps. Since this is so, I was amazed that the patriots could react the way they did, and I agree with Mr. Ganiyu Adams that it was particularly sad for Baba Adesanya to be part of the gathering that endorsed the statement. Why not a renewed call for a national conference, since events related to the impeachment mercifully revealed facts which make the cause for such a gathering more important now than at any other time? Why? Instead, our wise men now want a discredited legislature to amend the constitution bequeathed to us by a rotten military class in order to pave the way for another compromise. The problem with our country goes deeper than a second-term syndrome, and only a conference of the ethnic nationalities making up Nigeria can resolve it. What the patriots have done is to pollute the waters more, and it is regrettable. I do not know where our country will go from here, but one thing is certain: with the development of the past few weeks, it is clear that the old guard may not be the best after all, but I am still willing to give them another chance. The younger generation disappointed us when the military was there. It was long all the way as they abandoned the noble and patriotic endeavors. Fortunately, some of the elders who have started behaving badly again were resolute in their stand against the usurpers in uniform. It is for this reason and nothing else that I would want to give such individuals another chance with my trust, irrespective of what Obasanjo may have done wrong. It is important to be guided by principles in their decisions for or against him. December 2nd, 2002. Hypocrites et al. In his reaction to the recent mayhem, which claims scores of lives in Kaduna State, Colonel Abubakar Danjuma Umar warned against the use of religion as a cloak for the perpetration of criminal acts and to score cheap political points. Besides, the former military governor of Kaduna State observed, I honestly believe that there are far more important issues which bedevil our society and which call for a more urgent attention than the issue of the hosting of the Miss World Beauty pageant. Issues like the growing population of our people, the rising gap between the rich and poor, particularly when the rich are public servants, crime rates, the total dependence on oil revenue, with no attempt at the diversification, even when we know that this commodity is exhaustible and non-renewable. Colonel Umar is right. Indeed, he is even better placed to know the truth. He was governor at the time. A similar mayhem occurred in Kaduna, with hundreds killed in the process. He wondered then how those who call themselves Muslims could be involved in such horrendous acts as the cold-blooded killing of their compatriots. Unfortunately, the politicians who remotely control this perennial violence are not bothered about God or the common people who are the cannon folders of their blind ambition. The only thing that matters to the clique of ungodly politicians who take God's name in vain is their ability to create chaos in order to remain relevant to the polity. It was the All Nigerian People Party controlled Zamfara State that blazed the trail in stoking the fire of religious bigotry in northern Nigeria. Without the Zamfara example, illegal shedding of blood which took place in Kaduna and other parts of the north would not have happened. And it is clear whose hands are stained. Before the Almighty God, with the blood of innocent people, killed Nigerians, killed during this crisis. Not once did ANPP call its governor to add order. For a party that is the major opposition in Nigeria, this confirms that it may never transform into a truly national organization. It is not just its obvious northern agenda that rankles one, but the transparent religious tone of the rhetoric of its top echelon. Take General Muhammadu Buhari, for instance. His entrance into ANPP was like a revival for the party, along with other like-minded individuals and groups. He had done more than enough to fan the embers of religious bigotry in northern Nigeria. Things he never dreamt of while in office suddenly became halal, Arabic word for something that is good or approved Islamically. During the administration of a Christian president, what hypocrisy. I read Buhari's response to last week's mayhem and was not convinced by his explanations. I wish to focus here on just one of his points. It is not true that the elements that unleashed death and destruction upon Kaduna would not oppose daily times. Miss Nigerian contest. An argument that the contest has been on for years without anyone attacking it does not hold water. The journey of religious bigotry that has been unleashed since the current democratic dispensation began is opposed to anything which does not conform to the Islamic moral code. And for a constitutionally secular country, it says a lot about the caliber of our leaders at the national level. What is wrong? For instance, in the parading myself half naked, if that is what I want in my part of a federal Nigeria. Why should anyone force what I do not believe in down my throat? In the case of Kaduna, the killings that have taken place in that state and others since May 29, 1999, have their roots in religious insolence. As rightly pointed out by Umar, politics in a religious gap is what is being played out in that state under the direction of skilled hands who incite a gullible and hapless citizenry to kill one another. What has this day's article got to do with the property of the state governor? What do the churches burnt and individuals killed have to do with the newspaper story which allegedly provoked the riots? Why were the rioters not content with burning the office of this day newspaper? There is a desperate game of power going on in that part of the country. But the likes of Sokoto State Governor Alhaji Attahiru Bafarawa should realize that the impoverished state may not fare well should the current crisis continue. Being the de facto ANPP national chairman, the governor should work to ensure that elected officials of the party henceforth separate religion from politics. That is the spirit of the 1999 Constitution, Section 10. ANPP should have known by now that Nigerians' image has suffered a great deal in the Western media in the past few days due to the contrived crisis in the northern part of the country. In London, news and interviews about the mayhem in Nigeria were a welcome relief for Britain's Labour Party, which was battling with a crippling nationwide strike by the country's firefighter. In fact, Prime Minister Tony Blair was forced to the front line of government's opposition to better working conditions for the firefighters. When union leaders affiliated to the Labour Party began voicing their disapproval of the government's treatment of the strikers' demand. But the reports about the near anarchy in Nigeria diluted the impact of the strike in British mind a great deal, as both began about the same time. The situation made an unhappy lot for Nigerian professionals in the United Kingdom, who were angry that intolerance in the name of religion is being allowed to undermine the country's socio-economic future. Investors who had been reluctant to see potential in Nigeria would surely have their belief reinforced. It is important that other political parties that believe in Nigerians' secularity work towards asserting their presence in states like Zamfara during the next general elections. If ANPP refuses to call its official to order and be seen to be doing so, the electorate should tell politicians in that party that the hypocrisy of its top echelon is enough by kicking them out of office. June 16, 2003, Bush people. The Americans were expectant. I was expected to fill in a contrived gap in the ongoing political events in Nigeria. The whys and the hows of these disputed elections were expected to be explained through the prism of the foreign media by the political editor of a major Nigerian newspaper. It was a tall order. Both in Washington and New York, which I visited during my recent trip to the United States, the common question from some of the political actors was, why did the Nigerian media turn a blind eye to the massive irregularities reported by the foreign media in the recent general elections in your country? Not until a week later, when I was safely aboard a British Airways flight back to my temporary abode in Britain, did it occur to me that the answer President George W. Bush's people got from me was the right thing. It never occurred to me in the course of our discussion to bring in the question of Florida and hanging charges. However, some of them admitted that the current American president is an appointee of the country's judiciary. Back to Nigeria, how do some top American political actors view the situation in the country? Without exception, all those who spoke with me agreed that the media in Nigeria towers above its counterparts on the African continent. This, they pointed out, had to do with its valiant efforts in contending with the military, while the despotic rule of the men in uniform lasted. But they held the view that the Nigerian media should have been more robust in challenging the results of the recent general elections, which the foreign news organizations alleged were fraught with irregularities. To the Americans, a change in attitude appeared to have taken over the media in Nigeria, and they sought to know why. It is not all the time that a country like ours is given an opportunity by the Almighty to redeem itself. I explained in the checkered political history in Nigeria, either before or after independence, the mass media has had to play a vital role in defining moments of the country's history. Whether by design or accident, this role of the media had been such that the country ultimately faced whichever direction the mainstream media wanted it to face, sometimes at a very huge cost. Unfortunately, charlatans posing as saviors have often used the political naivety of the media to seize political power, thus ensuring that the hated status quo remains. Albeit in another form, I try to explain that without the active but naive connivance of the media, the coup that terminated the country's first civilian government would not have taken place. Similarly, the events that encouraged General Muhammadu Buhari and his men to terminate the democratically elected government of President Shehu Shagari in 1983 were largely orchestrated by the Nigerian media. The ascension of late General Sani Abacha was indirectly influenced by the same media. And all through the media created misadventure, the concern among those who set the national political agenda was largely that of how to create wrongs in the polity. Instead of such wrongs being corrected after a regime change, what the media had always discovered to its chagrin was a worse form of what it had assisted in getting rid of. But I also pointed out that it was not as if captains of the media industry in Nigeria usually sit around the table to argue for a change. It often came on its own without anyone giving directives about what should be championed. My perception of the April general elections, as I told the Americans, is that the mainstream Nigerian media may have learned some lessons from the political instability that had plagued the country in the past. While it is true that unwholesome practices may have taken place during the elections, it was also clear that a repeat of what the media did a few months to the January 15, 1966 coup and that of Buhari in 1983 would have set Nigeria's socio-economic and political calendar back by several decades. And no one in his right senses wanted this to happen in a country that had only 4 years ago been spared the agony of being ruled by despots who only care about their survival instead of a country that should be a leading light in today's troubled world. A stable and prosperous Nigeria will not only ensure a better future, but the people of this country, it will positively affect developments within the West African region. To my surprise, no one criticized this point, but each person had insisted that care should be given in order not to lower our guard to the extent that a dictatorship in civilian gap would be fostered on the country. While the media attempt to maintain a balance between what is good and for the country and its appointed role in a democratic polity. However, irrespective if the state of affairs in Nigeria, the major difference between the Nigerian system and that of the United States remain the institutions that serve as pillars for a democracy in the developed world. While that of the US have firmly taken root, Nigerians understandably are still tender. This needs to be strengthened. After all, Washington was not built in a day. Appreciation. My recent trip was not without some drama, but the scenes were played at the Murtala Mohammed Airport on Sunday, May 11. While I was about to complete check-in formalities for a British Airways flight to London, I was picked up by the State Security Service for interfering with our operation. Pray, what was the alleged interference all about? I had called my news editor about the arrest of former OPC chieftain, Mr. Kayode Ogun. Shortly after ending the call on my mobile phone, 6 grown 30 men surrounded me and seized both the phone and my international passport. I was to later spend 5 hours behind the counter at the Shangishan, Lagos State headquarters of SSS. But thanks to the friends and colleagues who were concerned about the military-era tactics of SSS men, Jide and Seki Ajani proved the good friends they are indeed. So also the Gani and Moji Adams, Wale Adeoye, Tonya Ike Ajeye, the Abuja boys, and of course Ogazu and the others who are too numerous to be mentioned. Many things. God bless you all. August 25th, 2003, the Wari mess. What manner of political culture do we have in Nigeria? It is interesting that despite the loss of scores of lives and destruction of properties worth millions of naira in Warri Delta State, nothing substantial in terms of response has emanated from the political parties in the country. With the exception of the Delta State chapter of the Alliance for Democracy, which made a self-serving call for a state of emergency, no other political party has deemed it fit to react comprehensively to the fratricide conflict in that part of the country. Does it mean that our politicians do not care about the hapless residents of the town? When the Plateau State inter-ethnic conflict was also at its height, the same attitude was the norm. Till date, none of the political parties has considered the long-term implication of the persistent inter-ethnic conflict in the country. On the few occasions where an official of a political party reacted, one has often been left wondering why Nigeria was burdened with such parochial individuals. In a normal situation, AD in Delta State will not seek to score cheap political points through a partisan approach to the calamity in that state. What makes Chief Great Ogburu and his team to believe that the conflict cannot happen if he were to be the governor of the state? The crisis in Warri goes beyond what the average politician in that state wants us to believe. Delta State is not the first to witness inter-ethnic conflict, and there is no guarantee that the situation cannot take place elsewhere in the country again. It is time for our politicians to put on their thinking caps on how to resolve the major unresolved questions in Nigeria. Good night, Cappy. Covering the activities of political parties for the average journalist is often not an easy task. A political correspondent not only has to understand the issues being discussed, he has to be at home with the major actors in the political party in question. And since pressure groups are relative of political parties in a democratic dispensation, the same approach is usually adopted in reporting the activities of such groups. But how would one pay tribute to one of the silent titans of the struggle for democracy, who was a key leader of an important pressure group in the Southwest? At the height of the despotic regime of the late General Sani Abacha, Comrade Moses Olusegun Olubode was a potent but silent factor to reckon with. The many stay-at-home protests enforced along the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway, especially around Alagbado, up to Yanopaja, and had his untiring hands in it. Cappy, as he was fondly called by many of the boys who gave the know-how of circumventing the efforts of security agents during the struggle against military dictatorship, was a man of many parts, but his landmark contribution was in the area of ensuring that no young man around him would at any time be afraid to say his mind, no matter how authoritarian a regime may be. He was always in the forefront and did not allow the luxury of the country's return to democratic rule lure him to sleep on the question of empowering the young generation with a sense of self-worth. He led with example, and on many occasions, he had to admonish that the youth should get involved in the process of governance by getting prepared themselves. His motto was discipline in all that you do. Despite his advancement in years, until he died at the age of 60 years a fortnight ago, many had the erroneous impression that Kapi was about to turn 50. He had tremendous energy, especially when it had to do with the youth. His slogan was something like, "Tomorrow should not be like today." He had a vision that the youth of the Southwest should plan and work towards how the tomorrow of the region should be. It was thus not a surprise that he found himself in the Oduduwa People's Congress in 1994 to an amiable leader who gave his all to the struggle for a better life in these parts. Adieu, Odigba, Odigbose. September 29, 2003, the bell tolls. Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour in which the Son of Man is coming. Holy Bible, Matthew 25, verse 13, New King James Version. Listening to the good women choir of the Christ Apostolic Church Ibadan on Saturday, I felt a need to share a part of the message delivered by the Mrs. D.A. Fashoyin-led group with Nigerian politicians. The death on Thursday of former Senate President Dr. Chuba Okadibo was without a warning. Until his death, Okadibo was a titan in the Nigerian political firmament. He was well endowed. This has been acknowledged by both his friends and political opponents. Despite the problems between the Senate and the presidency while Okadibo's leadership of the upper chamber of the National Assembly lasted, there is no controversy about the prestige and glamour he restored to the office of the Senate president. The man had during the Second Republic also carved the niche for himself, irrespective of the differences he had with the late Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe at the time. Okadibo left important landmarks in the politics of that period. He deployed his intellectual endowment in the service of the party to which he belonged at the time. And in tributes after tributes, the late politician is being showered with encomiums, which I believe he rightly deserves. But having played his part in Nigeria's political evolution, for those who believe in the hereafter, Okadibo has started another chapter in the journey of his soul. He now has to give account of his earthly stewardship to him that no one can confront. After all, there is hardly any politician of note who does not believe in the existence of the Almighty. That is why the period of the great politician's passage, which coincides with Nigeria's independence anniversary celebration, should be an occasion for sober reflection by all those involved in the country's political process. Persevering faith, as pointed out by Mrs. Fashoyin's group, is a necessary amulet for life's journey. Using the parable of the 10 virgins to illustrate this point, years of perseverance does not matter when debate about the hereafter arises. It is enough to end the debate if it was discovered that the person concerned had drifted away from what he or she had been expected to do. Of course, the results would be like that of 5 of the virgins, eternal regret because there would be no opportunity for a second attempt. Nigerian politicians have been placed in positions of stewardship in the affairs of this country, and the sorry state of affairs that the country's socio-economic situation has been plunged into remains a testimony of how well this category of Nigerians has performed. This is not a blanket condemnation of all those who have found themselves in positions where they could have made a difference in the lives of their compatriots. It is for those who have consistently and deliberately eased things up in the pursuit of parochial goals to sit back and ponder how their hereafter will look like. Misdemeanors by these categories of politicians could be treated as a family affair. The police and the judiciary could even look the other way when they should have acted to check the excesses of looters masquerading as leaders. It is even possible that not even the United States government can get near the accounts where looted funds have been stashed away for the use of the children and family members of such individuals. But as pointed out by the CSC choir, no created being will be able to escape their just punishment, irrespective of status or piety on that day. Okadigbo, may God rest his soul in peace, has finished his race. It is time for those left behind to consider the question of where they will be after completing their earthly work. God cannot be bribed, and he does not inform anyone when the time will be up. October 13, 2003. Adieu, Ajuluchukwu. Barely a few days after the demise of former Senate President Dr. Chuba Okadigbo, another titan on the Nigerian political scene, Chief MCK Ajuluchukwu, has joined his ancestors. Unlike Okadigbo's, Ajuluchukwu's death came after a period of illness which the late nationalist had to observe in his hometown. He was in the land of his forefathers when his time expired. I never met the late politician personally, but he was always my first contact anytime there was a serious national issue concerning the Igbo. There was never a time he hesitated to provide answers to questions from the politics desk of the Punch. He was a reliable politician who was prepared to go the extra mile to educate a journalist on aspects of a story one might not have had the privilege of being informed about. Maybe it was the journalist in him, or just the plain sense of contributing to information dissemination, which is an essential element of any democracy. Ajuluchukwu was never proud in his conduct. For a man whom I spoke with on the telephone many times, and sometimes when it might not be all that convenient, he was always ready to assist in whatever way he could. His conduct reminded me of former Vice President Dr. Alex Ekwueme, who displayed a similar attribute in the course of a study in the Abacha regime in 1997. Taught me such conduct can only come from persons with an unalloyed interest in the common good. Individuals of this variety are very rare, and that is why I believe that Ajuluchukwu deserves all the encomiums being showered on him and more. Some have argued that the activists involved in the agitation for Nigerians' independence were mostly journalists who later left the profession for politics. In addition, the argument goes, this category of journalists were well grounded in their beliefs, making the politics of the time to be different from that of today. This, according to the school of thought, is the defining factor in which the interest of the ordinary people was paramount in the hearts of this category of politicians. Since Ajuluchukwu was one of these activists turned politicians, it is important to point out that fantastic as journalism is in shaping an individual's outlook to life, The profession does very little to change what person already had implanted in the soul. Ajuluchuku and people like him were first and foremost humanists even before entering journalism. They were interested in social justice and change from a situation which they considered inic- inimical for the well-being of man, irrespective of his status. It was not enough for the caliber of people to have a good life themselves. As long as there were people whose lives could be improved upon, Ajuluchuku people like him were never happy. If the lives of some of them, which I have observed, could be used as an example, they chose to be journalists because they wanted an avenue to change the society for the better. Their choice was not based on being permanent members of the pen fraternity. It was a means to an end. Their movement into partisan politics, an area where they undoubtedly made names as apostles of change in the Nigerian society, could confirm this. Ajuluchuku was among the men and women who never for once believed that things should remain the way they were simply because they had no power to change them. They believed in working at it until light was discovered at the end of the tunnel. Complaining without the right action was out of the place for these individuals. They had to get involved instead of simply waiting for things to sort themselves out. That may perhaps explain why in the twilight of Ojuluchukwu's life, he was involved with the Patriots. The battle is yet to be won. It does not matter that steadfast politicians like MCK has passed on. His noble spirit should be around as a guide for members of the younger generation interested in ensuring that locusts do not continue to feast on Nigeria. Adieu, Baba. April 5th, 2004. A Daniel's date with history. Listening to the vituperation of a man encounter at Ijemo in Abeokuta, Ogun State last week, one would have been in no doubt that Governor Gbenga Daniel had committed some unpardonable sin against a section of the state where he is the number one citizen. The venue being a popular eatery off the Punch office along Alake Road, it is a part of the town where one can expect to pick up local info on happenings in the state. Probably in his 60s, the robust man clutching a bottle of star beer was angry that the Ogun State capital was yet to benefit from the performance of the governor since assuming office last year. According to the man, whose name I dared not ask at the time, yes, he is doing well, but all the things being done are located in other parts of the state. What is the offense of the Abeokuta people? He was not happy that a cargo airport being proposed for the state would not be sited in Abeokuta. He was also unhappy that the recently approved Ogun State Export Processing Zone, which Daniel has promised to turn into an important port, will be located at the Ogun Waterside local government area of the state. The man claimed that a power plant being planned for the Palanto area in Ewekoro local government had been effectively pushed out of Abeokuta. He would not be persuaded that the realization of the Abeokuta-Shagamu Road by the Ogun State government is a major project that should open up not just Abeokuta but the entire stretch to a business boom. Nothing would persuade the man that other projects were being carried out in his area of interest. It was as if I was at the point on the governor's behalf as he railed at me. Two young men sitting across turned out to be the saving grace of my companion and I. Being from Ijemo, both men knew the man very well and insisted we should discuss other aspects of life in Ogun State instead of a misplaced argument about where the governor's performance was directed. Their argument was that since the man did not accuse the governor of inaction Both of us probably viewed Daniel's activities from different angles. Our discussion over cold bottles of materials meant to quench the thirst of one who had spent close to 2 hours in the sun revolved around how far Daniel had gone in ensuring an enduring legacy for the Gateway State. Yes, intra-city roads in Ijebu-Ode, Shagamu, and Songwater, among others, including one or two federal roads, are being worked on by the ubiquitous Ogun State Road Maintenance Agency. Even the permanent site of the Olabisi Olabanjo University is being given a facelift by Ogroma, which seems to be everywhere in Ogun State. So what's the big deal about a governor who always insists that he is a disciple of the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, despite his membership of the People's Democratic Party? For me, the big deal is about Daniel's vision. No elected leader in a society like ours needs 1 month to show that he knows what to do with an electoral mandate. If within that period the person has not shown that he is capable of solving already established problems, then he perhaps is undeserving of the mandate. This has been the case with Daniel. Ogroma swung into action shortly after the governor was sworn in. It was as if the agency was being kept in the cooler for Daniel to emerge as governor. And as it is with Ogroma, much protocol does not come into play with issues that affect the daily lives of Ogun State residents. Hospitals are being given a facelift across the state, while signs of life could be seen in other parastatals of government. The approach is no longer that of government speaking. Civil servants are being asked to put in the worth of their salaries. It is not yet 1 year that Daniel took the oath of office as governor, yet definite signs of change has emerged in Ogun State. At 48 years of age, it is a definite sign that a generation of Yoruba is still waiting in the wings to prove that the magic to perform remains, and the Ogun State governor is enough proof that things can still be as of old in these parts. Observing him at a close range while working at home last week, it did not surprise me that the private sector had given an asset to Ogun State. With his trademark eyeglasses pressed stop his nose, Daniel was punching away on a desktop computer keyboard close to a laptop computer. Despite the odd hour, 9 p.m., it was clear from the materials on his table that the governor would still work late into the night. Being worried about the present marks out an individual as being responsible. But for someone who combines that with how the future should be, Daniel is surely walking along a well-known path. June 13, 2004. 11 years after June 12, reflections on political trend. We will not forget that Basharu Abiola died for our freedom. We will not forget that Kudirat Abiola was a sacrificial offering for us. We will not forget that Papa Alfred Riwain was killed to redeem us. We will not forget the humiliation and deprivations suffered by the prisoners of war. We will not forget that the same vultures that bled Nigeria almost to death are still prowling in the corridors of power today. Chairman Afenifere, Europe, Chief Kole Omololu, June 12, 2004. I left the defunct Trope 1993 campaign headquarters of the late Basharu Moshood Abiola last Saturday, when the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Mr. Adams Oshomole, was about to conclude his speech. Some civil society groups had invited the cream of the pro-democracy movement during the military years to be part of the commemoration of the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election at the Obi Street end of the Abiola estate. Having earlier paid a flying visit to a similar event at the Women Development Center Agege, which was put together by the leader of the Oduduwa People's Congress, Chief Gani Adams. I felt it was time to go back to the beginning. I was desperate to get to Idioro and parts of Igbo Bifadei on time in order to spiritually connect with the unsung who were either killed or injured while the struggle to have the election they annoyed lasted. Baba Koli, Musa Makaliki, Shegun Mustafa, Yesere Esuru, and Egbon Femi were among those that made up the enlightened segment of the Idioro troops. Between June and October 1993, they were regular among the throngs that moved from the Fadeyi end of Ikorodu Road to Abiola's Ikeja residence. The return journey was always through a deserted Oshodi, but we were lucky because none of the 127 Agege Motor Road boys was hit by bullets throughout their participation. Ndubisi Odogun, 19 years old at the time, was not that lucky. He had joined other Egbons from Ayonuga Street, among other parts of the Odi Oloro Street side of Adeyi, to contribute to the struggle along Ikorodu Road, a few meters away from the bus stop. The policemen and soldiers, who had no riot gear except live bullets, soon began to unleash their terror. Undu's right wrist was mangled by the bullets as he made to escape like the others. Being an Omo Adugbo, I was able to track him down, now 30 years old. When I saw him at Ereko Street, Odi Oloro, last Saturday, the scar of that July 6, 1993 has remained with him. 11 years after he was shot, Ndu is still at a loss while the police did it. Since the people were only protesting what they felt was a wrong decision by the government. From Ereko, I made my way to Akara. I did not talk to anyone here because it is like a second home. I only immersed myself in the spirit of the area and made a quick dash across the rail line to the Igbobi side of Odi Oloro. I trekked some distance up to Horashewo before I called it a day in a bid to feel again how it was during the hot days of 10 to 11 years ago. While it is true that the Idioro and Mushi boys tried from my personal experience, the credit for really making things hot for both the police and the soldiers should go to the boys of Fadeyi area. Whether it is the Mushi side or Shomolu side of Fadeyi, these young men and women trod where the lions dare not go. With only stones and empty bottles of beer and soft drinks, they were able to dislodge the soldiers and policemen from certain parts of Ikorodu Road. However, some of them paid with their lives for this feat. Live bullets were fired by the police and soldiers at the protests on both sides of Fadeyi. Even those who tried to shut the gates of their streets were not that lucky. People were killed instead of being arrested. Unfortunately, the police did not leave all the dead bodies on the streets as they quickly took them away from the scene. And that is why mention must be made of the Guardian's former science reporter, Akin Jimo. Contrary to claims by the police at the time, Mr. Jimo's fact-finding visit to some mortuaries confirmed the figures of those killed by the police. He did not ask for figures from the mortuary staff as he counted the dead bodies himself. And unknown to him, he joined in the long list of those who contributed to the June 12th struggle. As I left the DOO last Saturday, my thoughts switched to London at the Northumberland Avenue office of the Nigerian High Commission. There was a lady fair in complexion, whose name I cannot easily remember now. It could be Adamma or something like that. She featured regularly in the placard-carrying section of the anti-Abacha campaign in the British capital. It was during one of such protests to the Nigerian High Commission that I also met Moji Obasa, and a couple of like like, is it Mr. or Chief Filani? But Dr. Kayode Fayemi was in action in London. It was as if his biological father's inheritance had been violated, and he would not have any of the infringement on his rights. His hatred for dictatorship was total. And what I should say about the Woodville Baptist Church, Cardiff, where the Nigerian situation was a major item on the prayer list. The Catholic chaplaincy of Cardiff University even went a step further, especially for the late Ken Sarowiwa. A talk was organized by the student members to address the Ogoni situation in Nigeria. Of course, there are countless other people that one does not know about. But wherever you are today, and in whatever way you contributed to the struggle to free Nigeria from the shackles of military repression, may the Almighty look upon you with mercy, and may the spirit of those killed in the course of that titanic struggle forever rest in perfect peace. June 21, 2004. Fears about Sovereign National Conference. Participation at a seminar organized by the Center for Public Policy Analysis, Ibadan, Oyo State, last Friday, insisted that Nigeria needs to convene a sovereign national conference to pave way for unhindered socio-political and economic progress in the country. The president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Chief Wole Olanipekun, was there. So also was the chairman of the Campaign for Democracy, Mr. Moshood Enrolorubami, managing editor of the news magazine, Mr. Babafemi Ojudu, and a host of others. It was a full house of those to be reckoned with in the struggle against poor governance in Nigeria as they gathered to deliberate on 2007. In search of good leadership, but unlike before, my feelings about the usefulness of a sovereign national conference in resolving the many contradictions in the Nigerian state are no longer the same. With due respect to those who may feel that one has been compromised, my position about the way forward for Nigeria is no longer that of an SNC. Things are no longer the same, as we currently have a pack of wolves masquerading as a herd of sheep in the polity. What I mean. Let me illustrate it thus. Up to the early 1980s, it was more of a social stigma for a Christian to be labeled an SU. Of course, the abbreviation represents the Scripture Union. It was not used to address members of the Christian group. Those being called SUs at the time were born-again Christians who could be distinguished by their practical biblical approach to almost all aspects of life. It was almost unheard of to hear about a born-again Christian or SU of those days to be involved in anything that he or she would be ashamed to admit to publicly. Employing an SU in an organization at the time was an insurance against being swindled by employees. The SU would not compromise Christian standards, no matter the threat to his or her position. Wherever you found an SU, antisocial behavior would likely not dominate in such an environment. Armed or pen robbers dared not mix in worship with the SUs. They lived the Christian life in practice. However, those who claim the same status with the SUs are perhaps in their millions in Nigeria today. So today's born-again Christians have given a new meaning to the teachings of Jesus Christ. It is in their midst that a lot of objectionable practices thrive. They promote the gifts of God higher than the fruit of his awesome presence. Yet they believe that none represents the Son of God better than themselves. Of course, it is glaring how well such Christians have fared in their earthly pilgrimage. The above scenario is not too different from that of the polity has continued to decay. Many principled individuals have sacrificed their principles on the altar of compromise. So I wonder if it is still the same SNC campaigned for by the likes of former NBA President Mr. Raul aka Bashorun that will hold if Baba Iyabo suddenly changed his opposition to the idea. Some elected political office holders who remain faithful apostles of the SNC do not seem any better than those they persistently rail against. They have no democratic credentials as they have displayed none since 1999. But most importantly, these individuals whose rank is being swelled daily by others like them have worked against certain pillars of democracy and continue to do so with impunity. The convocation of an SNC presupposes that the mass media will perform its role without being subservient to those in authority while the process is going on. The watchdog of the society will thus acquaint itself as an impartial observer of events unlike what obtains today. My fears for an SNC in today's Nigeria are based on the fact that as in the late General Sani Abacha's time, genuine representatives of the people may not get a chance to be part of the conference. For emphasis' sake, some of the key elements needed for a result-oriented SNC are an independent and virile mass media. Independent, in the sense used here, does not mean private ownership. A private media organization can still be subservient to certain interests or those in authority. The British Broadcasting Corporation is owned by government, but it is certainly not subservient to Mr. Tony Blair. An independent judiciary. The same argument applies. In a situation where the leadership of the judiciary feels it is subservient to those in authority, either at the private or government level, there cannot be a level playing field in picking candidates for any elective position. The rule of law would also most certainly have been buried. In any election, the role of the police is crucial. If the leadership of the law enforcement agency cannot distinguish between a political office holder and the laws of the land that it took an oath to enforce, there is bound to be a problem. Today, without the police and other law enforcement agencies on your side, I wonder how safe an electoral officer will feel to declare anyone winner of an election. July 19, 2004. CV, a rugged sailor at 17. A pirate is an individual that has dedicated himself to fight against social injustice. A Hoy Darkroom, Ash, Montana, November 20th, 1988. Being deckhands at the time, Capon Blood of Tortuga was more than a role model for those on an ABC deck aboard Ash, Montana, about 16 years ago. Known to landlubbers at Professor Wole Soyinka, this septuagenarian infected the lives of young pirates in more ways than one. But the sole desire of prospective sea dogs in joining the National Association of Sea Dogs at the time was to actualize a long-held dream, a contributing to Nigeria's emancipation. We wanted a change for the better in the society. However, the Ogun State University deckhands idea of immediately. As parents, we were taught that any meaningful change in the society begins with oneself. It has an equivalent in what adherents of Christianity often describe as being born again. Thus, on Falkland deck, Sea Dogs resolved to initiate a change for the better. Of course, guided by the 7 radar blades and the 4 compass points, the authorities of Ogun State University, as it was well known, had cause to commend the National Association of Sea Dogs for the work of its members. In one of the activities carried out by the DEC, we effectively stopped the proofreading of library books for about 3 years when a category of sea dogs was there. In 1 month alone, sea dogs were able to recover about 100 books stolen from the library by some students, who always considered their interests above those of others. For Falklands, Deckhands, all before self was a daily experience. For one, of course, the consequence for the polity is better left to the imagination, as its reverberation will be felt across the country. It will not be again to any group which may want to exploit the unfortunate events in the state to its advantage. The history of the Southwest and the realities on the ground attest to this fact. Arguments could be profiled to the effect that the failure of the leadership in the region is primarily responsible for Ige's death. Even that of the slain Ogun State House of Assembly member, Mr. Odunayo Olagbaju, will be seen in this light as well. Interestingly, however, the Afenifere leadership is not the only one in bad shape. The federal government, which Ige served as Justice Minister and Attorney General, is equally in a mess. But let's pick them one after the other. The Pan-Yoruba Socio-Political Group is back in the First and Second Republics. Only the mischievous would insist that what is happening now is new. It is not. Only that one is disappointed that the Afenifere leadership has not learnt enough from the past to check this ugly trend. For the federal government, what happened to its justice minister is a confirmation of what it has buried its head in the sand about. Groups and individuals have shouted themselves hoarse over the increasing state of insecurity in the country. But those at the helm of affairs apparently feel that everything is in order, whether in Ebonyi, where the forces of Senate President Chief Anin Pius and those of the state governor, Dr. Sam Egu, recently did battle, or Abia State, where the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Mr. Stanley Ohajuruka, is apprehensive of being killed by political opponents. The current happenings in the polity reflect the state of our being as a nation. Good enough, the National Assembly cannot initiate the proclamation of a state of emergency according to Section 305 of the 1999 Constitution. Even the provisions of Section 11 of the same Constitution, while giving room for legislation on behalf of a state house of assembly that cannot sit, does not allow the removal of the governor or his deputy during this period. Section 11b. January 7, 2002. Soiling Ige's name. Ms. Toyin Fagbeyi's recent piece on the state of politics in Yoruba land makes an interesting reading. To the undiscerning, it would come across as a genuine effort to raise issues and arrive at a conclusion that should favor a new reality in Yoruba politics. Unfortunately, it is nothing but a cheap attempt to pull the wool over the eyes of many in a vain attempt to rubbish a certain group by those who want a democratic space in Yoruba land. But more than that, alongside similar views, which are being systematically emphasized, it has the capacity to exacerbate the current tension in this part of the country. The gruesome murder of Afenifere's deputy leader, Chief James Ajibola Ige, is now being turned into a weapon in the hands of those who want to have a private political axe to grind. What a callous way to drag the late icon's name in the mud. These parochial minds who do not have a good grasp of Yoruba history appear unconcerned about the negative fallout of their myopic venture on the polity. No doubt there have been misgivings about the late Justice Minister among the Yoruba, But no one can remove Ige from the exalted position he occupies in the heart of our people. It is not that these so-called elders are saints. No doubt, they have their many faults, but the baby should not be thrown away with the bath water. To do so would be to expose the hidden agenda behind such a move. Besides the vituperations contained in her piece, I'm convinced that those at the helm of the negative campaign against the Afenifere are not doing it because they love the Yorubas. Yes, they could be Yoruba themselves, but they are doing it for parochial political considerations rather than that of the Southwest. Reading through Alhaji L.A.K. Jimoh's Ilorin, the journey so far last week. I was humbled by the Fulani's understanding of Yoruba's politics. The book, like Reverend Samuel Johnson, The History of the Yoruba, exposes the current development in the land as having similarities with those that followed the brutal murder of Afonja by his guests. While in one breath praising the political sagacity of the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo, critics of the Yoruba leadership persist in indirectly pouring scorn on the late sage politics. Nigeria is what it is today, largely due to the nationalistic role of the Yoruba. These pertain to events before independence and at the height of the crisis that led to the civil war in the late 60s. Awolowo's influence and that of his associates could be found in these events. The Muslim will tell you that it is a plain double speak to praise Prophet Muhammad, PBHOH, and pour scorn on the rightly guided caliphs. He or she won't even take it from you. Awolowo was brilliant, yes, but he was certainly not an island. In terms of what the Western region achieved through him, he had faithful lieutenants who contributed in no small measure to give the Yoruba whatever advantage they had over their contemporaries in Nigeria today. On a last note, an embrace of who we are as a people has always brought peace and development to these parts, but it has been significantly oiled by a reverence for our ancestors and the gods, through whom they commune with Olodumare. I am a believer too, but I have had to contend with the reality of Yoruba race in recent times. Fagbeyi should, therefore, pocket her blanket denigration of Yoruba traditional practices. A river that forgets its source is destined to dry up. May 13, 2002. Trouble in our house. I was sad for the better part of last week. One was due to some personal issues, while the other had to do with the problems of the Alliance for Democracy, AD, and indirectly Afenifere. Going through a list of those expected to defect from the party to the People's Democratic Party, PDP, I felt very sad that a party with so much promise could be brought to this sorry pass. More AD senators and members of the House of Representatives are expected to defect to the PDP in the Southwest soon. These renegades have been called names ranging from ingrates to the greedy. Some of them may rightly deserve these appellations, but I doubt if all of them deserve to be treated with contempt for leaving a party to which they gave their all since its inception. Up to now, none of these calling the renegade's name has had the courage to admit that something serious had gone wrong with the Awolowo political family. It is an established fact in public relations that only by owning up to problems within a group can trust and understanding be established within its fold and with admirers who are outside the organization. It is only from this point that positive dividends can come in for the group in question. A foundation of peace built on mistrust cannot last. That is the reality of life, especially in an organic association like a political group. This cannot be said of AD. This is despite the recent peace efforts initiated by Afenifere. Unfortunately, the AD crisis has its roots mainly in the southwest, and as rightly predicted by observers, a resolution of the southwest problem would automatically affect others elsewhere. I could be wrong because I have been working on my memory, but I'm yet to see the political associates of the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo manage a political association successfully since the man died in 1987. They were in the Social Democratic Party (SDP), but with the exception of Lagos and Ogun State, the People Democratic Movement (PDM) effectively controlled all SDP states at the time. Yes, they were the major actors in the fight against the monstrous Sani Abacha regime, and for the party that enjoyed their staunch support, AD, won the 6 states in the southwest. But to what extent have they managed the positive public relations from their fight against dictatorship since the current democratic dispensation began? A qualitative leadership is known by its foresight. The ability to see beyond the present is an essential quality of those aspiring to lead a people, like those who usually vote for progressive parties in Nigeria. Yet it is as if the official and unofficial AD leadership, including those in Afenifere, do not appreciate the enormity of the problems at hand. They appear to take it for granted that those who voted for the party in 1999 would always do so without qualms. What naivety! The pattern of politics in Nigeria is taking a form that is quite different from what it was in the recent past, and only a discerning leadership can adequately appreciate and prepare for it. But for the likes of former American President Bill Clinton, Britain's Tony Blair, Germany's Gerhard Schröder, and the recently humbled French President Lionel Jospin, their respective ordinary people-loving parties would have continued in the wilderness. But buoyed by a middle-of-the-road approach to politics as enunciated by Clinton, they were able to confront the new politics of their respective countries and claim victory for their parties. It is time for the Afenifere leadership to reevaluate its political compass and make necessary amends. Pretending that all is well when its ship is adrift can only spell disaster in the long run. And for those who feel they are the best things that have ever happened to politics because they are big shots occupying high offices, their political nemesis could be known. It is important and absolutely true that they consider the future rather than an inferior present. February 17, 2003, a wrong turn. When General Sani Abacha died suddenly in 1998, it was clear to many that if care was not taken then, a similar fate would befall Basharu Moshood Abiola. Unfortunately, repeated calls to some of the key persons involved in the struggle against military dictatorship did not yield a positive response. They were busy charting a fresh path for Nigeria without the input of the man elected to serve as the president in 1993. In fact, Abiola was effectively shut out of all their discussions on how to move Nigeria forward. When the man eventually died in military custody, it was crocodile tears galore by those who should have insisted on seeing him before entering into any meaningful dialogue with the military. It was the events of that period in 1998 that substantially reshaped my political thinking. Yes, one has to concede some things to our leaders, but parochial interest rather than a vision of how the future should be seen to be on the ascendancy, a short-term view of events will on the long run negatively affect any group, no matter how powerful. The fall of many empires has been discovered to be from this very faulty line. The present should guide the future. If not that empire would soon become history, And that is why I'm angry with the Afenifere leadership in Lagos for leaving the Alliance for Democracy (AD) to align with the Progressive Action Congress (PAC). I cannot claim knowledge of their grievances against Governor Bola Tinubu Justice Forum, which has now taken effective control of AD in Lagos. But the fact remains that the Alhaji Ganiyu Dawodu led Afenifere was hasty in his decision to leave the party. Politics is about a continuous struggle for control by groups. Within larger groups, the fact that one group has gained ascendancy does not mean that every other one has been pushed aside should leave. It is impolitic to do so, and that is why Mr. Funsho Williams did not enjoy the sympathy of most Lagos Afenifere members when he defected to the People's Democratic Party (PDP). Being a politician in this part of the country should transcend the spoils of office. I've heard arguments that strangers who did not contribute to the formation of AD had now taken center stage in the party. It does not matter. When apartheid crumbled in South Africa, most of those who fought against it did not gain much politically or even economically for that matter. The reason is that they were both in South Africa all the while but had little economic clout. Majority of those who gained position and wealth after the liberation struggle were African National Congress (ANC) members who had fled the country. New ANC members with clout and influence must have also fared better than the old members who bore the brunt of the suffering of the apartheid years. It has been like that all through history. The only consolation, of course, was that the party with a vision of how South Africa should be like had taken power in that country. But in the current scenario, it is not only the Dawodu group that should reap the blame of the current developments in Lagos (AD). The larger Afenifere leadership appears to be losing team. Afenifere is the umbrella body of AD in the southwest. What is going to be Afenifere's relationship with Dawodu and its members now? Except a special arrangement is put in place, I do not see how members of Afenifere in PAC will be allowed into the larger group's meeting, since AD matters, especially strategy, will be discussed at such a gathering. Thus, technically, Dawodu and his members have shut themselves out of Afenifere. Even if they had the blessings of the parent body to do what they have done, it still remains political hierarchy in a region where the position of the mainstream matters in political decision making. They have given the Tinubu group the opportunity to occupy the position Dawodu and his men had once retained in Afenifere meetings. Dawodu and his group may want to prove a point. The reason for rejecting the Afenifere leadership's 60-40 formula by the Justice Forum was a claim by the Tinubu group that the Lagos State Afenifere does not have an appreciable support base in any of the state's 20 local governments. But the fact remains that there was no alignment with PAC. Those of us in the media are aware that PAC is a baby of Afenifere itself. It was meant to prove cynics like the Justice Forum wrong that the group does not have a political agenda of its own outside of what the governors of the 6 southwest states support. In essence, PSC's structures remain that of the Afenifere's mainstream and not necessarily that of Dawodu alone. It is for this reason that one would have expected the leadership to effectively settle whatever problems there are in the House, instead of allowing things to get this far. There has been so much motion without movement in terms of peace meeting brokered by the leadership in the Lagos AD affair. Glaring inadequacies have been glossed over, which do not portray the leadership itself in good light. Except in the Lagos AD, as it is currently constituted, I have never come across a party that should, with scant regard, jettison efforts at reconciling differing factions within a political organization. Even PDP, with all its clout, have refused to throw away former Vice President Dr. Alex Ekweme. There seems to be a phantom belief in the ability of AD to weather the storm of his current problems, with the array of opponents now gathering against the person of Tinubu. The Awadus group may have committed a blunder by defecting to PAC. However, only the April election will prove which is the wise one between the Tinubu and Dawodu's group. But beyond all this, it is becoming clearer that a broom is being laid at the feet of the Afenifere leadership itself. It is Dawodu today. Let's wait and see whose turn it is. It will turn tomorrow. On the whole, it is interesting to understand the vision Afenifere has for itself when disagreements within one of its state chapters could not be resolved by their leadership. After all, personal interest should have been put aside in a group with a sound vision. March 10, 2003, Aro of Afenifere. Events of the past few weeks have vindicated some of us. Late last year, I was tagged a political upstart for trying to assist the Lagos chapter of the Alliance for Democracy, AD. In reading its wounds, there was no crisis, no problem, we were told. But despite the attempt to pour scorn on our work here, the advice of today should not be taken as a retaliatory missile. It is being made in good faith because, at the end of the day, our critics will discover that politicians are only a part of the political actors in any society. A situation where some of them arrogate positions which they do not occupy to themselves will, in the end, most likely expose such individuals to ridicule. I was amused on getting to downtown Munshi last week. AD posters were conspicuous with their larger-than-life Afenifere labels on the walls of some buildings in the area. Afenifere is AD and AD is Afenifere, read one of the posters. I'm sure the posters must have created problems for some close aides of Governor Bola Tinubu. Until Alhaji Gani Dawodu took his exit from AD last month. The song of most of those on the governor's side of the division and the party was that AD had nothing to do with Afenifere and vice versa. Dawodu's defection to the PAC even heightened such talks. You could overhear some of them saying the Babas have finally buried themselves. But that was because the posters of PAC in lively red, white, green and black colors made their debut on the streets of Lagos, PAC, on all its posters, proudly displays Afenifere's name. In an innovation, Lagos AD has now borrowed a poster of PAC/Afenifere was retained beside that of a candidate. However, this is not the issue. What got me thinking was the U-turn made by some of those who had poured scorn on Afenifere in the recent past. It was the Dawodu's group that steadfastly maintained the name without any addition or subtraction. Through all their lean years as members of a party in government, but effectively outside that government, they retained the identity of the organization from which they believed they derived being. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling that the grassroots will determine the destiny of politicians in a democracy must have steered in a particular direction. Thus, the speed with which Lagos AD had tried to identify with Afenifere, this should not have been so. If wise counsel had been allowed to prevail a desperate attempt to explain why Senator Abraham Adesonya's position would not have been necessary, had a give and take attitude been generally adopted while the crisis lasted. I had long known that when push comes to shove, Adesanya might not necessarily kick against Dawodu. The Lagos Afenifere leader has his many faults, no doubt, but a careful consideration of the Lagos AD issue would reveal to a conscious observer that many paths should not have been taken by the apparent victors in the encounter. And to me, that was the import of Adesoya's anger against Tinubu's group when he labeled it as the intransigent side. Back to the matter at hand, AD National Publicity Secretary Alhaji Rafiu Jafojo last week urged Dawudu not to drag the party's name into the PAC. Jafojo argued rightly that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) recognized only one part as AD in the country, irrespective of what the Abuja High Court had said about the factionalization of the party. I will cast my lot with Jafojo. INEC took only the list of candidates presented by Alhaji Ahmed Abdulkadir, who is Jafojo's leader. Dawudu's leader, Ambassador Maman Yusuf, had his list of candidates rejected. The electoral body insisted on recognizing Abdul's group until a court of competent jurisdiction ruled otherwise. I would thus advise Dawudu and his group to drop AD from whatever name they adopt in order not to confuse the electorate on Elections Day. In addition, it is important for Yusuf's supporters, who are mainly in Dawudu's group, to drop all litigations against AD as a party. From my observation, there is not a single serious AD element outside of Lagos that is involved in the current litigation against the party at the national level. This is a confirmation of an earlier observation I made last year that the Lagos AD crisis was affecting the party beyond the confines of the state. Thus, who want to remain in AD should be allowed to enjoy the peace, while others who have found greener pastures elsewhere should make to do with what they have and not to be outside and piecing into another man's house. There is no doubt that AD has become another man's house to those who have joined a different party, except there is reconciliation or a repudiation of whatever such persons have entered into. They should have nothing to do with AD. But the same advice goes to the Lagos State AD chairman, Prince Abiodun Ogunleye. He should immediately instruct his members to drop Afenifere from all their campaign posters. It is not just a question of confusion of names that is important here. It had been established times without number in Lagos AD, as it is currently constituted, that Afenifere was a party's problem. Even at a time, other Southwest chapters of AD had Afenifere boldly written on their signboards. It was not so with the faction headed by Ogunleye. The past 2 years witnessed a concerted effort by that side of Lagos AD to relegate Afenifere's name to the background in all they were doing. A reversal of this approach as elections draw near is thought suspect. This is more so given the fact that the Dawudu group had been consistently identified with the name in Lagos. If fair must be fair, Lagos AD should withdraw the posters bearing Afenifere. The appellation Afenifere rightly belongs to the Dawudu group, which, in my estimation, has earned the name and the spirit behind it. October 6, 2003, remembering Chief Obafemi Awolowo. During the Second Republic, the last Chief Obafemi Awolowo often criticized President Shehu Shagari for lapses in the management of the country's economy. At the time, some key members of the ruling National Party of Nigeria would deride Awo's criticism and paint the old man as being a rabble-rouser because he did not win the 1979 presidential election. But what none of the MPN brigades could not take from the late Unity Party of Nigerian leader was the sense in his criticism. Ao argued with facts. On the other hand, his critics, unable to answer him, resorted to antics often used by the unserious. Ao's arguments were filled with facts and figures of the Nigerian economy. The man had details of current global and local economic trends at his fingertip. He was not just his was not just criticism because he did not like the face of the man at the helm of the country's affairs. He always counseled on the way out for all the problems he identified for the government of the day. Each point of his argument was followed by a practical way out, which the government could adopt for the sake of the hapless citizenry. It did not matter that he was ignored. His role, which he dutifully carried out to the Shagari government, was kicked out in December 1983, was that of an opposition politician who knew his onions. He served Nigeria and its people well by offering an alternative to the NPN's economic agenda at the time. Unfortunately, as Nigerians prepare for another round of labor unrest due to last week's hike in fuel prices, the leading opposition parties are yet to discover their roles. Some still sulking from their defeat by the ruling People's Democratic Party feel that the country should just grind to a halt. The unnerving thing about such political parties is that even before the April general elections, it was as if they wanted power for the sake of it. They had no alternative agenda to whatever PDP was offering nations. Beyond the usual rhetoric of "we no go gree," not even the biggest opposition political group, the All Nigerian People's Party, has displayed any reasonable understanding of the way forward. Why should a country endowed with so much be at the bottom of the Global Development Index? Why should petroleum products be scarce in a country acknowledged as one of the biggest crude oil exporters in the world? The labor movement can protest to its heart's desires. Civil society groups, among other non-governmental organizations, can join hands to force the government to change its mind about the questionable deregulation of the downstream oil sector at this time. But what we expect from Nigerians' political parties is definitely different. Practical alternatives to what the PDP-led federal government is implementing from Abuja will be a welcome relief to most Nigerians. It is not enough to argue that a government is bad. Anyone can say that. Having integrity like a saint is also not enough qualification to rule Nigeria. It takes more than that. A practical roadmap, complete with a manifest determination, like Ao did during the Second Republic, is all that we need at this time. Ironically, these are lacking, especially in the leadership of the biggest opposition party, ANPP. During the Second Republic, the difference between states controlled by NPN and UPN was almost like between Goshen and the rest of Egypt shortly after Moses returned from his sojourn in Midian. Ao could not be accused of deceit in his criticism of Shagari because he had examples of what he was preaching in the 6 states controlled by his party. Socioeconomic programs which the government at the center could not implement were being done with ease in most of the UPN states. I wonder if the same can be said of ANPP states today. There is an urgent need to go back to the drawing board. ANPP, as the biggest opposition party in the country, should follow the Awolowo example in doing this. October 20, 2003. Welcome relief. Sir Olaniwo Ajayi is not a saint, no doubt. Anyway, those who are saints may not be able to live among men on earth, especially in this part of the globe, where the art of politics is another name for questionable activities. But there is a refreshing presence to this old man from Ishara, Remo. Arguably, one of the old guards among the few remaining faithful of the late sage, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the Afenifere chieftain, along with some others, are making some commendable moves for the revitalization of the pan-Yoruba social political group. Working quietly behind the scene to understand the current sorry state of Afenifere, Ajayi and his group, mainly middle-aged activities and politicians, believe that the relevance of the group in Nigerian politics cannot be wished away. During a discussion with him at his country home in Ogun State a few weeks ago, Ajayi admitted that avoidable mistakes were made by Afenifere in his operation and conduct. He was also for amends when mistakes had been made and a refreshing presence where foul processes had been allowed to take root. His group believes a break with rigidity in political conduct is not synonymous with abandonment of cherished principles. That is why the political committee announced on behalf of Afenifere by the old man is a welcome relief. It is not a shame to lose one's position. Going about town with heads bowed because of defeat does not solve any problem. Understanding the whys and hows of the defeat and acting on the lessons learned is the hallmark of anyone or group with a vision. And the choice of former Osun State Governor Chief Bisi Akonde as the chairman of the group to chart a fresh political whose vision of Afenifere is definitely commendable. It is a sign that the rifts within Afenifere occasioned by the Reverend affairs is being settled finally. It goes to show that those directly concerned have learned a hard lesson that divisions within the ranks of a powerful organization can negatively affect the righteous and the not so righteous. Irrespective of tantrums by elements within the Alliance for Democracy, the reforms being packaged by Afenifere should continue. Whatever name the old men in the group are being called today was self-inflicted. It is sad that those who could not deliver their streets to AD either in 1998 or this year could be calling those who had made their marks in politics name. But my candid advice to Afenifere is for the group to ignore the voice of Jacob in Esau's garment and pick up from where I was stopped. And in doing this, the new vision of a hand of fellowship to genuine progressives from other parts of the country should be vigorously pursued. Poverty and want do not recognize ethnic boundaries. That is why those who believe in values similar to Afenifere should be sought in a genuine partnership. Currently, there is a clear absence of concern for the downtrodden in the polity. Nigeria's mode of capitalism appears to recognize only the rich and powerful. Not that I am against capitalism, far from it, but the reality of our situation is that there is no social, legal, or economic cushion for those without clout in the society. Only those with resources and means appear to be genuine Nigerians, irrespective of the political party they belong to. This should not have
To me, politicians should imbibe this important slogan, politics with social responsibility. The appeal among the Yoruba boils down this slogan. It may not be directly in that form here, but the essence of the group is practice programs of action. Unfortunately, despite being a major component of AD since 1989, not much could be said about the performance of the party's elected officials along all the lines, especially the Southwest. This committee has a historic responsibility to us upon it. Unfortunately, those in that committee are people with a credible history of identifying with the people. Also, Sobo Senator Femi Mr. Jimmy, Mr. Okay. The other man, how to protect your marriage. Olusoju Ayoye. This man. Extramarital affair check-up. Choose one option only by entering the appropriate score in the box after the question. At the end, add your scores and get a diagnosis of the state of your relationship. While it is not 100% accurate, the result should at least place you on a cautious pedestal. This could be completed by either party regardless of the suspect is. Remember, let's hit him who you stand for. This may just save your marriage. Never. I noticed unaccounted for expenses in spouse's bank statement. My spouse's personal hygiene and grooming styles and interests is looking good, have period overnight. I noticed sudden new gym membership or increased per appointment to keep it. We do not pray together as a couple. My spouse smelled different coming home after work. Unfamiliar perfume was sent. My spouse suddenly is offering to help around the house. My spouse will not sacrifice an official meeting to be with me, even when it comes so much to me. I have observed sudden and increased interest in sex by my spouse, including new styles and frequency. I have observed a sudden lack of interest in sex by my spouse, foreign works and related pressures as excuse. Our marriage has become almost a routine. No heart-to-heart loving talks and gestures in recent times. There are sudden work-related trips and coming back late from work by my spouse. Sex is at my initiative most of the time. Our mutual friends suddenly are beginning to act strange toward me or my spouse. There is simply that gut feeling that an affair is going on. I discover condom pills when neither of us needs them. I discovered intimate apparel that I need not give or notice when bought by my spouse. My spouse has suddenly become accusatory, asking if I am being true to him or her. My spouse picks fights regularly as a prelude to closing up or storming out of the house. We seldom share caring gestures throughout the day in recent times. My spouse takes personal time or holiday off when I thought he or she was at work. Color his state or hangs up when I pick my spouse's phone. We do not have access to each other's email or passworded phones. My spouse receive and send box are always empty on phone or email. My spouse receive and send box are always empty on phone or email. My spouse has suddenly changed attitude towards everyone around the house. I am indifferent to see my spouse each other. Sex is once a month at the best on the average. Either of us can't wait to get out of the house at the slightest opportunity. We feel happier outside. We spend more time watching television or doing other personal things of interest when together. We argue more than we make love. We have little regard for each other's family. Work easy comes between a time together that the two of us had planned in advance. Despite other children, friends, or activities easily comes between us. A hobby or other interest consumes so much of the time that my spouse feels neglected. We do not agree on spiritual matters. I do not play an active role in the affairs of my church. Chapter 2. Why do people have affairs? Marriage should be honored by all, and marriage kept pure, for God will judge the adulterer and all the sexual immoral. An affair is a subtle way to describe that grievous sin of adultery, which is one of the greatest sins of all. It is the seventh commandment and it includes whoredom in all its forms, as well as premarital relations, sexual impurity, and lustful desire under whatever name. All impaired books, songs, pictures, etc., which tend to inflame and debauch the minor against this law, and there are many reasons why the Bible warns us against these things. Adultery is a heinous crime and iniquity that is further consumed to the point of destruction, ruin, and the place of final torment. That fire, once lit, rages until all involved is consumed, and all their lives increases are burnt, except he or she genuinely repents, and God shows mercy. You might say you are not guilty of these things, but the Bible goes on to say that anyone that looks at a woman or a man for that matter, lustfully has already committed adultery with her. For married men, having an affair has always been somewhat tolerated, but today, almost as many married women as married men are having affairs. So why do wives and husbands have affairs? Rarely is there a single reason why a person has an affair. Rather, there are multitudes of reasons. Some because they wanted more attention from their partner, even though that partner may tell you that the cheating party is the one who was distancing his or herself. On the other hand, more attention could, however, just be some excitement that the other party could not contemplate, be bothered to reach, or provide realistically. Though reasons for an affair are many, they can be identified most of the time, even though generally there will be one primary reason. This primary reason may not be easily discernible, especially if that reason feels inappropriate to the person. For example, a woman that is uncomfortable with her nakedness in front of her husband might give lack of excitement or attention as reasons for an affair, but she will avoid mentioning her low self-esteem. An affair has two possible directions. One, the affair continues, or two, the affair ends. The possibilities encountered on each part, whether or not the spouse knows of the adultery and whether or not the marital relationships end. People go into affairs for various reasons, even though some consider anything other than sexual penetration as less inappropriate. You will recall the United States of America, former President Bill Clinton's famous words, "I do not have sexual relationship with that woman." Listed below are some major reasons why people have affairs. Well, this should not be misconstrued as an invitation to trade. It is important to understand the reason why people have affairs for us to deal properly with the life after the affairs. Desire for excitement and adventure. The reason for this kind of affair is driven by a desire to put excitement and adventure into life, almost by definition. Affairs are filled with excitement, a new lover's secret meeting, intensity, and the danger of being caught. The novelty and difference is pretty much a guarantee that excitement and adventure will be part of an affair. Unknown to the culprit, though, stolen waters is sweet, food eaten in secret is delicious, but little do you know that the dead are there, that her guests are the depths of the grave. Desire for understanding and companionship. Many individuals need to feel understood and want to understand it from their spouse. If a spouse has not received that from their spouse, he or she may ascribe this inability or unwillingness to gender. He is a man, but what do you expect? Or personally, she just does not get it. Or communication styles, he has never been able to have that kind of dialogue. When that person finds someone who gives the understanding and companionship that is sought, it is needed a powerful draw. For other people, he or she may not expect understanding from her mate. Her finding it in a lover is unanticipated, making it all the more enjoyable. This is contrary to the design of God. For these reasons, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they will become one flesh. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and they will become one flesh. Genesis. Desire for romance/love. After years of watching romantic movies, listening to love songs, and fantasizing what happy ever after should mean, some individuals long for romance in their lives. These men and women may never had romance, or they might have had it so long ago that they have completely forgotten. Some do not engage in sex but seek and enjoy sending flowers, writing a poem, and looking forward to the hideaway lunches. Many people think that a married woman goes into an affair in search for love. Since sex is still thought of as a male thing, society continues to assume that women are not motivated by sex. Rather, the idea of love is seen as central to a human existence, desire for love/sex. If ever there is one factor which is assumed to drive an affair, it is desire for love and sex. For a number of men and women, this certainly exists as the primary reasons to start an affair. If the husband is having an affair, the assumption is that the wife has lost interest in sex. Sometimes, easy partner may desire a different kind of sex. Vanilla is the term for boring, traditional sex. Some women and men are bored by plain vanilla sex and want strawberry with chocolate spice sex, which is more daring. Since sex is thought as for male thing, society continues to assume that women are not motivated by sex. Rather, the idea of love is seen as central to a human existence. One night stands for simple taking advantage of opportunity. These days, there are not really one night stands anymore today. These sexual rendezvous take place at conferences and meetings, which one attends as an employee. The reasons for one night stands vary from wanting a different sex partner to enhancing self-esteem. But generally, all share one common theme: opportunity. Curiosity is a factor. For many women and men often have one night stands because of the possibility exists and risks are minimal. We have not talked much about risks, but risks is a factor for women, and here there is a difference between genders. The price of an affair may be higher than it for men. These reasons are generally regarded as the least threatening of all the kind of affairs. How long can they be? Desire for attention/acknowledgement. Attention and acknowledgement are generally thought of as components of self-esteem. They help to make a person feel okay. A dose of self-esteem, they help to make a person basic requirement for a healthy person. The importance of self-esteem cannot be underrated. Each of us needs to feel that he or she is worthy person. If a married spouse does not have that basic feeling of self-esteem, she or he may very well go out and get it, unknown to such person, and does not get self-esteem by having an affair. Rather, self-esteem develops early in life and is shaped during the different stages of our lives. Parents, teachers, friends, neighbors, and others help create self-esteem. It is not unusual for a man or a woman who lacks self-esteem to have an affair with someone who makes her feel okay. Ironically, the affair may indeed begin their path to self-esteem, riding on the failure of proper upbringing. Desire for revenge. Here is the guilty partner loves. The spouse and does not want a divorce. They take matters into their own hands from the frustration of not being able to change their spouse. The typical reasons for revenge is that the spouse had an affair and the other spouse feels some sense of justification to also have an affair to get back at that spouse. Frequently, it occurs in reactions to the husband or wife's discovery of the spouse having an affair. After confronting the unfaithful spouse, or rather than confronting the unfaithful spouse, he or she chooses to engage in the same behavior. Desire for freedom. This is most common with women. Some married women feel trapped, confident in their roles as wives, homemakers, and mothers. The usual ingredients are an exciting partner, living in isolation, almost grown-up children, and no indication of outside home involvement and boredom. She falls into love with the man who offers her opportunity to escape. To this woman, her affair is simply a way of escape. Desire to end the marriage. Yes, some partners deliberately start a relationship as a tool to push their spouse to ask for a divorce. At least in the field, is one of the most permissible rational person used to justify a divorce. He or she may not even have anything for the person outside and moves on as soon as the divorce is concluded. Indeed, even the Bible recognizes that sin is pleasurable, even though only for a moment. The punishment, on the other hand, is for a lifetime. Sin is pleasurable but also very dangerous. It is both sweet and sour at the same time. It always appears extremely exciting and rewarding at first, second, third, and in some instances even up to the fifth or more time. The truth of the matter, though, is that what you get out of extramarital affairs is short-lived temporary pleasure when what you are seeking is happiness. The kind of pleasure that the drug addict feels each time he gets a fix, or a drug which craves the next bottle as if his whole life depends on it. Unfortunately, pleasure is an activity or experience that brings stress or even happiness, only while the activity or experience is ongoing, without consideration for the consequence. Whereas true happiness is an emotion experience when in a state of well-being, ranging from contentment to intense joy. The fear of discovery and the limited time available with the outsider is what creates the illusion of excitement in an extramarital affair. That is why the Bible in Proverbs stolen water pleasure is sweet because they are forbidden. Fruit eaten in secret is delicious. Verse 18 of that same chapter goes on to describe the consequence of those that go in that direction. It's sweet, but little do they know that the debts are there, that our guests are in the depths of the grave. There are also instances where the guilty partner may have succumbed to the bait of seductive spirits. That is what such people ascribe to the devil, forgetting that they have complete authority over the devil and his agents. Seductive spirits will be discovered in some detail in the next chapter. Seductive spirits. Do not be misled. Bad company corrupts good character. According to the Webster Dictionary, one of the definitions of the word spirit is the prevailing attitude or characteristics of someone or something. Attitudes like habit, on the other hand, or form from association. By association, we take an attitude and action of those who associate with. That is why Paul gave the warning above in 1 Corinthians. The truth, though, is what we are influenced one by or the other by the spirits around us wherever we are. There is a spirit in a nightclub, for example, regardless of how you feel as a child of God. It surely will transfer to you if you are exposed to it for too long and frequently. He who walks with the wise grows wise, but the companion of fools suffers harm. There are even ruler spirits over cities and countries that affect and characterize the people that live in those places. For example, it is unlikely that you will spend considerable time in Las Vegas and not be drawn to party and or gamble. Only by walking in the Spirit of God can a person be protected from the transfer of powerful, negative spirit, because then you will be discovered as greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. I will not blame you if you fail to agree that those around you can have such powerful effects on you, but I beg you to at least state the expositions in their chapter before rejecting them. Only by becoming aware of the powerful effects that other individuals and groups often exert on you can you protect yourself and others from negative and destructive influence and transference. As a start, you will agree that there will have to be a unity of spirit for a successful relationship to occur. We all gradually become like our friends and associates. That is why we are warned not to date or marry unbelievers or associate with people of the world. Strangely, it can be equally spiritually hazardous to associate too closely with other Christians who do not have the same desires, vision, and attitude that you have because of their different desires, vision, and attitudes may transfer to you. God's plans and purpose for your life could easily be triangulated once you allow others to manipulate and influence you. Unfortunately, most of us fall easy to this situation. Do not for one moment think you are beyond seduction. Remember King Solomon, who was wiser and more understanding than any other man who ever lived. He disobeyed God's command and married heathen wives, and eventually partook of their sins and sacrificed to their struggles gods. With all his wisdom, he still became deceived and could not withstand the influence of his wife. We carry the whole story in 1 King 1. Greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. The most frustrating thing is that we often make genuine promises to serve God, especially when we are going through tough times, but soon break them to the moment things improve. That struggles between doing good or evil is based on choice. As human beings, we possess a human spirit which must either submit to the spirit of God or the spirit of this world. Like a sponge, the spirit of man absorbs like a sponge, the spirit of man absorbs whichever spirit is in association and fellowship with. Note that Paul speaks of the two different spirits in 1 Corinthians. That is why some Christians want the best of both worlds. They want to move in the power and authority of God, but they also want to partake of the world, partaking, drinking, and indulging in fleshly desires. Result is that two spirits begin to fight each other to gain control over the human spirit. For the sinful nature desires that is contrary to the spirit, and that the spirit what is contrary to the sinful nature. They inflict with each other so that you do not do what you want. The human spirit eventually is dominated by either of the other two spirits it yields to. And if you yield to both spirits, then a virtuous spiritual war will be such a person constant companion. Romans 6 and 16 warns us to do not yield ourselves to sins, but to God, and that to whomever we yield ourselves, we become servants or slaves to. Sometimes we punch a hole in the hedge of protection that God has built around us. Addiction to pornography, for example, is invitation to the spirit of lust, which will drive such a person to want to possess any woman or indeed man that cross their path. Genuine repentance and removal of all pornographic materials will cause the Lord to set such a person free from that driving spirit of lust. Satan has mastery towards influencing many Christians with the spirit of this world through their eyes and ears. Spiritually, Satan has no legal right to afflict or oppress the believer who is under the covering of the shed blood of Jesus. God's hedge, however, gets broken when the person indulges in sin and lustful thoughts, allowing evil spirits to oppress that person. Whoever digs a pit may fall into it. Whoever breaks through a wall may be bitten by a snake. Because the spirit of the world is seducing in nature, a person can slowly be affected by it without even realizing that his attitude has changed. Sexual immorality and profanity and on television and in movies that once shocked and disturbed, after a while do not seem so bad. So if you think you are standing firm, be careful that you don't fall. No one, regardless of how strong a faith, character, or godly heritage, can withstand the steady influence of the spirit of the world, if not determined to submit to God and resist this world system. Sometimes the spirits are transformed from within the family, like from the parents to their children. For example, a father or a mother that is full of lust could transfer such spirit to the children who have grown up and by association find little wrong in what their parents did. That explains why most people from broken homes find it difficult to keep their own homes. So if you think you are standing firm, be careful that you don't fall. World doctrines are often also ways of seduction. A friend or even a church congregation or a pastor may bring a new exciting revelations that they had through radio, television, or their private Bible study. So beware and examine all spirits carefully. The Bible warns that in the last days there shall be destructive, seducing spirits in our churches. The lust For money also easily causes people, especially women, to be seduced. There is nothing in itself wrong with having a nice things, but it's never the measure of success for the Christian, or should it be their goal. Many women actually are deceived into thinking they are taking advantage of the man's affection by milking him. Can you beat that? They do not can you bet that they do not, at the expense of growing their body, they must price position into the next mix? Greed and lack of contentment has made quite some married women, and I dare say single women, fall prey to this. Once a man that can afford to buy a fashionable items for them comes along, this helps sometimes even when their husbands provide sufficiently, so that small gifts or compliments when you are not vulnerable when you are most vulnerable is debate. Read full details in chapter on sexual traps to avoid. Sexual involvement can be from entangling tentacles of soul ties that it becomes extremely difficult to break off a relationship. Some, though married, are actually tied to someone else, first or previous lover. That is why the Bible admonishes that the marriage bed is hacked and all should wait till marriage. This is not only transference of spirit, but a soulish transference plus a soul tie from between two people. A soul tie could be positive, bringing tremendous blessing in godly relationship, but tremendously destruction when made with the wrong person. When a person who is bonded to another is governed by impure motives or the desire for selfish gain, including fleshy desires, the soul tie between them can enable the selfish one to manipulate and abuse the other. On ungodly and inappropriate relationships, these soul ties place people on emotional and mental bondage, causing them to do and say things that are ultimately to their detriment. This is the kind of love tie that makes people to run away with a lover or simply abandon their homes and all they have worked for. The good news is that God can take even the most shattered and defiled through sexual infidelity and restore them to innocence and purity through the redemptive work of Jesus on the cross. So if you are sold, tired, and mysteriously bound to one or many past or current lovers, you can be set free through the prayer of realizing, setting free, and not binding again according to Matthew. Suggested prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, I submit my soul, my desire, and my emotions to your spirit. I confess as sins all my premenstrual sexual relationships. I confess all my ungodly spirit, soul, and body ties as a sin. I ask God for forgiveness for abusing the wonderful gifts given by Him. I thank you for forgiving me and cleansing me right now. Father, I thank you for giving me the keys to your freedom, the keys to your kingdom, the keys of spiritual authority. What I bind is bound, and what I lose is loose. In the name of Jesus, I lose myself from all soulish ties to past sexual partners and ungodly relationships. Please cleanse my soul and help me to forget all illicit unions so that I'm free to give my soul totally to you and to my spouse. Father, I receive your forgiveness and I believe that I'm totally forgiven and set free. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen. Amen. Chapter 4. Sign of an affair. You have heard that it was said, do not commit adultery. But I tell you that anyone who looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with he or his heart. If your right ear causes you to sin, gouge it out and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and throw it away. It is better for you to lose one part of your body than for your whole body to go into hell. No one should go through the pain of their spouse having extramarital affairs. Regrettably, it does happen. When you think that your spouse is having an affair, you begin to look for different signs of cheating to trouble this. What is innocent behavior and what is really a sign that something is going on? I will attempt to highlight some information that can help you decipher what to look for if you believe or suspect that your spouse is having an affair. Remember, it is the best to find out early before these affairs spin the marriage out of control. A cheating spouse is usually careful in covering tracks, but sometimes there are laws and that may be discernible. In the appendix of this book, you will also find a little exercise with question and option, which, if completed, could help you to determine how vulnerable your marriage is to extramarital affairs. With the widespread use of technology, these days start by observing if your spouse is spending more time online, refusal to share the password, deleting inbound email, and or clearing message archives on chat messengers are signs that should end a warning bell to you. Has your spouse begun deleting the history on their computer? When you look at their phone, you realize that call and text message log are suddenly not been saved, or maybe your spouse has been on the computer a lot more lately. Does he or she stay on the computer after you go to bed? If so, maybe just maybe your spouse might be using the time to communicate with a lover. Is there a sudden appearance of a webcam? Your spouse may be using it to communicate with the new lover. Try to get hold of the telephone bill to look for unfamiliar phone numbers appearing repeatedly. If your spouse is deleting incoming calls from caller ID, speaking in low whispers and hanging up quickly, there are probable signs that something is being hidden. Because extramarital affairs usually involve gifts, look for encountered experiences by going through bank statement. This is, however, any Facebook where you had access to the statement in the past. If you can lay hand on them, pay particular attention to dates close to holidays and Valentine's Day. Watch if personal hygiene and grooming styles have improved overnight. Observe if your spouse takes extra care about midnight and body odor or becomes more conscious about fashion trend and what is wrong. Look out for a new gym membership or increased spa appointment. Sometimes a cheating spouse will have a sudden awareness about protruding belly and exercise fat here and there. So look out for changes in physical appearance. There may be a rush to buy a new and trendy clothes for women. They may start to wear more makeup. For a man, you may notice a renewed interest in clothes. The sudden visits to the gym without warning. Figure out the reason for this change. Why your spouse may not really be trying to impress you. It is important to confirm that he or she is not trying to impress someone else. Are there smells around your spouse? Over time, our nose become accustomed to smells that are encountered on a regular basis, including your partner's body. Your spouse leaves the house in the morning smelling like Irish Spring and returns in the evening smelling like safeguard. If your spouse is seeing a new lover, he or she might pick up new smells, and because these smells are new to your nose, you should immediately notice something might be wrong. Also keep in mind that your spouse can be adding new smells to hide other smells. A cheating spouse can spray some perfume before entering the house to cover up the smell of the lover outside. Also check for a new unfamiliar perfume smells and scratches on the skin, lips, stick or powder stains on your spouse. Cheating spouses are sometimes overly considerate by offering to help around the house or unfriendly accessory, sensitive or defensive, so look out to see if your partner has stopped confiding in you. Other signs could be when your partner suddenly shows more interest in sex, new position, love techniques, and asks your opinion about how he or she does. On the contrary, a cheating spouse may also show lack of interest in sex because they are too tired, stressed, or overworked. Has your spouse been avoiding you lately? Do you feel that there is a decrease of sexual interest in you? Has the marriage come to an end? This emotional and physical disconnect could be a distances from you, could be an attempt to relieve the guilt. When you ask what is wrong, your spouse might get defensive. In a healthy marriage, a spouse is usually willing to talk things over. However, if your spouse is having an affair, he or she might refuse to talk about the problems, even though it might be clear that something is troubling them. Sometimes your spouse might try to avoid you entirely. Obviously, be on the lookout for a new and unusual workhouse. Is your spouse coming back late from work? Are there slightly more meetings than usual? Are they suddenly travel-related work trips? Other likely signs are when mutual friends could start to act strangely toward you. This could only mean that they know about the cheating or have been told stories about what a horrible wife or husband you are. Perhaps your husband carries condom and you are in the pill, or your wife gets family planning kits when you are not that sexually active, or you find items of intimate apparel or other small gift type items that did not give by your spouse. Sometimes your spouse suddenly become accusatory, asking if you have been true to them, usually out of guilt, or raises hypothetical questions such as, do you think it's possible to love more than one person at a time? Or, or they stop wearing their wedding rings. Strangely, some particular demands suddenly desiring to be helpful with the laundry or shows a sudden interest in different types of music. A cheating husband will often pick fights in order to get out of the house. In actual fact, a cheating spouse will usually be less comfortable around you and will be touchy and easily moved to anger. And you may find out by accident that your spouse took vacation day or personal time off from work, but supposedly work on those days. Some will be away from work either nights or on trips more than previously, all of a sudden, using the global economic meltdown as justification. You get calls where the caller hangs up when he or she hears your voice, or your voice avoids your request for name of hotel and room number he or she is trying in while on a trip from home. He or she loses attention in the activities in the home and suddenly has a definite change in attitude toward everyone in the home, or your institution get God feeling simply tells you that something is not right. Are these signs familiar? Don't let these suspicions snowball into a huge mess. However, please do not confront unless you are sure of what is going on. The truth is that some of these signs may be driven by factors other than an extramarital affair. Even when you are sure, do not pursue full disclose of the detail at this time because you are likely to be in such an unpleasant emotional state that you are likely to make matters worse with such detailed disclosures. In the world's next chapter, I will take you through an appropriate process to follow after a discovery for best result. Suggested prayer. I'm living in temptation. I need your help, oh God, to refrain my going into sin. I'm unable to help myself. Please, God, hold me back. Give me the strength to resist and flee, and if need to be remove the objects of temptation away from me in the name of Jesus. Whatever it is that makes the other person attractive to me, please recreate that desire for my spouse and vice versa in greater multiple in Jesus' name. The Discovery, Chapter 5. Unfortunately, the deceit of the media has pushed the truth of the fact that sexual relationship is essentially a spiritual act. It is also a covenant act which is deeper than a contract which is written on a paper. A covenant is entered into by men but is endorsed, validated, and enforced by heaven. Sex is a covenant act recognized by heaven, according to the scripture and testified by ancient cultures. A covenant is a consensual agreement between two people which is sealed in blood. The scripture says the life of a thing is in its blood, which goes to show that parties to a covenant seal it worth their life. It probably explains the depth of pain that the hurting partner feels, not to mention the pit that the guilty partner has entered into. That one person your whole world revolves around, he's just betrayed you. The one the one whose love you regarded so jealously has betrayed your trust and love. Very few things in life can be as painful as how you are feeling right now. If you have just learned the depth and essence of your partner's betrayals, you are likely undergoing the pain of a broken heart. Probably your chest hurts, you cannot eat, and you are having trouble sleeping. You can stop having this horrible thought of him or her with the other person. Perhaps you picked up this book to help determine if there can be anything left of your relationship. Not only do you feel so betrayed and your relationship probably destroyed, but the unfaithfulness also damages how you feel about yourself, your self worth. You wonder if you are attractive, if you are a good partner. You wonder if you are even lovable or deserving of love. Then you begin to question your part in the defeat. You ask yourself questions like, did I drive him or her to it? Did I pay enough attention to what I was doing to him or her? Did I take him or her for granted? Did I neglect him or her by placing too much attention on my job or the kids? Did I not give enough sex or sex towards exciting enough? This is soon followed by intense feelings of anger and resentment. How could he or she do this to me? With all I have done and put into this relationship, he or she has been so selfish, and to think that I have been so naive. I trusted with all my life. How could I have trusted so much? Then you start to blame yourself. I should have seen it coming. I should have been more attentive. I could have prevented this. Finally, maybe I deserve this. Maybe I expected too much. You see, by now you have lost all confidence in yourself. So also is your ability to love and be loved. It looks like nothing can make the pain go away, but I assure you that God can. Your part is to determine if you have the strength, the courage, and the love to try to determine your relationship work in spite of a partner's infidelity. Contrary, the belief that people walk out of marriage easily once indefinitely is an issue. Difficulty exists because there are strong factors which influence spouses to keep their marriage together. I, I am of the strong belief that marriage is forever unless violence that is life threatening in nature is involved. Many, however, just tolerate their marriage after the affair for various reasons. One is children, another is that society continues to regard divorce as a personal failure. Women usually suffer the most in this instance as a society generally holds the wife more responsible for the success of a marriage than the husband. A marriage is difficult to end. The spouse, the friends, and the family all want good reasons for a divorce. We marry for our feelings and not for a good reasons. Yet, at the prospect of divorce, people want solid reason and not simply feelings. Many couples overcome infidelity, face the trauma, heal from it, and strengthen their love relationship. They become happier and healthier than they were before. It is possible, however, the conditions must be right. Your partner must have the courage to be honest with self as well as with you, and the courage to work through own weaknesses and unresolved issues. However, the process of recovery will be more tasking if it builds on your partner need for you rather than love for you. Needs love is based on needs, mainly psychological that you feel for each other. So you may love simply because your needs are taken of care. Such needs may include need for love, affection, security, self-esteem, companion, and sex. This is the love that most couples feel, particularly those that got married when not yet mature. Love, on the other hand, is love that loves the person just the way he or she is. It is love that accepts the person's strengths and weaknesses inclusive. It is a total package, bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. You just love being with the person. Unfortunately, very few couples feel love. Most couples fall somewhere in between both spectrum or move from one end to the other periodically. However, it is that you are closer to the being loved and that stay healthy and have the fulfilling relationship that lasts. Need for love, being loved. The reason for this is not far-fetched. If my love for you is driven by the needs you fulfill for me, I might just easily leave you for the other person once I perceive my needs can be better met there. For example, if a woman is in love with a man because he brought her a car and funds her travel, in love with a man because he bought her car and found her travel abroad once a year in business class. The moment she finds another man who provides better or more cars and can fund a first class ticket more frequently, she is likely to be attracted to him. This may sound so simple, but it's very true and indeed more common with men. This should not be misunderstood to mean that we should not need things from each other. Rather, each person must first be psychologically secure, and this must show enough before entering into a marital relationship. Anyone that enters into a long-term relationship when not yet confident of self will easily be drawn to the need to love. There are the high risk for infidelity and failure. If you are already a victim, do not worry, it is never too late to get up. Remember this great man in John chapter 5. You just have to get up, take the initiative, pick up your mat, your broken or breaking marriage, and do something. Discard my baggage from the past. All certain guilt experiences must be recognized and thrown in the past where they belong. Remember that God holds the key that the suitcase of guilt, and only He can open it and empty it out. However, the choice is yours to hand the suit over to Him. Suggested prayer. Oh Lord, please forgive me for I have strayed from my marital bed. I recognize the great pain in my action has inflicted on my spouse. Lord, I pray that you grant me the grace to stay loyal to my partner only to help me. Please recreate a deep desire for each other in my spouse and I. Recreate in us all the desire we in the opposite sex, particular things that attracted us to the party outside in the name of Jesus. The children factor. Infidelity statistics in America reveal that 45% of married women and 48% of married men are having extramarital affairs. Given these figures, it should not come as a big surprise that there are also children born from extramarital affairs. At this time, estimates of children born from extramarital affairs are not known. However, suffice to say, this consequence of infidelity is like sizable, while penalty of children born in marriage is hardly disputed in the American environment. It is not unusual to find children fathered by someone else passed on to the husband. Equally possible is a child arising from an affair, sometimes unexpected but often deliberately sought after by the woman outside. Children conceived in an extramarital affair are vulnerable to exposure of one of their parents requesting DNA testing in future maintenance disputes. They are equally at risk by their own adult discoveries in blood types tests, experiments at college, or by the necessity of transplantation matching when their siblings or parents fall ill needing. For example, bone marrow or a kidney operation or replacement. This raises questions today of whether, how, whom, and when to tell. It is not something you can responsibly gamble and believe they will never find out. In spite of the fact that the child, of course, is an innocent party in this whole experience, their presence serves as an ongoing reminder of the affair. This can understandably make it more difficult to recover. Actually, trying to expand the consideration to include thinking of what's best for the child can sometimes leave people out of a very narrow focus only on their own personal pain. Also, a joint effort by the husband and the wife in trying to deal with this enormous challenge can serve to draw them together. Where the infidelity has produced a child, such children usually suffer from their being disadvantaged financially, psychologically, or socially. They seldom are able to develop meaningful relationships with both of their parents, nor have a family life that they deserve. This is not to say that all children born from extramarital affairs are destined to live a disadvantaged life, since any child's well-being is dependent largely upon that their parents can provide. There is no doubt that many will thrive and do well. The issue remains that how much thought goes into what lies ahead for those children born from extramarital affairs, and what, if any, consideration goes into the fact that they may be innocent victims of potentially painful relationship dynamics. The bottom line is that extramarital affairs do not happen by accident, as in the case for most pregnancies. It makes sense that people begin to think beyond themselves and consider the consequences of their actions. Unfortunately, children of the couple in their marriage are also drawn innocently into this challenge. I believe they should be told by you before they hear it from someone else. As much as possible, they should be told in the presence of both parents. This should, however, be after the couple must have taken hold of their emotional trauma. What will be discussed with the children should have been discussed in advance so that you don't have any surprise. You can both support what is said to give success for your actions or prepared. Anticipate questions and be ready with answers. Provide information in a way that doesn't blame. Your kids will likely borrow their attitudes about the situation from you. So if you are subtle or raging harshly about this, so would they. If they are open and matter of fact about it, there will be less drama. Dealing with teens is harder because they understand issues of sex and betrayal and will factor that in. Even if they don't speak of it, and you shouldn't, you are also going through their own trauma of discovering identity and sex in their teenage years. You may want to speak to teens separately as they may have questions or something to say that is appropriate for younger ears to hear. Even after letting your children know of what had happened, be willing to have conversation about it as the issue arises. Kids need to talk about it. If parents encourage that open dialogue, it will do a lot towards getting through this in a healthy way and cherishing lots the parent-child relationship. It also dispels any hidden fears that you might not know about it. Be open to having a professional help for the children or yourself if needed. Another dimension of the children factor in extramarital affairs occurs where children accidentally witness the carelessness or indiscreet parents' indiscretion. They can catch the parents when they come home unexpectedly from school, overhear inappropriate conversation, open emails or enter a chat room left open by a distracted parent, or see other tell signs of infidelity. Strange as it may sound, some parents stupidly come to rely on their children for support or fake alibis or to cover their tracks. Some manipulate their children by complaining about the older parents failing as a spouse in order to covertly get the kids' sanctioning of their affairs, which they intend to disclose when the time is right. This situation may have profound effects on the children's behavior and relationship later in life. Teenagers are particularly vulnerable in this situation because they are trying to make sense of power, sex, and intimacy. They can use this example of parental deceit to justify their own misdemeanors. And there is some research that suggests boys whose mothers were unfaithful and overrepresented in the track of morbidly jealous husbands. Girls whose fathers are boundaries are more likely to tolerate husbands whose astray. That's the way men are. If there is a question about their genetic origins, then the already challenging identity crisis is magnified by betrayal of trust. While some who betrayed can deal with their own hurts over time, they find it more difficult to understand how their partner will involve and hurt the children. For some, it is another betrayal of trust and unquestionable violation of their children's right to safety and security. Thanks to God, however, when there is the absence of malice, time to think, and then the both parents to develop a win-win situation, collaborative situations, or solution, there will be few family crises that can be reconciled and result is in healing. Depending on the intensity, duration of exposure to the affair and the resulting consequences, Children may also exhibit grief and will need timely, appropriate parental support to exit that journey straightened. Divorce or separation is not necessarily the best solution to this kind of crisis involving the kids. It is another challenge to their capacity to adopt and to grieve. Discussions made in a hurry are usually regretted when tempers cool. Slow down and calm yourself and be emotionally available to the kids. Get good support for themselves and each other. This too will pass. This is a very complicated situation, regardless of what it's the husband or the wife who has a child from an affair. However, when it's the wife, there is an inevitable acceptance of the child into the family if the couple stays married, which again happens more often than people think. And concern for the well-being of the child often becomes the glue that holds the couple together in their effort to recover and rebuild. If it is the husband who has a child from an affair, there are many more possible options of what may happen. I have heard from people who have dealt with this issue in a number of different ways. For most, the attitude was to try to deal with the third party and the child similar to the way they will deal with an ex and a child from a soma marriage. For some, they were unable to accommodate this situation and tried to force a choice. For some wives, the child was the last straw, so to speak, and they were unable to find a way to resolve the issues surrounding the child, so decided to end the marriage. But on the other end of the spectrum, one husband and the wife even took the child from the affair to raise. After the older woman didn't want the child once she didn't get to the husband. Whatever variant of this option you choose to consider, though, I am of the opinion that the woman should not be given a room to be with the husband while the child is taken into the rise. If ever there were a situation for which there is no ideal solution, this is it. It may help to realize that with truly complex situations like this, there are no clear, easy answers, and nothing about this whole ordeal is black and white or written in stone. Since any solution is difficult because it is complicated, each person who faces this dilemma needs to make their own decision based on all the factors involved in their particular situation. And since they are the ones who must live with the consequence of the decision, no one else can tell them what to do. There will be better times and worse times, but at any moment we do well to simply do the best we can do at that time, knowing that things may be better, easier at the same point in the future. The bottom line is to realize that there is no simple advice as to how to handle it. It is an ongoing process of continuing to think as clearly as possible about all the complicated factors. And there is certainly no simple advice as to how to recover. However, the most critical element in the recovery may be the degree to which the husband and wife can make a joint effort to face this challenge together and shift their focus to the future rather than dwelling on the past. This doesn't mean ignoring or denying the reality of what has happened. It just means following the guidelines that are generally helpful in the recovery. Suggested prayer. Oh God, please forgive me or my spouse for for striving from our marital bed. I pray that you forgive me or that you grant my spouse the enabling to forgive me and the strength to accommodate me, even as you work on making me lovable again by them. I or my spouse has brought into this world a child who is completely innocent by my misdemo. I pray that you grant the child a bright future and that he or she does not suffer from the consequence of these actions. Amen. Chapter 7. What next? It is important to note that books do not heal marriage. Only God can. Mine is an attempt to help with the diagnosis and prescribe some drugs. The patient will have to be honest and forthcoming in describing the symptoms and take this prescription while God does the healing. But the injured and the cheater will have to understand their personal feelings and sort their emotions through. Research has since shown some remarkable consistent patterns that have caused affair to happen. Knowing that this can prevent it from happening again, an affair does not have to cause the devastation, hurt and pain that are feeling right now. There is a better way out. According to Dr. Frank, a marriage counselor who has devoted his life to helping couples survive affairs, the magic bullet for rebuilding your relationship includes one or more of the following 10 actions. 1. Talking, asking for forgiveness, reading self-help books, praying, sending letters, cards, and flowers, being more attentive, going to counseling, setting boundaries, disclosing the details and answering all the questions, meeting each other's needs. According to him, you are likely to say you have tried this and many more things and they simply did not work. The list above, which talking leading the pack at 78%, are the top things that 200 million couples try in an attempt to rid their relationship. All 300 had one thing in common: a relationship ripped apart by an affair. However, despite all that hard work, including counseling, only 55% were willing to contribute the relationship. Of those who were willing to continue, 71% stayed because of the children. Like the statistics shows, a sizable number of couples are ready to call it quits as so easily as often in affair is disclosed. So what is the next problem? The problem is that most people work hard to repair the relationship. Unfortunately, though successfully repairing a relationship is not about doing a lot of hard work, it is about doing the right things. But more importantly, doing those things in the right order. You see, all of the things listed above can be good, but most of the time they are performed in the wrong order. Talking about the details of the affairs is the beginning. For an example can be the difference between staying together and quitting. When you choose to talk about the detail, it's more important than if you talk about the details. In addition, the reason is simply that when the infidelity is discovered, the couples, particularly the hurting party, go through one of the most shocking and devastating experiences anyone can go through. The mental and physical pain can be too much to bear. The shock of the news leaves some emotionally paralyzed. Some try to get their life back together, but this horrible combination of emotion keeps coming up. It starts with rage, slowly turns into hatred. These emotions, however, merely marks what is really felt deep down inside: betrayal, humiliation, and defeat. Because of the intense pain experienced at discovery, most people just want to talk about the details at the time of discovery. This is wrong, however, as it will only confirm the negative feelings an hurting partner already has. Obviously, this will do nothing to help the couple. In fact, most couples experience a regression in their relationship after they discuss the detail if done soon after the discovery. However, if both parties are emotionally prepared before discussing the details, they will quickly recover, thus making the experience healthy. The couple should therefore avoid any talk about the details until they have taken control over their individual emotions. Things should, however, not be swept under the carpet with the belief that time will heal all the wounds. Yes, it is true that time can be a great healer. However, without proper understanding and guidance, most people usually get lost and drift further to a path over time. As much as time has the ability to heal, it can also have the negative impact. Letting your emotion run wild and doing the wrong things repeatedly and eventually disable and kill all chances of surviving the affair. To help both couples live after the affair, it is important to recognize that there are the three critical issues that play in such situations. These are the injured, the person who cheated, and the relationship. Both the injured and the cheater need to sort out specific individual issues separately before they can begin to work on the relationship. Any attempt to jump-start the process by working on the relationship without resolving resulting individual emotional challenges will not work. Stage 1. The injured. The injured need to overcome the turbulent emotion, fight off resolving negative thoughts, and restore self-esteem. This is necessary before he or she can effectively communicate the pain to the cheater partner. After the affair, the first instinct usually is to look for reasons why the affair happens. You want to know the details of the affairs. You want to know why your loved one did what they did. You want to know if you will ever be able to trust your partner again. You will observe that all the things are looking outside of yourself for answers to emotionally issues that are happening within you. The truth is that finding the reason will not help you to heal at this time. It is not the best path to take. What you need to do is to try and come in terms with your own emotions. It is only after this achieved that you can engage with your partner without doing additional harm to your relationship. Take control of your emotions that are fighting to take control of you. You have to overcome jealousy, uncertainty, shame, and loss of hope, betrayal, guilt, disappointment, anger, vengefulness, fear, frustration, paranoia, and many more. I tell you, everyone experiences these emotions after an affair, so you are definitely not alone. Once you feel them, you can't either learn how to process them or let them rule you. Left alone, they will make you worse off. The cheating partner. The cheating partner must think through the reasons why the affair happened and understand the pain the injured is going through. This will help the injured to heal and forgive. Knowing this information should prevent it from happening again. Working together. Working together, couple need to help working together to slowly put permanently rebuild the trust in order to affair-proof their marriage. If you find yourself in this situation, it is unrealistic to assume that you can make together right away because of the trauma and alienation that affair brings. That is why both need to work alone and sort things through all the emotional weight. First, before trying to work together on the relationship, the advantage of this is that you can start to heal your marriage even if your spouse is not yet willing to work at the marriage, as is often in the case. It must be mentioned that some professional support from experienced marriage counselors will be invaluable in facilitating and smoothing each of the process where available. Most people do not have the skill to work through their problems without being emotionally sucked into the discussion and destroying any positive groundwork they have built. That is why the couple will not attempt any serious communication and the affair until they have mastered their emotion and learn to see things from the other person's perspective. Now, you should start to uncover why the affair happened and why the problem arises in your relationship. Once you know this information, you have to begin to talk about and solve them because you must have dealt with the majority of your individual emotions. By this time, discussing the detailed or relational issues should not be so taxing. The injured partner is not likely to take the details so personally, and the cheating partner will be much more sensitive and choose their words very carefully. At this point, the two should try to uncover the following: why the affair happened, what was missing in the relationship, how to get what each partner wants out of the relationship. If you have this discussion with a genuine desire for change, there will be a stronger commitment to your relationship, a feeling of honesty when you communicate, and a new sense of intimacy, respect, and appreciation for each other. When you get married, your body is no longer just yours, it is also belongs to your spouse. Your spouse has legitimate expectation about your body and should have free and frequent access to it. with every few exceptions. Do not deprive each other except by mutual consent of a time, so that you may devote yourself to prayer. Then come together again, so that Satan will not attempt you because of your lack of self-control. When you deprive your spouse of access to your body, you make them vulnerable to sexual temptation. This is actually the main cause of infidelity in most marriage. In spite of this provision, unsatisfied desire is not licensed to go outside. Rather, find the right time and occasion to communicate your desire to your partner. Ask and help your partner to understand how much desire makes you feel loved, wanted, and appreciated. Recall that after learning about the affair, the injured start to question what is true and what is not. At this moment, for the injured, everything is questionable. Being transparent is therefore the way the guilty partner can rebuild trust. However, you will have to be patient with each other as to still rekindle the flame and solidify a new trusting relationship. Sexual traps to avoid. So if you think you are standing firm, be careful that you don't fall. God will never allow us to go through a temptation that we cannot bear. He also always makes the way of escape for us all the time. I will deal with the various escape routes He provides at the end of this chapter. Firstly, let us look at the traps the devil set in some details. Unfortunately, sexual sin and immorality has become so prevalent in our society that many of us do not even know what is right anymore. It is more common these days to hear statements like, "Everyone does it. I know you are married and it's okay with me. All I want is some time with you. God understands, body no be wood. Human body is not wood, etc." These days, we are all bombarded by the media, both electronic and print, with sexual images and nudes. The media is clearly a significant source of the wrong education and preservation in our world today. The media has succeeded in elevating sex to such heights that hardly can derive through the streets. Listen to radio, read magazines and newspapers, or watch TV without coming across sexual stimulating titles and images. Examples are "We do not better in the air" from a major airline, or I have it at the back of my mind that clothes yogurt commercial, and the internet is something else entirely. That great discovery of global network of computers for economic research and communication effectively has become a current tool for every form of participation imaginable. There are so many porn sites with viewable and downloaded images for free. A trap is defined by the Webster Dictionary as a device for catching unsuspecting animals. It captures or kills when the victim falls for the bait attached to it. So there can't be a trap without bait. The devil's bait is usually disgusted as something that appeals to our needs, wants, or desires. For example, we use worms to catch a fish. There is no point using a diamond ring as a bait for a fish because it could not bite. In the same way, we all have these desires, learning and inclinations. The weak spot. The devil studies us and knows that spot. We should also know it, but each one is tempted when his own devil desire has dragged away and entices. So each of us have custom made laws that is peculiar to us. So it is easy to blame someone for their own lust, but you also have yours and can tempted through them too. They are your weaknesses. The challenge is to know when a prelude to wrestling the bait. The Bible goes on to group the various types of loss into three though. There are loss of the eyes, money, loss of the flesh, sex, and the pride of the life, power. It is equally important to recognize that temptations do not occur all the time. It does have season or time. They are really a seasonal strategies aimed at distracting you from your purpose in life. So you need to know the times you are in. That is why you will be more alert. Remember, there is time for everything and a season for every activity under heaven. A time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot. Some women, for example, are more sexually vulnerable at a particular time of their monthly cycle or season in the year. Some men are also more vulnerable when away from home or stressed or simply not getting sex at home. So one must do a self-study and know his or her own season and times, and subsequently be on guard at times so as to not fall for devil's bait. A source of comfort is the fact that God will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But when you are tempted, He also provides a way out so that you can stand up under it. So when you think you can't bear the temptation, remember that for God to allow it to get you, you surely can withstand it. So rather than succumb, cry out to God to show you are the way to escape. Anytime you are tempted, it shows that you have been exposed to something by sight or sound. We call the progression see, think, and do. You have to see or hear something for you to think it and then do it. So anytime you feel tempted, the first thing to do is to reflect on what you may have seen or heard that is following the thought before it leads to the going. It is not possible to desire something that you have not seen or heard about. If you are walking right with God, you will get that feeling in your spirit that something is not right with the thought or situation you are in. That is your signal to be cautious and flee or seek help immediately, if unable to flee. If your spouse can handle it immediately, let them know of the temptation, why they can't handle such revelation, and most simply can't do without subjection to all kind of suspicion. Then call a trusted and understanding friend for help and prayers. If you are not in direct link with God, you must establish that connection. You need God to overcome satanic forces at a play in extramarital affairs. That link also qualifies you for the Holy Spirit guidance on what to do to avoid temptation and flee it if trapped. Take responsibility for your temptations. Blessed is the man who perseveres under trial, because when he is through the text, he will perceive the crown of Lord that God has promised to those who love him. When tempted, no one will say, God is tempting me, for God cannot be tempted by the evil, nor does he tempt anyone, but each one is tempted when by his own devil desire he is dragged away and enticed, then after desire he convinces it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it full grown, gives birth to death. While everyone is open to the devil's temptation, yielding to the temptation is a matter of personal choice. God does not tempt and cannot be blamed for anyone's temptation. In the same vein, the devil can't be blamed for temptation either. This is simply because the devil is limited and can be everywhere at the same time. Only God is omnipresent. The devil is therefore not there when you are making the wrong choice. It is flesh that's leading you astray. Inability to know oneself and weakness and recognize the bait is the problem. Being a Christian or even a pastor is not enough to resist and overcome extramarital affairs. You must exercise every covenant caution in daily walking with God. It will be most unwise to succumb to extramarital affairs and thereby have a miserable life on earth and also lose the kingdom of God in heaven. Beware of Jezebel. Jezebel, daughter of Ethbaal, was the wife of King Ahab. In the Old Testament, Jezebel, a product of flesh that opens one to devil's spirit, is remembered for manipulating people using domineering, intimidating tactics that are similar to all forms. Bad company corrupts good character. Jezebel is a spirit through it operates through flesh that is not safe and sold out to grace. Jezebel really means without habitation or home. which depicts clearly that she is the first and foremost a free spirit that can be held down. She does hold on allegiance to anyone but herself and seek to control people. What people? The Jezebel spirit seeks to be noticed and be in position of authority all the time. The spirit operates primarily through intimidation by story of Elijah fleeing. Jezebel treat in spite of his great triumph just before in the trial of Mount Carmel and the dramatic demonstration that his God has authority over all the heaven and earth. Obviously, Ejezer God could contain Jezebel's street, but he bore the fear and fled. Such intimidation is the trademark of the Jezebel spirit manipulating people and situations by threat. If you don't do what I want, I will tell everybody, including your wife, that you are harassing me, or I'm going to walk out of this marriage if things don't change soon. Strangely, such people are often very active in church activities and could even lead Bible study classes from where they exert influence on their classes. If care is not taken, they often begin to arrogate themselves the rule of products or prophets to properties with a word for the congregation, and where their prophecy is not accepted, they move against leaders by turning the congregation against them. Don't forget that the Jezebel spirit has charm and influence and thus commands tremendous followership. Paul had warned us against such people who attempt to change scripture to suit their selfish aims. As you have already said, so now I say again, if anybody is preaching to you a gospel other than what you accepted, let them be eternally condemned. As depicted with the story of Naboth's vineyard in 1 Kings, Jezebel delivered through lies, treachery, and manipulation the vineyard to King Ahab, her husband, what he as a king could not get. The Jezebel spirit always gets what she wants because people usually underestimate her and take her calm disposition for granted rather than being hard and violent with her. When a woman asserts control over her husband or on someone else's, she is exhibiting the Jezebel spirit because God has stated clear in Genesis 3:16 that your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. King Ahab lost his kingdom because of the overpowering wife Jezebel. He allowed his wife Jezebel to rule the kingdom that God gave him, thus bringing all kinds of things that God abhorred in the kingdom. In fact, scripture tells us that there was never a man like Ahab who sold himself to the devil in the eyes of the Lord. Urged by the Jezebel, his wife, I beg you, once you disdain that you are dealing with the Jezebel spirit, do not compromise to need to be aggressive against her. I must warn that though that you can only achieve victory over this spirit by being fully repentant and being effective in ministry, guarding your work and work with God without seeking any personal recognition. This spirit is destroyer and should not be given home to thrive in your relationship, even though those afflicted could change as God Himself gives them time to change. Revelations, the spirit is very patient, though as it seeks the devil its victims, so you must be vigilant so as not be caught unawares. Read the story of Herod's famous birthday gift. Note that in the story, as in the most situation where the spirit operates, someone else does the job with Jezebel, merely manipulating the process. The spirit also operates widely in our world, particularly through the media and its several suggestive images of what is cool and sophisticated, with pornography being one of the most seductive tools used by the spirit of Jezebel. Once addicted to the victim seizes the work in victory spiritually, but is rather full of shame and guilt in spite of the secret of the indulgence. Strangely, the Jezebel spirit often reflects love, though not of the scripture. If you stop seeing me, I will make sure marriage breaks up, or simply stressing loyalty to instill true love is unconditional. But the love that Jezebel's spirit possesses is demanding and dominating, taking most of it, not all your time and attention. And once you fail to give in it, it switches to destruction mode. Since it takes note of things you have done wrong and your weakness, it is usually possesses sufficient ammunition to use against you. Jezebels are very good liars, full of charm, and are very convincing. They have no concept of reality. They are full of greed and self-greed. They rebels against all authority and consistency, try to put themselves in position of authority legitimately. They hate people who do not submit to them. They are driven by pride and they will never admit wrongdoing. They are extremely sly and easy to get people to divulge information about themselves that they later use against them. Once they lose control of people, their love and friendship instantly changes to hate and destruction. Of course, when they love you, they want you 100% to themselves. Such people also want to be involved in every situation you want, craving power and recognition and are willing to pay any price for it. They are often the price to volunteer for responsibility, even in church, because it provides a platform from which the exact authority can be noticed. Repentance is the key for those born by the spirit of Jezebel, but such people need to be heard by people being firm and confronting them with their ways and controlling tactics. The process of deliverance, however, is tough one-for-one process. For this time for Joseph to be with the family of God. Please don't be deceived into thinking that such manipulative spirits cannot affect you. They can, except you are walking in the spirit and are not living according to the flesh and its cardinal desires. So I say, live by the spirit and you will not gratify the desires of the sinful nature. Your dear children are formed from God and have overcome them, because one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. Rest assured that in Christ you are saved, because no weapon for God against you will prevail. Forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that curses you. This is the heritage of the servants of God, and this is their vindication from them, declares the Lord. God does not let us choose, but He wants that we must accept the consequence of our choices. Adam and Eve chose to disobey, and they died as God had warned that they would. Instead of learning from that sad experience, humanity continued to disobey so persistently that every inclination of the thought of his heart was only evil all the time. This led to most of humanity dying in floods. In the dawn of her revelation, God said, I set before you today life and prosperity, death and destruction. Choose life. How disappointing it is to see that Israel chose death. Likewise, Jesus said before this disciplines the way that leads to destruction and the way that leads to life. And you wonder the popular way is that the best choice. But consider how many are choosing the popular way today. Beware of Jezebels and also the possibility of your unknowingly playing host in the spirit. So beware of Jezebel out to destroy you and your marriage. They are all over the place and increasingly indigenous in their ways.
Suggestive prayers. Where I have been used by the devil to manipulate my spouse and indeed anyone, I confess my sin to you, O God, in Jesus' name. I renounce the devil and his subtle hold on me and wash myself clean with the precious blood of Jesus. I release my spouse and that I have held captive by my manipulative tendencies in Jesus' name. I pray for my spouse, who I can now see has been under the influence of the Jezebel spirit and with the authority of Christ. I release him or her now from the Jezebel spirit in the name of Jesus. Amen. Chapter 10, Impact of Extramarital Affairs. Now you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8:32. Extramarital affairs have significant impact on people
other than those involved, and indeed on the church and society at large. Here are my thoughts on some of them and suggested ways to manage them. On the children, teenagers and or adult children are most affected in my view. Children traditionally start life holding their parents in very high esteem, so they may be affected by the disparity between who they thought the parents was and who now see them to be. If not managed carefully, such children may have difficulty with trust, forgiveness because of the anxiety that they may experience due to feeling they can no longer count on anybody. Most children will take the discovery personal, if as you are the direct victim. It is not unusual to see them because, firstly, protective of the hurt parent. They may do a role reversal, becoming intensely proactive, protective to the hurt parent, just as the parent was protective of them when they were children. Strangely though, they may feel disloyal to the hurt parent if they forgive the other parent. Children suffer when their parents engage in extramarital affairs, even when the parents succeed in keeping the affairs secret. Therapists and sociologists are finding, while an affair is taking place, children sense that the parent is expending emotional energy outside the family, the socialists say. As a result, the children may become anxious or frightened, or they may sense rejection and feel they must have done something wrong. Moreover, experts found that such children are prone to have affairs themselves when they marry. The common assumption has been that unless a marriage is in jeopardy, a discreet affair has little in any impact on a child. But increasing clinical evidence and a recent study suggests that the subtle changes in an adulterous parent's behavior can unsettle children, regardless of whether the truth leaks out and even if the children are too young to understand what is happening. Clinicians say that in the past, the impact on children was all but overlooked, but interest in this field is increased among clinicians. Dr. Weiner said, because of the new focus in therapy on the family as a unit in which the action of one affect the behavior of everybody in family. Further material has been compiled recently by Frank Pittman, Associate Clinical Professor of Psychiatry at Emory University in Atlanta. Dr. Pittman's findings were based on a 30-year family therapy practice in Atlanta, where he consults more than 1,000 adults and were published in January in the book Private Lies. These experts found that an adult having an affair becomes so swept up in personal needs that the parent seems incapable of focusing on the potential effect on the child. It was something the parents apparently did not care to confront. Dr. Lawson said, children are apprehensive what emerges, particularly from the clinical material. It is a picture of children growing apprehensive over the sudden inattentiveness of a parent or telephone conversations behind closed doors in whispered tones. All these include the child room and the usual comforting explanations about family activities and events. Dr. Pittman said, small children in such situations tend to exhibit anxiety symptoms with clinging, bedwetting, thumb-sucking, fire-setting, temper tantrums, night terrors. In fact, anything that seems an appropriate response to the fear that their family is about to be wiped up. Our older children who may feel angry or betrayed when they find out that a parent is having an affair may respond by acting out. Parental affairs can also become the training ground for a child's adult behavior. By contrast, the researchers reported a girl who is aware of her father's behavior seemed to grow up angry at men and unsure of her relationships with them. When the mother is having an affair, the therapist said they detected a different reaction in children because the mother is still most often considered the focus of the children. A child who learns of an affair is in danger of losing confidence in the viability of marriage and family. But even the affair is a sport. Dr. Pittman and said the trauma for children can be eased if the parents are sufficiently in control of their own emotions to explain to the child that these things should not happen, but do happen and can be survived, a child's awful secret. For a child, the worst thing a parent can do in an affair is to ask a child to keep the affair a secret from the other parent. If the child has found out, the child is forced to carry an awful secret and is alienated from the other parents. This ruins the child for life. So, how should parents help their children in this circumstance? The guilty parent must understand that the children's feeling can't be ignored or assumed to blow away over time. It is important to be available to respond to their comments and to their feelings in a non-defensive way. It may feel awkward to have the tables turned, so to speak, in the kids may be chastising the parents in a way that parents often chastises their kids. But the kids' reactions are understandable, especially in light of the potential impact on their lives. It is important here to note that the children's feelings about the situation may affect more by what the hurting parent does than what they say. It is therefore most important that the hurting parent shows that he or she is not defeated, but will grow stronger and more independent as a result of dealing with this problem together as a family. This then shows, I have stated severally in previous chapters, that the couple first needs to take care of themselves before attempting to take care of the children. They need to set an example that the kids can follow in effectively working to understand and heal from the pain of this situation. On the church, every person needs a principled plan for dealing with extramarital affairs. The truth is that it is very common these days. If you have not had a member or leader involved yet in your church, it is only a matter of time. Sooner or later, you will have to deal with someone in leadership who falls into sin and has an extramarital affair. Sadly, as it's with most things secular, the church is generally not well equipped to help those that get into or are affected by extramarital affairs. For example, how will your church respond to a confessed leader or a reported one? In most cases, ridicule, excommunication, and punishment are likely to be the general response, with little, if any, possibility of genuine counseling and support. If a local church does not have firm principles and processes on these subjects ahead of time, it will be difficult for its leader to deal with the situation, while some members will expectedly take position of strict sanctions. You will be surprised at how many others will offer arguments for some more accommodation resolutions. It will not be surprising to have members pass comments such as, God has forgiven them, why shouldn't we? They have stopped sinning, why hold a grudge against them now? The Bible says, judge not, and that we should be accepting and loving, not judgmental. The individual should be our first concern, not a set of rules. Some gossip, others have affairs. Both are equally sinful in God's sight. King David sinned just as bad, yet he stayed in power as king. The church is a place of redemption, not punishment. Or we should be like a city of refuge, a safe haven for sinners. These and other arguments will surely emerge when you face your first affair among the leadership or members in the church. I am of the opinion that in the event of an extramarital affair, the person must leave leadership with no exception. I also hold the view that the church should forgive and demonstrate same in practical terms. While the church must be concerned with helping the individual's thoughts, it must not do so at the expense of the church's reputation. All efforts really must be channeled towards restoring the fallen person as a Christian, as a prelude to restoring them as leaders while they were leaders before the fall. I have seen so many fallen and broken people used by God's mighty. Full restoration is therefore indeed possible. On the society, although there has been an increase in permissiveness over the years, a large majority of people still categorically reject extramarital sex. Nevertheless, there are a number of reasons for supporting that a steadily increasing number of people will feel inclined to enter into extramarital relationships. Factors contributing to this increased receptiveness include improved contraception, increased emphasis on a philosophy of personal growth and self-fulfillment, women's liberation movement and its attendant growth in the independence and greater opportunities fostered by the gradual slackening of puritanical moral values. As indicated by Bob Gass in one of the series on marriage myth, there is no alternative to the one you married, and I quote him verbatim as follows. The myth of the marriage goes round says you can hop and off marriage when you are both disconnected, stressed out, or get a better offer. Today, we are conditioned to instant gratification. If we don't like the rules, we will take our ball to another playground. We are a disposable society. Whether doesn't perform satisfactorily will be replaced rather than repaired. Tragically, we transfer this mentality to our relationships and replace the people in our lives that don't play the game our way. Each generation becomes less likely to be tolerant, patient, hardworking, flexible, and creative in marriage, and more likely to trade in that what they are unwilling to work on. The myth of the marriage go-round tells us we don't have to grapple with our marital issues, just replace it. But the truth reveals that the myth doesn't work. Over 50% of first marriages end in divorce, 65% of second ones, and more than 70% of third ones. Clearly, when it comes to marriage, the more we do it, the worse we get at it. In fact, with few exceptions, the painful numbers indicate that statistically you have a better chance of finding happiness in your current marriage with all its challenges, and if you move on to another one. God's way is your best option. Always when he says, therefore, what God has joined together, let man not separate. Matthew 19:6. He intends that in working and growing through the obstacles and opportunities of your marriage, you will become a better partner and end up building a happier marriage. God's way is your best option always. So do not be deceived by the prevailing tolerance and permissiveness in society. Be different and stick to your partner. Even after the affair, your relationship can be restored. Suggested prayer. I pray that you forgive the guilty part here and that you create an enabling platform for my spouse and I to heal as you restore our relationship in Jesus' name. Pray that our children will not be permanently marred by the events of this discovery. May they be able to build and live happy family life with their own spouse and children in future in the name of Jesus. Amen. Chapter 11, affair proof your marriage. Marriage should be honored by all, and the marriage bed kept pure, for God will judge the all adulterer and all the sexually immoral. Hebrews 13:4. Yes, just as you have bulletproof vehicles and chemical attack-proof gear, etc., it is advisable that we protect our marriage against affairs. The difference here taught is that what you require is intangible. There are things that you have to do consciously and consistently as opposed to a physical object to procure and hang on your neck or around the home like a talisman. Unforgiveness is one great ingredient that fuels the flame of involvement in affairs. Even when your spouse does not deserve your forgiveness, I will advise you to let it go, as unforgiveness on your part ultimately creates guilt in the offending party. The result is that he feels unwelcome, thus becoming ripe for some form of acceptance or sympathy from the opposite sex outside the home, even when not consciously seeking it. This is quite common with men whose wives have failed to forgive them for the past indiscretions or shortcomings, or who constantly remind them of their past. Now, this is not to give liberty to those of you that find yourself in such members of the opposite sex, particularly when it has to do with your spouse. Where you find it difficult to resolve such issues with your spouse, then turn to your Heavenly Father or any other respected leader that both of you hold in high regard. It is also important that you make a conscious effort to compliment each other, looking out for the things your spouse does best. For example, even if your wife is not such a good cook, she deserves to be complimented for being a good mother to the kids. For the men, it is most important that you pay attention to the efforts of your wife makes to look good. A good example would be her new hairstyle, new dress or shoes, or whatever she has gone out of her way to do look good. So most of us men make that grave mistake, only for an outsider to notice and comment on the new looks, and gradually, if not checked, our spouse begin to look forward to and actually grave this person's acknowledgement. Another factor that helps to affair-proof a marriage is an atmosphere where both parties can express their fantasies without being made to feel inferior, wild, unspiritual, or just plain worldly. We all have fantasies, some going way back to childhood, ranging from wishing we were to opposite sex to being the president of the country. Each spouse should provide the opportunity by asking directly, if needs be, what fantasies the other has, with a genuine desire to help each other, particularly where the fantasies are not of good and could be harmful if not exhausted from the mind. Nature safe friendships. 1. This is the most important affair preventer. No marriage can give you everything. For example, a husband is going to have interest that his wife may never care about, such a football, hiking, or the news channels. Therefore, he is likely to stray if he can find some good men friends with whom to watch soccer matches, such as Manchester United play, Arsenal, climb a mountain, and golf. If the other was, you must give some space to each other, as you may not be able to adapt to some of your spouse's harmless pastime, no matter how much you try. The drug effect. Just as the impacts cocaine and related drugs have on the drug addict, connecting with someone new fools us into thinking that the sexy man or attractive woman outside holds the key to our everlasting happiness. You must realize that the rush to the rate that you feel is not real, meaningful, or lasting. The understanding alone can help a married person to just say no. Stolen waters always taste sweet, but it is extremely dangerous. 3. Keep dating. I am serious here. Regular outing with your spouse, just the two of you and no one else, will bring some very infinite rewards to a marriage. By dating, you will learn how to talk to each other again. This does not necessarily need to be expensive or done outside the home. My wife and I enjoy those moments when the kids are in school and the house help takes her day off. The glances we exchange and postures we are assuming right there in the house can't be imagined. Find a creative outlet. People are lured into emotional and physical affairs because the infatuation provides an exciting, stimulating place when they are energized. Therefore, to stay affair-proof, you have to find other sources of stimulation and excitement. For me these days, a weekly meal of my thoughts to my over 600 and growing staff and watching football matches is that outlet. I usually cannot wait for those activities each week. When I get overwhelmed by the issues with my wife, those events give me the outlet where I can create something new, where I can run away however, temporarily from the stress. This book is also a result of that option. 5. Hang out with happy couples. If you are hanging with a bunch of men or women that sees nothing wrong with sleeping around, you are much more likely to do it yourself. The good news is that the opposite is also true. If you have a set of friends committed to their marriages, you will be less likely to cheat on your spouse. My wife and I are blessed with such a group. Incidentally, we call ourselves the Happy Family Group. It is made up of 6 married couples with ages currently ranging between 44 and 53. Once a quarter, we gather for an all-night vigil in addition to praying for one family each month. In addition, almost every other month we take turns to host the group in a party where we eat, joke, dance, and throw jabs at each other all through the night. 6. Learn how to fight. Wait before saying something ugly, and make sure you are not tired or hungry or in a stressful situation. I'm not saying that you cannot confront your spouse if you are tired, hungry, or stressed, because then we will live in a silent world. However, it is a good idea to recognize situations that tend to accelerate arguments. Our approach in my home is for one to take the position of the peacemaker once the other goes on adrenaline rush to the head. Unfortunately, though, I end up playing the role most of the time, but it works. Just holding back what you intended to say for a few seconds does wonders to the final words that come out. 7. Be nice and listen. Listening is the hardest thing about marriage. Keeping your mouth closed when the other person is talking. In my conversations with men and women who have had affairs, the number one reason for pursuing the affair was this: she listened to me. I mattered to him. Over time, we take each other for granted in our marriages. We begin to respond even before our partners has finished speaking. We often make statements like, "I know what you are going to say." So over time, the hurting partner simply stops to talk, only to find a supposedly harmless listener outside. So learn to listen effectively and be less judgmental. B. Nice and listen. If either of you work in offices where you get to travel frequently, the spouse should take time off work also to travel along at every opportunity. This is because hotel accommodation will have been paid for by the one on official trip, and in some cases use the allocation for business class ticket paid by the office to get 2 premium economy tickets for both of you. Highly effective both financially and romantically, I tell you. Here are a few other suggestions on how to affair-proof your marriage from Dennis and Barbara Rainey in their book, Moments Together for Couples. 1. Make your marriage bed your priority. Do not let your daily work lead you to bedtime exhaustion, the great zapper of passion. 2. Talk together about what pleases another and what does not. 3. Add the element of surprise to your marriage bed. Caution: it might be good to ask permission before cooking up something that may be offensive to your spouse. See 15:17. Be patient with your mate. This area of marriage love and commitment demands that we continually grow and learn about one another. 5. Beware of bitterness. Keep short accounts and ask forgiveness when you fail or if you have become bitter. 6. Vonette Bright, wife of the president and founder of Campus Crusade for Christ, says this about sex: it's just as important to be filled with the Holy Spirit in bed as it is in witnessing to another about Jesus Christ. 7. You probably have not been asked this question in a devotional recently. Why not turn the lights early tonight? These are by no means exhaustive. Affair-proofing your marriage is a personal choice that every couple must take seriously, particularly in the light of what society is becoming by the day. Gone are the days when men are desired for their money or power. These days, they are desired just for their time, and many women are ready to pay the man for that time at their wife's expense. That is not to say that the men folk do not have a role to play too. These days, there are many men who just go out for women, including the married ones, just for the sport of it. So women, beware. He really does not care about you. Suggested prayer. I bring my spouse and I to your throne of grace for your fresh anointing and protection from wandering thoughts, lust, and the ultimate danger of adultery. Where we have already found ourselves in such situations, I pray for deliverance and a forgiving heart as you help us through the healing process in the name of Jesus. Amen. Chapter 12, Renewing Your Marriage Vows. This chapter creates an opportunity for you to renew your marriage vows and practically get married all over again. You should fill in the blanks and preferably go through man of God, and if possible, with others to witness your marriage renewal. All that is remaining will be hymns of all songs in between the wedding cake and guests. Therefore, it ought not to be entered into lightly, unadvisedly, but thoughtfully, reverently, discreetly, advisedly, soberly, and in the fear of God, duly considering the causes of which it was ordained. First, marriage was ordained for companionship, mutual society, help and comfort which husband and wife ought to have to each other in all circumstances. Second, marriage was ordained for the protection of children, to be brought up in the fear and nurture of the Lord, and to praise his holy name. Third, marriage was ordained for protection against sin, for avoidance of all sexual immoralities, such as fornication, that such persons have not the rare gift of the celibacy might marry and keep themselves undefiled members of Christ's body. Marriage was ordained for the propagation and perpetuation of the human social order, which is uniquely above the instinctive animal kingdom. Into this holy estate of marriage, these two persons were joined, marriage covenant renewal and blessing. Speaking to the persons renewing their marriage covenant, the minister says, Minister, husband, will you continue to have this beautiful woman as your wedded wife, to continue to live together after God's ordinance and the holy estate of marriage? Will you continue to love her, comfort her, honor and keep her in all circumstances, and forsaking all others, continue to keep to her as long as you shall live? Husband, I will, God helping me. Minister, wife, will you continue to have this young man as your wedded husband, to continue to live together after God's ordinance in the holy estate of marriage? Will you continue to obey him, love and honor and keep him in all circumstances, and forsaking all others, continue to keep only him as long as both shall live? Wife, I will, God helping me. The marriage covenant. Giving of rings. The minister renews the blessings on the engagement and wedding ring of the couple. The husband puts the wife's rings upon the fourth finger of her left hand. The husband holding the ring there says after the minister, with these rings as a continuing reminder of my love to you, my body, I continue to yield to you, and with all my worldly goods, I continue to endure you. In the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Repeat the above with the bride. Mutual commitment to be said by both husband and wife only. Entreat me not to leave you to return from following you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your gods my gods. Prayer. The couple on their knees, the minister leads in the prayer of thanksgiving for God's blessing. Minister authoritative affirmation of the status of the couple renewing their wedding vows. These two continue to remain one. For what God has joined together, let no man put asunder. For as much as dash and dash have continued to consent to live together in the holy wedlock and have reaffirmed the same before God and this company and territory renewed and pledged their covenants each to other, and have declared the same by giving and receiving of rings and by joining of hands as minister of the Lord Jesus Christ, I pronounce and declare that you remain husband and wife for life, Mr. and Mrs. Dash, in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Minister adds blessing. The couple kneeling. The Lord will continue to command his blessing upon you in your bands and all that you undertake, and he will bless you in the land which Lord your God gives you. May the Lord continue to bless upon and keep you. May the Lord continue to make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord will always lift his countenance upon you and grant you peace, and now and forever. The couple turning to the congregation as the minister says, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to present to you Mr. and Mrs. Dash. In communication in marriage, simply let your yes be yes and your no, no. Anything beyond this comes from the evil one. Matthew 5:37. Let your conversation be always full of grace, seasoned with salt, so that you may know how to answer everyone. Communication is a process by which information is exchanged between individuals through common symbols, signs, words, or behavior. Effective communication is the process of putting one's idea, thoughts, and feelings in a way that will be understood by the other party, from whom an appropriate response is expected. Our main focus in this chapter, however, is communication using words of expression. This involves talking, listening, and understanding. Communication, though sometimes a burdensome task, is necessary for a successful marriage. In case where there is the wrong attitude to communication, their marriage is threatened, and where there is no communication at all, the marriage is virtually doomed. Communication can be broken into two broad categories: verbal, which involves talking, responding, and wording, and non-verbal, which consists of caring, kissing, a hug, caressing, cuddling, the eyes, nose rubbing, admiring, holding, and nodding. Several factors affect communication and should be avoided as much as possible. Loud noise from radio sets, loud conversation, and distractions by children is one major obstacle that should be kept in check for meaningful communication to take place. Psychological factors such as poor mental attitude, depression, fatigue, or other mental or emotional disturbances could also affect effective communication in the home, though not common. Linguistic affect communication. In some instances, psychological factors such as ignorance of the peculiar physical and emotional needs of a man as compared and a woman will be responsible for a couple's communication problems. The man, for example, usually wants respect, is boastful, and desires intimate physical contact, while woman in the main wants love, protection, enduring words, and gifts. Couple also eventually have problems communicating effectively, while seeds of ingratitude such as non-showing appreciation, unfair comparison, and use of negative words has been the practice in the home over time. Other great causes of poor communication in the home are physical assault on the another, lying and shirking of responsibility, divided loyalty while vacation, other love, and or children can come between the couple. In view of all we have considered above, it is advisable for you to always communicate even if what you have to communicate is your displeasure about what your spouse has done. It is important also that you keep your heart and soul free of ungodly assumptions and thoughts, because the condition of your heart affects what you say or hear. While the tongue must be controlled effectively as diminished in Peter 3:10 and Proverbs 21:23, your mode of presentation should be such that will elicit a satisfactory response, and you should have to mend fences. Don't wait for your spouse to make the love first move. Pray earnestly and make it easy for your spouse to retrace his or her steps and dwell less on who is right or guilty. Think more of what is right and needful. Planting positive words. We are attracted to marry each other's strengths. Then we go home to live with each other's weakness. Anonymous. When was the last time you expressed any positive words to your spouse? I am taking of expressions like, thank you for, you made me feel loved when, I like when with you because, I appreciate you because, I admire you for, I feel confident that you can, one of the things that you are really good as is, etc. I'm sure that most couples cannot remember ever expressing all, if any, of the praises above to their spouse. If you are such a person, do not worry, because this chapter is for you. It is an attempt to dwell on the power words have on our relationships. Think about the power of words in your life. What were some statements, either positive or negative, that you had about yourself when you were growing up that you still remember? What is easier for you to recall, the positive words or the negative ones? For most people, it is usually easier to recall the negative words, and it is not so difficult to understand why this is so. Words, and it is not a difficult, words can be compared to seed. Negative words can cause seed to become weak in a person, self-esteem, while positive words bear fruit. I implore you to open your Bible to what the book of Proverbs has said to you about the power of words in Proverbs 1:19, Proverbs 12:25, Proverbs 15:4, Proverbs 16:24, Proverbs 24:26, and Proverbs 25:11. Write down what truth must stood out to you and why, and meditate on the outcome. You should always use words carefully and constructively in speaking to your spouse, because it is the one sure way to build each other's self-esteem. It is quite unfortunate that some people find it hard to give or receive praise. Consider the impact both kind action and words had on Ruth's self-esteem in Ruth 2:17, and the way Boaz himself was affected by Ruth's kind words. You will notice that the pleasant exchange of words between Boaz and Ruth happened under ordinary daily circumstances as they both went about their work. But we get so engrossed with work and routine everyday activities that we will fail to recognize each other's need for encouraging words. My wife and I had greatly difficulty in meeting this need in each other's life. We were so critical of each other's every move that even the few expressions of positive words are always received with caution and often disbelieved by the relate to your spouse, receiving partner. Taking a cue from Ruth and Boaz, how do you relate to your spouse, especially the words you use on a day-to-day basis? Now, the age we live in gives us lots of opportunities to improve on our communication in this regard. Text messages, emails, and even little posts, notes could be left on the mirror, by your spouse's bedside, or in the bag or briefcase on the way to work, or even sent through dispatch to the office, not to talk about when you are both at home. Expressing those positive words at home works even better with the children or others around. It gives very positive reassurance of your love and commitment to each other, while modeling good Christian behavior to the children. Suggested prayer. I thank you for my wife, husband, and for your continuing provision for us. Please recreate a new spirit within me and guide me to plant positive words in my spouse going through. In the name of Jesus, I have prayed. Amen. Conclusion. From what I read and watch in old movies, the challenges for a spouse were different and easier in those days. If current movies dispute our time, many will agree with me on this, I believe. The focus in those days was on doing your duty, fulfilling your role as a husband or wife. These days, we are expected to take care of the others in our life, spouse, children, aging parents, a house, and for women, balance a career with all. For men, the expectation is to be sensitive as well. The pressure on husbands and wives to do it all is enough before. Even sex with a spouse has pressure these days. Couples often disagree on how often they should, what kind of orgasm is required or desired, and not just the kind, but how many times a love-making session. Maybe our parents did it the old-fashioned way. They definitely did not have to contend with who should make the first move, or wonder if both enjoyed the moment equally, or measurable the effectiveness of their organs. All they had to do was probably in and out, and the duty was done. Some start appears as a means of escape from those responsibilities. Many people laugh at men and women who do not realize that their spouse has been cheating on them. They cannot imagine how someone could be obvious to the fact their significant other is being unfaithful. Everyone assumes that they will know if their partner was being unfaithful. The fact of the matter is, however, that many individuals that are cheated on truly did not see it coming or realize it was happening. How do people have affairs without being caught? Here are some of the ways. Busy life. In many cases, individuals who have affairs have partners that lead very full and busy lives. For example, a mother of 3 children under the age of 6 who is also juggling a full-time job may not have the time to reflect on why her husband is working long hours or acting somewhat distant. She does not have the energy to devote her attention to what her husband is doing when he is out of the home. She trusts her husband, and so her guard is not up. Her husband knows that his wife is preoccupied, and he realizes that he has a good chance of getting away with an affair because he has too many other things to focus on. Business trips. If someone has a job that requires them to do a large amount of traveling away from their home and spouse, then it can be relatively easy for the person to have an affair without being caught. They do not have to worry about going home immediately after their indiscretion. A cheater on a business trip can lie about what he is doing and who he is with, and his spouse or her spouse has no real way of verifying his accounts. If the business trips are legitimate, meaning that the cheater is not just altogether lying about being away on business, then it is easy to have filings without a spouse finding out. Cheaters on business trips have the ability to cover their tracks in through a way. For one, they are far away from home, and therefore they can meet people who do not know them or their spouse or anything about them. No strings attached. Situation is much more visible than it will be with someone from their hometown. Plus, the cheater and shower and clean up before going home, making sure that there are no signs of the affair, such as lipstick on the collar or the scent of another woman's perfume or man's cologne. Technology contributes. Many affairs in modern society are aided by technology. Unfaithful husbands and wives can give out their private cell phone number rather than having to worry about getting calls at home from the people they are having affairs with. If they keep their phones off and tucked away when their spouse is around, they may be able to cover up the affair. In addition, computers and the internet are often used by individuals who are trying to cover their cheating tracks. People communicate via instant messenger service and email, and oftentimes their spouses do not have access to their password, or they simply are not familiar with the technology themselves. So they will not even know where to begin if they wanted to try spying on the spouse computer's activity. God's old-fashioned trust and manipulation. Oftentimes, cheaters are very good and convincing liars. They are able to convince their spouse that they are not unfaithful. They become very defensive and claim to be hurt when accusations are thrown their way. If they have a trusting spouse, they may even be able to manipulate the situation so that their spouse end up apologizing for being accused sorcery. They act as a philosophy that goes deny. In many cases, cheaters are able to get their spouses off their backs so well that they cannot continue with their affairs without being caught. Jesus said, anyone who looks at woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Matthew 5:28. This is because every lustful share damages the marriage. The less one desires to dispose, the more he or she would look for things to justify inappropriate fantasies. For some from today, chose not to look lustfully. Job 31:1. Remember that Job looked at before he got into trouble. You may have observed that no part of this book talks of divorce, particularly as an option after the discovery. That is because God hates divorce, and so I do. Some Pharisees came and tested him by saying, Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife? What did Moses command you? He replied, they said, Moses permitted a man to write a certificate of divorce and send her away. It was because your hearts were hard and Moses wrote you this law. Jesus replied, but at the beginning of creation, God made them male and female. For this reason, a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two but one. Therefore, what God has adjoined together, let man not separate. When they were in the house again, the disciples asked Jesus about this. He answered, anyone who divorces his wife and marries another woman commits adultery against her. And if she divorces her husband and marries another man, she commits adultery. Mark 10:2-12. If living together is so hurtful after the discovery, I recommend a separation while both parties go on to understand and deal with their perspective emotions. My support for separation in this instance, however, is only as a prelude to coming back together and not to indulge or to go on and remarry someone else. For purpose of education, however, there are different types of divorce and each one has its own emotional and psychological intensity. There is the bilateral agreement divorce, where both spouses are unhappy and conclude that they will be happier being apart. In a divorce like this, the couple is often able to come to a mutual agreement, settle their affairs amicably, and they connected as friends with little emotional upset. While this may be true for friends for some, the happiness is usually selfish, with no consideration for others that were part of the marriage, like children. Then there is the auxiliary unilateral divorce, where one spouse makes the decision to divorce to the utter shock of the other spouse. This type of divorce means more emotional and psychological intensity for the spouse, who was either unaware of the problems in the marriage or was of the view that the couple was making progress towards a new life together. The one chosen to live has had time to think about, reflect upon, and weigh the options and to emotionally detach themselves from the marriage. The other spouse, who is caught by surprise, is normally mistreated and left to feel abandoned. There is a huge imbalance of power, with the one living being the one in control of most aspects of whether or not the marriage will continue. But like the Bible says, as I noted above, God hates divorce. Therefore, as God's chosen people, holy and dearly loved, clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. Bear with each other and forgive whatever grievances you may have against one another. Forgive as the Lord forgave you, and over all these virtues put on love, which binds them all together in perfect unity. Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts. Since as members of one body you are called to peace, and be thankful. Let the Lord of Christ dwell in you richly as you teach and admonish one another with all the wisdom, as you sing psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs with gratitude in your hearts to God. And whatever you do, whether in word or deed, do it all in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him. Wives, submit to your husband as is fitting in the Lord. Husbands, love your wives and do not be harsh with them. Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for men, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. It is the Lord Christ you are serving. I leave you with a 14-point marriage agenda developed by an old schoolmate of mine, Collins Adeyemi, an event management specialist. Once upon a time, a play by Barclays Ayakoroma. Village compound. Play opens on a gathering of the community to welcome a son who had been to a distant land. He is Dagogo, and with him is small boy of about 5 years. The singing, drumming, and dancing is brought to an end with a tumultuous ovation. An elderly man stands up to address the gathering. Elder, people of Abalutoro, I greet you all. Elder, this is all like a dream. It is not always that we receive sons whom we have taken to be lost to the cities that you get to only after crossing 7 oceans. All that is true. Elder, today our ancestors have proved to us that they are not asleep. All that is how it is. Elder, yes, they have made our son Dogogo to return, to rebuild the family tree. Are we happy or not? All, we are happy. Elder, people of Abalutoro, I greet you. All, we greet you too. We greet you too. Elder, while we welcome our son with open arms, we have to tell him that he has to take us the way he has seen us. If I am drunk today, do not throw me away. I am taking this way because of the joy of seeing him after so many years. My people, one does not know the happiness of a dog without a tail. All, this is true. Elder, as human beings, we have to say what we feel. The God says the mouth that does not chew smells. We have seen our son, but we cannot leave here without hearing from him. How he thrived in the land across 7 oceans. Have I spoken well? All, yes, you have indeed. Dagogo, people of Abalutoro, I greet you. All, Dagogo, as our father has just said, one does not know the happiness of a dog without a tail. I thought I had been lost, but now I realize that I have people who care for others. As a young man, I left our shores with one ambition, to make money and live very well. You are all seeing me. Dreams will always be dreams, because I found out that life is not that easy. One is not safe in the so-called foreign lands because no one cares for another. Your brother will not mind using you as a footmat to get what he wants. The neighborly life we live here does not obtain our out there. Our people say the fall that is new to a village stands on one leg. I stood on one leg these several years in a strange land. Well, our elders say that the sun rises, so it must set. Oh, that is true, Dagogo. So here I am. This is where my umbilical cord was buried. I have come to start a new life with you, my kindred. People of Abalutoro, I greet you. He sits down. All ear, raising up and greeting and gathering. We all have ears to hear. We have all heard our brother. Our people say the interests of the crocodile are not brought out in public. But what we have heard, we have understood. Dogogo, our brother, we will be glad to help you to start life anew, taking drink of poor libation. Our ancestors, you have had your son, as you have guided his footsteps back to his home state. What we ask is for him to have good wives, good children, good money, and a good life. It is richness that tells what poverty is. It is never too late to start life. Let your son be rich for us to enjoy too. That which is safety in the belly is never shared with some other person. Let him have enough to fill his stomach. Drink, this is yours, but do not be drunk so that you will not forget to guide us. Those with bad mouths, this is yours. With my left hand, I give your share to you. Drink and be drunk. You should turn your bad mouths to those who say we should not live. People of Aboroturu, I greet you. All, we greet you in return. Elder, let the drums sound. Drumming resumes and a group of young men and women come out to dance. One or two persons to go whisper something to Dogogo. It is apparent they are showing him to a light sphincters. One of them catches his eyes. He goes to dash money, increase banknotes to the dancers, but spend more on the girl he admires. The people cheer. The dance reaches a high point and the sound of the drum moves Dogogo. He tries a few dance steps as lights fade out. Village street, lights fade in again shortly, and we see a group of boys walking along a street. They are chatting. Bipele, Junior, what is happening? Maybe nothing. Everything is just fine. Bipele, do you not look your normal self? Doubra, oh yeah, how do you know? Bipele, well, I know is if you are not built, you will not too. Doubra, angry, are you saying I am blind? Maybe, all right, Spaddies, there is just no reason to quarrel over how I look. Doubra, well, let him watch his mouth or else I will punch it. Bipele, and you watch your eyes or else I will pluck them out. Maybe, come on, no need to prattle like little children. Bipele, don't mind him. Maybe, well, see who is coming. Tata and her friends. I shall not talk to them. Tata comes in with two of her friends. She stops, sneers at the boys, hug lightly and moves on. They walk to the other side of the stage and saw. Tata, did you see that? Ama trying to pose for me? Animi, but Tata, don't you think you are taking this too far? Tata, I am taking it too far, eh? After what he has been doing to me, trying to ignore me? The same, you have injured his pride. Let me tell you, Ama is a handsome boy. Many girls will jump at the chance to. Tata, What? Even you, the me? Yes, even me. If he finds me good enough for him, yes, so. She does a catwalk showing off her looks like a model glancing at the direction of the boys. Animi, what? Me? Yes, now. Animi, are you not ashamed to say that, me? Why should I be ashamed? Tell me, why should I pretend? If you are in love with a boy, there is no need making him to go through a crucible. Tata, look, the wise fish knows that the beautiful worm that looks so easy to shallow has a sharp hook attached to it. Ama is only handsome on the outside. Me, well, you have been close to him, that is why you have come to that conclusion. But I tell you, I will not mind that experience too. Animi, don't talk like that. You want to shut my mouth? Ani, think of settling the matter and not putting fire. But she does not want him again now. Tata, did I say that? Ani, ask her. When are you making younger for him? What kind of love is that? Dinje, you hear? Tata, what is your business? Find your own man and play your love the way you want it. Consuelo. Look, I will not stand here to be insulted. Tata, then sit down to be insulted. Foolish girl. Jealousy. You are just jealous of me. That is all. I don't blame you. Me? Jealous? Tata, yes, you are jealous. Annie, please, Tata, let's not quarrel. They are watching us. Tata, I don't care. I won't allow a useless friend to put sand in my eyes or pour sand in my gari. Tata, let me tell you, the date that will kill a man begins an appetite. You have overreached yourself and you will pay for it. Just be me. Just bet me. She stretched forth her palm for Tata to pick up the challenge. As Tata is about to tap the outstretched palm, Animi intervenes. Animi, is this enough? What is all this? This is disgraceful. We shall see in this village. She was out in anger. Tata throws her words at DC as she leaves. Tata, you cannot do anything, useless girl. Why are you running away? You should have waited for me to pluck out those your eyes that are shining wind like searchlight, looking for other girls' boys' friends to snatch. I should have known why you decided to be close to me. Annie, that is all right. Take it easy. The boys have been watching the goings on from the opposite side of the stage. Amebi is puzzled. Amebi, what is happening over there? Why are they still standing there? Bipele, they are talking about you. Amebi, talking about me? How do you know? I don't know you read these lips. Bipele, oh no, just pure intuition. Amebi, thank you. Bipele, don't mention. So, what are you going to do? Amebi, what do you mean? Bipele, when she comes in humility. Amebi, she wouldn't. Doubra, she would. Amebi, how did you know? Doubra, oh, well, I must say it is just pure intuition too. Amebi, thanks and listen to me. You can keep your intuition to yourself. Bipele, I think there has been a serious disagreement over there already. Doubra, yes, tempers have risen. Amebi, what will have been responsible? Doubra, you of course. Amebi, how do you mean? Doubra, are you blind? This year has been trying to eye you, and you know when a girl realizes that another girl is secretly in love with her boyfriend, she makes sure that girl does not make passes at the boy, laughing. I will say you are in trouble. Amebi, you have not made my sense. What kind of trouble? Bipele, are you daft? The same will come all out for you, and Tata will try to protect her property. Amebi, property? Who is a property? Bipele, You, of course, I may be nonsense. Am I a bag of gari, a bag of cement, a plot of land, or a personal possession? I cannot be a woman's property, so she is just wasting her time. Doubra, are you there? We are on the scene one of the drama. Tata and Animi move over the boys who pretend to be doing one thing or the other, as if they were obvious to the girls approaching. Annie, maybe we want to talk to you. Maybe, is that so? Well, go ahead. I'm all ears. Annie, looking at his friend. We want to talk to you alone. Doubra, why don't you step aside with them? Maybe, what is the matter? Bipele, step aside. Do not scramble. The ears are meant for hearing. Hear them out first. It's not by force, Annie. No one is forcing you. Are we quarreling? I may be looking at Tata, who looks away. Ask her. Tata, you started it. I may be started what? After all the insults I received from your parents, and then your brother who is full of himself? Tata, was I the cause? I may be. Now, just listen to me. Bipele, I may be. Easy. Don't make this difficult for your African queen here. You see, arguments out of the mouth of a pretty face are unanswerable. Maybe, why not? Bipele, you look at the pretty face and you forget what to say. Doubra, that is true. They say since it is in the minds of men that the plans of wars are drawn and wars begin, it is in the minds of men that the settlement or the defenses of peace must be constructed. Bipele, that is very true. Let us reason together. The wise man controls his anger because anger is a spoiler. Maybe, after that the brute has done to me, he is only trying to protect his sister. Any young man will try to protect his younger sister so that she will not fall prey to ravaging wolves in sheep's clothing. Maybe, so am I now a wolf? Annie, that is not what I mean. Try and understand me. Tata is deeply sorry for everything that has happened. Are you sure? Of course, that is why I'm here with her. Putting on air around him. Well, you have been advocating for her. She has not said anything of the sort. Ayumi pulled out Tata to say something. Tata goes to him slowly. Tata, Ama, I'm very sorry. Forgive me if I have offended you. Maybe, if I have offended you, did you hear that? So you don't know that you have offended me? And don't take it that way, Ama. Maybe, which way should I take it? You tell me. Did you not hear her just now, mimicking her? If I have offended you, look, I do not care whether you are her lawyer or not. I'm not ready to take more insults from her. Doubra, she has said that she is very sorry. It is not right from here. How did you know that? Are you in her mind? Maybe, I can feel it, and the way she said it. Bipele, come on, maybe. To be in love with someone is to forgive each other always. To be in love is to be involved always. Tata, show him that you are, with all your heartily really sorry. Pause and prods Tata. She moves to maybe and holds him. Tata, I'm really sorry, Ama. Please forgive me. I love you. Smiling and drawing her to himself. That is all right. I love you too. Your brother can go to hell. The others smile in appreciation, but their joy is short-lived as a group of boys come in this with Destiny. There is an uneasy silence as they glare to each other. From the group, a burly-looking boy comes forward. Destiny, who all the while had been sneering at Tata, follows him. Tata looks at her angrily. Bingele, Ebitari, what are you doing here? I am talking to you. Are you deaf? Maybe, calmly. Has she been deaf before? Bingele, glaring at Amabi. You will not only talk when I ask you to. Understand? Amebi, now Bengele, listen. Tata Junior, please. Bengele, it has come to this, mimicking her. Junior, please. Now, Ibitari, come here now. They glare at each other. Tata does not make any move. Bengele, Ibitari, I say come here. Amebi, Tata, stay right here. Tombra, now Bengela, please take it easy. He tries to hurt Bengela, who pushes him away violently. Amebi and Bipele rescues from an imminent fall. Bengela laughs and his boys laugh too. Bengela stops laughing and the boys stop too. Bengela looks at Amebi and his friend Stanley. Bengela, you only talk when I ask you to. Now, Amebi, you have messed around with my sister, so I'm going to mess you up right here before my little sister, your African queen. After that, I will teach her not to trifle with me. Alambo. Boys, Alambo. Bengela, that is me. I will show this boy who does not know his roots and he have a mother who cares. Tata, Bengela, shut up. Who is he? Does he know his roots? Who gave back to him? Boy, maybe they brought him out of a tree. Bengela laughs and again his boys laugh too. They stop suddenly when Bengela stops. Tata, mind your own business. Bengela approaching her. Tata, did I hear you correctly? Mind my business? Telling me, You want to tell me what to do, Now let me tell you, girl, this is my business. Tata, allow me to live my life. Bengela slapping her. Shut up. You just keep quiet. Tata starts crying. The atmosphere is now charged. Amebi glares at Bengela, who just sneered at him. Amebi coldly, if you dare touch her again, you are going to regret every minute of this. Bengela clapping. That is it. You want to prove that you are not Lily Livat, Good. That is what I want. It suits me fine. I will not touch her again, but I will touch you, jabbering Amebi's chest as if counting his words on it. And I will not only touch you, I will also beat you terribly. Yes, I will give you the beating of your life. Pushing him. What will you do? Pushing him harder. Charge, swell up, let your temper rise. Get angry and fight me. Amebi, stop it. The other boys are enjoying the drama and laugh raucously. Amebi is embarrassed but tries to control his anger. Bengela, tapping Amebi's chest as he counts his words at a rhyme. I will not stop it. I want you to fight me. Braggarts, fight me. Cowards, fight me. Bastards. In a fit of an anger, Amebi moves like lightning to the consternation of all. He knees Bengela in the ground. Bengela leads in pain, amazed at the unexpected attack. Amebi follows that action with a chop of his neck and then an apparent. Amebi, anybody ready to fight for him? Now, come on, I am ready to fight anyone. Nobody moves. He moves towards Bengela, who is still lying on the ground in pain. The boys move further back in fear. He raises Bengela's head up. Amebi, now, this will teach you not to frighten with me. If you dare touch Tata or across my path again, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Turning to his friends, let us go. Amebi starts walking away. His friends follow him, glancing back to make sure that the other boys were not going to attack them. Bengela groans on the ground, holding his head. His boys attempt to help him to his feet. He pushes them away violently, making them to fall on top of one another. He chased his mouth to make sure he was not bleeding. He looks at his boys angrily and walks away in the opposite direction. The boys just grab at him and he storms out. Lights fade out. On the return of lights, we find that the setting has changed to a family compound. Amebi is sitting on a chair, thinking. Some books are lying by his side. Shortly, a young girl walks in. As she sees Amebi, her countenance changes. She carries her face high and deliberately swings her hips as she talks in. I may be tossed to her without looking up. I may be Tula, stopping. What is it? I may be, did you hear me? Tula, I may be, then why did you not answer? Tula turning to him with a sneer on her face. What is your problem? I may be what? Tula, I said, what is your problem? Can't I have peace in my own parents' house? And maybe what was that? Tula, definitely. I have spoken. I suppose you are not deaf. And maybe, Tula, is this a new form of madness? Tula, and who gave me the madness? And maybe, Tula, now listen to me. Whatever I tell you in this house is for your own good. I have seen more days than you. Tula, keep your advice to yourself. I did not ask for it. I will ask for it when I need it. Just leave me alone. You see the troubles you have put Mama through, with Bengila's mother wanting to hear her apart. And maybe, I did what I did in self-defense. Tula, self-defense indeed. Bengila fainted 3 times when he got home. Are you hearing me? 3 good times. And now, do you know the news that is making the rounds? And maybe, what is it? Tula, that you hit Bangila with a tangba. I mean, this is ridiculous. It is simple material arts. Tula, you can say that again. Ameba, I had to learn in school to deal with people like him. Tula, and that is how you people join cults in the villages here. The strength of a man is judged not from the art of boxing or whatever, but from his mastery of wrestling. Ameba, I am ready for anyone. And as for you, you better show some respect, or I will flog some sense into your head. Tula, you don't know what you are talking about. Do not forget that I own this house more than you. You can't come and marshal out your own laws to me to follow, just because father had the misfortune of having you first. And maybe, Tula, what is that supposed to mean? Tula, are you asking me? Go and ask Bengela's mother. She is about going in, but he grabs her. And maybe, come here. What do you know about this wild story? Tula, leave my hand. You are hurting me. And maybe, tell me or I'll break your hand. She beats him furtively to free herself. He gives her a slap and she screams. He holds her in the crash down with a tail yell that attracts the parents. They rush out. Dagogo, Junior, what is it? Stop it. They succeeded in withstanding him. Yeri holds Tula to herself. Yeri, he has killed her. I said it. He wants to kill all my children for me. Dagogo, Junior, why are you beating your younger sister? Yeri, sister indeed. If she were to be his real sister, you will not treat her like this. Dagogo, stop it, Yeri. Yeri, I won't say. Look at how he has turned my daughter into a punching bag. Uganran, she is not your wife, you hear. Dagogo, this is enough, Yeri. You have not known what happened. It is only when you have heard what happened that you could make valid judgment. Yeri, just leave me alone. I have been telling you that Amebi was a tiger in this house. You thought I was complaining unnecessarily. Dagogo, well, you are the mother. You should know what to do. Yeri, stopping him with her palm. Enough of this nonsense. My own son cannot behave like this. He must be behaving like his mother. Amebi, what? Yeri, yes, you must be behaving like your mother. Amebi, what, Mama? Yeri, do not mama me. Go and look for your own mother and call her Mama or Mommy. From today, just leave my daughter alone. You hear? Amebi, Mama, Yeri, don't let me curse you. I'm not your mother. You hear me? I'm not your mother. I refuse to be your mother. Amebi, are you not my mother? What? Then who is my mother? Yeri, are you asking me? Why not ask your father? You should know if he is truly your father. Come, my child, are you all right? Tula nods Yeri, lets her in as they look at Amebi with disdain. There is silence as Amebi absorbs the shock. He looks into space. And maybe coolly, Papa, is this true then? Dagogo, what? And maybe what she said. Dagogo, no, it is not true. And maybe, then why did you not say anything? Dagogo, by now you should know how women behave. Anger can cause. And maybe, no, Papa, nobody asks from where a married woman gets her pregnancy. This allegation can be baseless. Bingela and later his mother raised it before. Now Tula. Dagogo, Tula told you that? And maybe, yes, that was the reason why I got angry. Dagogo, this is all right. They will get over it. And maybe, no, Papa, how can I live in this house in peace when I know that the woman whom I had thought was my mother is a total stranger to me? Dagogo, do not say that, Gino. And maybe, why shouldn't I? Tell me, Papa, who is my real mother? Did she bring shame on you? Tell me. She is my mother. Her blood flows in me, just like yours. Dagogo, you will get over it. He is about to go inside the house but stops as Amebi toss. Amebi, Papa, if you refuse to tell me who my real mother is, I shall leave this house forever. Dagogo, what? Amebi, yes, you hurt me, and I shall not come back. Never. Dagogo, Gino, you are forcing my hand. Please do not make me recall those old memories. Amebi, Papa, I'm no longer a child. Remember you used to tell me that when elders are in the marketplace, the head of a child on the mother's back is not allowed to droop. Dagogo, yes, that is true. But remember then that he who raises a fallen tree that is rotting must be ready for unwholesome sight. And maybe, Papa, I am old enough to take care of myself. No matter how bad the news is, it does not burst the eardrums. Dagogo, no, Junior, forget it. And maybe, no, Papa. Dagogo, in anguish, stop it, Junior. And maybe, pleading almost in tears, please, Papa, this is my day of reckoning, I suppose. They say no matter how hard the snail may trail, I cannot shed it all. I cannot run away from my shadow. Tell me who my mother is. Is she still alive? Dagogo, I don't know. And maybe, how did it happen? Was my birth shameful? Are you really my father? Dagogo, Junior. And maybe, I'm sorry, Papa, but you make my mind to wonder by not opening up to me. Dagogo, I'm sorry, Junior. I did not wish it to happen this way. I had wanted to bury my past, our past forever. Pause, lightning a spotlight on Dagogo. Junior looks at him expectantly. It happened a long ago. As a young boy, I had thought of getting the good things of life in an early age. You see, they say we come into this world in the middle of a war that is never won. With this endless war in life, no one ever really wins. The best you can do is to fight the battle to the best of your ability and leave the field with honor. This I did not know. Perhaps due to youthful exuberance, one day I packed my bag and told my father and my mother that I was going across the seas in search of a meaningful life. I ignored all their pleas because I had been told that there was much money to be made across the ocean. I found out too late that experience is only a name for our mistakes. The spotlight dims gradually. Lights come up to reveal the backyard of a colonial building. A young girl walks in and surveys the area. Shortly, a young man comes out to meet her. We soon realize that the young man is actually Dagogo in a front land. We are seeking the action as a form of cutback or flashback, as it is being narrated by Dagogo. Dagogo, making sure they are alone. Mesela, what are you doing here? Mesela, Gogo, I must talk to you. Dagogo, you must have sent a message. We could meet at the usual place. Mesela, I can't wait. Can we go on? Dagogo, I can't. Master is inside, and Madam can come in any minute from now. You know, if I am not ready with her slippers when she is changing and gets her cold water, I will be in deep shit. Marcella, but Gogo, must you continue with this slave labor? You can find better things to do. Dagogo, Marcella, it is not easy as you think, especially for a foreigner like me. Marcella, but how can we continue like this? I can't do it. Dagogo, it is all right. I will save enough money, even then we can elope to my country. Marcella, elope? Why? Can't we marry like every other couples? Dagogo, the laws of this land will not permit it. That is why I have to be very careful. He strained his ears as if he had a noise. What was that? Marcella staring her ears too. It is nothing. Dagogo, I thought I heard the sound of boots. Marcella, your ears must be playing tricks on you. Dagogo, Marcella, go before the state police tell you here. Let us play itself. Marcella, Dogo, do you not love me? Dagogo, Mercy, how can you ask me if I love you? Marcella, do you love me? Dagogo, of course I love you, and you know it. I have said it 1,001 times. Marcella, then why are you afraid? Love conquers all. Dagogo, Marcella, can't you understand? I have to be alive to love you. Dead men cannot fall in love. If Marcella finds out, I'll be a dead man. Marcella, I don't care. We have an alternative. Things have taken a different shape now. You see? Dagogo, Marcella, do you love me? Marcella, what? Dagogo, do you truly, very truly, deeply, very deeply, honestly, very honestly, and wholeheartedly love me? Marcella, Gogo, you are the only one I have ever loved, and I shall be with you always, no matter the useless loss. Dagogo takes her in his arms, then raises her face up toward he is looking into her eyes. Dagogo, Marcella, give me some meat. My people say if the eye is patient enough, it will see the nurse. I will think of a way out. I believe that everything will work out for good. Our people say the water that you will drink never flows past you. He siphons. I hear footsteps. Come on, hide over there. He quickly hides her in the corner and pretends to be busy. Shortly, 3 uniformed men come in. He greets them, but they only sneer at him and look around. The officer in charge crosses over with an arrogant air to Dagogo, who does not look at his face. Officer, do your work, eh? Dagogo, yes, sir, looking down. Officer, you have not been into some mischief? Dagogo, no, sir. Officer, I see. We are looking for a girl. Her name is Marcella. Dagogo siphons. You do not by any chance know her? Dagogo, looking at his face. No, sir, not at all. Officer, hitting on his head. You want to insult me? You, Allen, looking at the face of an officer of the law? Dagogo, looking down. Sorry, officer, sir. The officer feels fulfilled, seeing that Dagogo appears helpless and has been humiliated. Officer, that's better. Stepping a few away and turning to Dagogo abruptly. Dagogo, yes, sir. Have you been in love before? What? You hurt me. What do you mean, sir? I heard the people from your country like to ask too many questions. In fact, your people have a reputation for always answering questions with questions. Who said that? The officer looks at the others and they all laugh. He stops and the others stop too. Did you hear that? Asking questions for questions. Now, let us get back to why we are here. Serious business. Now, Dagogo, why are you hiding her? Dagogo, who? Officer, grabbing him and backing into his face. You know him? We have been on your trail for quite some time now. The honeymoon is over. You have enjoyed yourself long enough, and you will regret every minute of it. Let me tell you, love ceases to be a pleasure when it ceases to be a secret. You are under arrest for adopting, seducing, raping, thereby defiling Ms. Marcella. This is an addition to your contravening section 10, subsection 5, paragraph 2 of the Criminal Code of this Republic, grabbing him and backing into his A again. You will run in jail. Just then, Marcella screams and runs out of her hiding place. She goes to hold Dagogo protectively. Officer, Sergeant. Sergeant, yes, sir. Officer, not it. He lied. He claimed he did not know her. Sergeant, yes, he did. That should be perjury. Officer, is this her ghost? Sergeant, yes, this is Marcella, live and direct. Well, Sarge, just slam any number of charges at him. We will jail him, and maybe we prepare him home to die at this old age. No, we can't do that to him. This is operation. You wait and see. Going to grab Dagogo and trying to bundle him out. Marcella attempts to stop him. Marcella, leave him alone, oppressor. Officer, hold her and make sure she does not open that innocent mouth again. They grab her. She struggles as they pinion her hands behind her. Dagogo, she has done nothing to you. Leave her alone. Officer, who is she? I thought you did not know her. You see, we hate liars in our small country. A wise man once said that the rulers of the state are the only ones who should have the privilege of lying, either at home or abroad. They may be allowed to lie for the good of the state. You hear me? Only leaders have the liberty to lie. Sergeant, yes, for the good of the state. Officer, we are all small country, and we do not want you crossing over to carry our guests, as kites will take tickle chase. You hear? They start battering the Dagogo, and Marcella screams at them. She struggles fruitlessly to free herself, calling them names in the process. Just then, the master comes out. He is a bulky-looking man. He is Mr. Chaza. Chaza, what the hell is happening out here? Officer, standing at attention. Tayon, good afternoon, master. Chaza, yes, what is the matter? Officer, sorry, master. We did not know you are in. Chaza, what is the matter? Officer, we caught him, sir, having an affair with a daughter of the land. In fact, he had abducted her and raped her. Marcella, this is a lie. You know it. Officer, he had to search everywhere for her. He had put her in a sack to escape to this country with her. Marcella, that is not true. And you know it, it is a big lie. Chaza, is this true, Dagogo? Dagogo, no, sir. Chaza, I mean your love affair with this young girl. Dagogo is silent. Chaza eyes Marcella. Young girl, what is your name? Marcella Zikena. Zikena, I see. So, you have been messing around with my houseboy? No, master, I don't mess around with nobody. Then, what are you doing here? I came to visit him. So, is it true that he is your lover? He is not my lover. I want to marry him. The others are shocked. Chaza finds a place to sit down, amazed. He looks from Marcella to Dagogo. Chaza, you want to do what? Jesus Christ, doing a sign of the cross. Dagogo, you are finished. Finished. Did I not warn you? We have laws in this land, and they must be obeyed. You will suffer the full consequences of your action. You will learn to fall out of love if you ever get out. Take him away. Dagogo, master, please, don't do this to me. Help me. Chaza, away with him. Marcella, no. She frees herself and runs toward Dagogo. The police push her away violently. She falls and gets up only to start clenching her stomach and writing in pain. The officer and Chaza rush to her, side to support her surprise. Chaza, what is it, Marcella? Marcella, go. Whatever happens, know that I love you, and I am carrying your baby. All, what? Pregnant? Jesus Christ. Impossible. Dagogo in Zion. Ayubaro, Ifedero, Mibatia. Sergeant, what was the gibberish? Dagogo. Wayongi, Pasisi. Trouble catch monkey. Chaza, pregnant that decides it, as you make your bed, so you shall lie on it. You don't fall the tree whose shade protects you. Laws are meant to be obeyed. You shall face the full wrath of the laws of the land. As for you, Mesela, your father and I shall come to a sort of agreement as to what to do. Just then, we have voices. A man and a woman come out. The woman is short and fat. Because of her obesity is almost obvious, as we see her eating all through the scene. Nuela, where is Dagogo? What is happening here? Puyano, Chaza, Nuela, you have come back? Nuela, yes, what is the matter? Chaza, Dagogo has put little Marcela here in a family way. Nuela, what? Uyanda, pregnant? Chaza, imagine that. Nuela, he must have raped her. Marcela, no, he did not. Nuela, my making her. He did not. So you agreed for him to touch you? Marcela, I love him. Nuela, shut up. What do you know about love? Look at a small child like you talking about love and getting yourself pregnant. If you must allow a man to touch you, can't you look for a good and responsible person? Can you imagine allowing this? Michela, I love him, that is all. Nuela, shut up. Look at who is talking, mimicking her. I love him. What do you know about love at your age? Go and love him. You hear, officer? Officer, yes, madam. Nuela, just take them away from my compound. And you, Dagogo, I don't want to see you here again. Out! The policemen take Dagogo and Michela away forcefully. Uyanda, well. Wonder shall never end. Nuela, can you imagine Uyanda? Uyanda, this is love for you. Nuela, how can an animal like that fall in love? Dagogo must have charmed that girl. Uyanda, Nuela, they say love is like measles. Every child has to go through it. It is no respecter of anyone. Chaza, well, a man or a woman should know when to love, who to love, and where it is safe to love, fall in love. Nuela, and such an innocent girl. Uyanda, you know what one writer said? A woman is like a ball. Once a ball is thrown, no one can predict where it will bounce. You have no control over where it rolls, and even less over who gets it. Often an unexpected hand grabs it. Dagogo struck the right chemistry with Marcela, and that is the truth. Nuela, nonsense. That is utter rubbish, an insult on a feminine gender. Uyanda, wrong. The truth of that statement cannot be contested. I am sorry to say it, Nuela, but don't we have a similar saying? A woman is like a cloth in the market stall. Many people price and touch it, but you cannot predict who the final buyer will be. Chaza, are you now a marriage counselor, Dr. Uyanda? Uyanda, oh no, you see, you can tell a blind man that there is not enough oil in the soup, but you can tell him that there is not enough salt or pepper in that soup. Chaza, what is that? What that's supposed to mean? Uyanda, times are changing, and our country cannot be an island forever. The use of repressive force alone to govern is always temporary. It may subdue for a moment, but it does not remove the necessity of subduing again. How many Dagogos are you going to put behind bars? You are the ears of the government. Use it to bring about positive change. Chaza, positive change? To allow immigrants to come and impregnate young, innocent girls at random? Uyanda, let us start from somewhere. You see, you cannot give a law to lovers because love is a greater law unto itself. Let us adopt some means of positive change. Chaza, Uyanda, you know what? Uyanda, no, you tell me. Chaza, walking up to him. Are you mad? Nuela, going to him also. Yes, raving mad. Go and examine yourself, doctor. There is a sharp blackout. Spotlight piece in the Reverend Dagogo and Ameba. We are transported back to the present. Dagogo. So, that was it. I had a very rough time in detention, but thank God for Dr. Uyanda. He pastored his brother, Master Chaza, until he agreed to do something about my predicament. This was long after I had been tortured for my months. And my mother, Dagogo, he shakes his hand in self-pity. She was hounded and forced to forget about me. You know, absence is to love what writer is to fire. The father made sure that the secret police accounted for every movement of hers. All I could make of her was the few letters she managed to smuggle across to me. They tried to abort the pregnancy, but she refused bluntly. She maintained that even if her parents will not allow us to get married, the child will be a cord that will forever tie us together, and so you were born. And but Papa, why is that born when you do not know what has happened to her? Do you know if she is still alive? Dogogo, I won't know. Pause and takes a deep breath. And Papa, did you really love my mother? Dagogo, Junior, it is enough that you have made me to recall the bitter memories of my sojourn abroad. And Papa, did you love her? Dagogo, Junior, she was my real joy, my real happiness, and all my dreams were to make her happy. And then why did you leave? Come back home without her. Dagogo, then the dream of my motherland was too strong. It was a matter of once upon a dream. The suppressive laws will not permit my marrying her. And life was unbearable, son. I had a dream once. Who knows, you may have to start from where I stopped. And Papa, Dogogo, I am sorry. I just think of what I would have gone through after my long spell in detention. Mrs. Chaza was quite a character. You see, there is an extent to which one's passion could be drawn. Her treatment went beyond the limits. To Mrs. Chaza, I was no better than the ordinary mood. Spotlight fades on them as Dagogo goes into a river. Scene opens in the Chaza's sitting room. The door stage right left outside. A little up left is a door that leads to the inner rooms. And up center doors lead to the kitchen and the backyards where the boys' quarters is located. A dining table upright with 4 chairs and a set of cushions make up the furniture. The scope of the production should determine the setting, elaborate or Spartan. As lights come up, we see Mrs. Chaza seated reading a book. There is an air of arrogance from her countenance. Presently, young Dagogo comes in. He is wearing a baggy shirt, a pair of khaki shirts, and a pair of rocked rain boots, and all barrette adorns his head. His clothes coupled with the farm tools, a hoe and a long machete, and a bunch of plantains, which he hangs over his shoulder, gives him a bizarre appearance. At his entrance, Mrs. Chaza jumps up in fright. She recovers as she realizes that it is actually Dagogo. She is furious and shouts at him, Nuela, goodness, will you get back these those tools? Dagogo, sorry, sir. Nuela, am I now your sir? Dagogo, no, sir. Sorry, ma. Nuela, get out. That's how you would have come in even if we had visitors. Get out. Nonsense. Dagogo, beg pardon, ma. Nuela, just get out, fool. Dagogo turns and runs out, only to collide with Mr. Chaza, who was just coming into the house. Dagogo mumbles an apology. Nuela, there he goes again. Chaza, you idiot. Are you blind? Dagogo, sorry, ma. Nuela bursts into laughter. Dagogo looks at them. Dagogo, sorry, sir. Does this fool know the difference between a sir and a ma? Chaza, I wish I knew. Dagogo runs out. Nuela, Dagogo from outside. Yes, ma. Nuela, make sure you keep the plantain in the store. Dagogo, from outside. Yes, ma'am. Nuela, idiot, you want to use my parlor as your torok fee. Chaza, oh, that was what he wanted to do? Nuela, oh yes, can you imagine that? Chaza, slumping into a chair. Hi, I am terribly tired. Quite a hectic day. Nuela goes to him and helps to remove his boots. She makes him feel comfortable. Nuela smiling. So, how are the pumpkins doing? Purana. Chaza, pumpkins? Do you know that son of a bitch nearly made a desert of the farm? He was clearing the pumpkins instead of the grasses. Nuela, what? Chaza, oh yes. Nuela, darling, you are pulling my legs. Chaza, I'm serious. Nuela, what? Chaza, dead serious. Nuela, my goodness, Dagogo. Chaza, easy, darling, I'm hungry. Nuela, Dagogo answer as he is running. Nuela, you punk, why did you clear my pumpkins? Dagogo looked at Mr. Chaza blankly. I'm asking you, are you now deaf and dumb? Chaza, I'm hungry, darling. I need something in my stomach. Nuela, all right, set the table. I'll deal with you yet. Dagogo gets inside without saying a word. Chaza, you leave that to me. I don't play with my sweat. The son of a bitch thinks that I will have mates in life. I were lousy. I worked for the dam, sent, and no one is going to mess me up. Just no one, and I mean it. Dagogo comes in and sets the table. Nuela goes and inspects the plates, and then the glasses she finds fault with one of the glasses. Nuela, Dagogo, what is this? Dagogo, what, ma? Nuela, you must be crazy. She pours the water on his face and throws the glass at him. He dodges the flying object, which crashes onto the wall and breaks to pieces. She looks at the table, which is flooded with water. Nuela, you idiots, come and clean this place quickly. Dagogo, yes, ma. Nuela, hey, where do you think you are going? Dagogo, I want to go and collect rag to clean the table, ma. Come here, holding his shirt. Is this better than a rag? Use it. Dagogo, my shirt, ma. Nuela, are you asking me? Is it better than a rag? Answer me. Dagogo, no, ma. Nuela, cool, use it. Dagogo removes his shirt and uses it to mop the table. He goes on to pick the shards of the glass all over the place. Shortly, Dr. Uyanda comes in. He is very cheerful. Uyanda, hello, good people. Nuela, just on time. Uyanda, you must have been talking well of us. Uyanda, how was the day? Chaza, well, it can't be better. Not bad at all. Nuela, it is bad enough. Chaza and Uyanda look at her. Dagogo stands there mopping. She barks at him. Nuela, what the hell are you mopping at? Will you scram? Dagogo dishes inside to avoid what might follow next. Nuela, yes, it is bad enough. Uyanda, I don't understand. Nuela, that idiot of a servant cleared all my pumpkins in the farm instead of the grasses. Uyanda, oh, too bad. Nuela, yes, that is why it had bad enough. Dagogo. Dagogo from inside. Madam. Nuela, Dagogo coming in. Madam. Nuela, you heard that? You see the way he is shouting back in the name of an answer? And I will deal with you yet. Now bring food for Uyanda. Uyanda, wait a minute. You said Dagogo just returned from the farm, isn't it? Nuela, yes. Uyanda, then I better serve myself. Nuela, why? Uyanda, I mean, he must be tired after. Nuela, tired? Uyanda, of course. After a hard day's work, he needs to rest in order to function like a normal human being. You know that, don't you? Nuela, you call his killing my pumpkins a hard day works? Tell me. Uyanda, well, mistakes are bound to happen. It is just human. No individual is impossible in any endeavor. Nuela, now listen. Let this be the last time you defend Dagogo in this house. I will not have you. Uyanda, I'm not defending him. It is the obvious fact. Let us face. Chaza, face what? You call his lazing around the obvious? You call his killing all the pumpkins that have taken time and energy to cultivate human? As far as I am paying his wages, he has to work to justify his pay. Uyanda, I hope that does not mean treating him like a slave. I mean, working him to death. Uela, no one is working him to death. You watch your tongue. Uyanda, you can say that again. I suppose you have a South African conscience. You treat him like a slave. You know it, and you enjoy it every day. He does everything for you. Mimicking her, Dagogo, remember to wash my dress. Dagogo, iron my dress. Dagogo, water my rose. Dagogo, did you wash my? Dagogo, this. Dagogo, that. God's sake, how will he be a woman? Why wouldn't he clear your pumpkins instead of the grasses? When you confuse him with series of messages, tell me. Chaza, Mr. Solicitor, an advocate. I thought you were a medical doctor. Miranda, of course, and even if I am not a psychiatrist, I don't need one to tell me that you are making him a nervous weak, and I want us to be reasonable. Nuela, standing up in anger. I will not sit down here for you to insult me in my own house. Miranda, standing up to face her in anger. If you can't sit down to be insulted, then keep standing to be insulted. And let me tell you, Nuela, this is your house. Nuela, our house? Uyenda, yes, your house, your husband's house, my brother's house. Chaza, standing up and banging the table. That makes it my house, and I will not have you make that idiot a hero here. I expect that this is one of your mad moments. Nuela, I must be. Uyanda, far from it, I just want us to be human. Chaza, human? Is he human? Tell me, is that thing human? Uyanda, there are no symptoms to prove otherwise. Chaza, enough of what medical nonsense. That was how you defended him the other time when he impregnated that young girl. Marcela, Uyanda, that shows that he is human. Chaza, but you know that is criminal in this country. I mean, I had to use my position to avert a scandal. Uganda, an example of a law that needs to be reviewed. Society has to be dynamic, and changes have to reflect societal needs. Look at the man now has a lovely son that is only pride of his slave labor. You deprived him of everything. He would have even married the girl, but for your respect for what the society wants. Chaza, that is preposterous. We have to respect societal demands. Uyanda, rubbish. Chaza, and that Dagogo is an ass. Uyanda, rubbish. Chaza, a fool. Uyanda, rubbish. Chaza, and I will deal with him the way I like. Uyanda, really? Chaza, yes, and let me tell you one home truth. You are stupid to defend him. Uyanda, rubbish. In his fit of anger, Chaza storms out, leaving his foot unfinished. Nuela, are you mad? Raving mad. Uyanda, rubbish. Nuela gives him a hard look, hisses and storms into. Uyanda shakes his head and stares at the audience. He recites a poem on dreams. Shortly, Dagogo comes in to clear the table. He is visibly shackled. He glances at the master bedroom door, and then Uyanda. He addressed Uyanda persistently. Dagogo, doctor, did you have a quarrel with them because of me? Do I merit it? Uyanda, well, someone has to speak the truth. Dagogo, the truth? What truth? Uyanda, the fact that you are a human being and deserve some respect. Dagogo, but doctor, am I a human being? Uyanda, of course, you are a full-bred human being like any of us. Dagogo, I don't believe it. How else can I be treated like this? I'm not better than an animal. Uyanda, it is because they have no human feelings. People are not the same. Dagogo, God, I never wish it to be so. I have tried. I have worked very hard every day, only to end up deflated. My people, I have tried. Once upon a time, I had a dream. Yes, I too had a dream, a very good dream. I came from the other side of the sea in search of happiness. Is this my happiness? Uyanda. Now, Dagogo, such is life. Some are born lucky, some are born to fend for others. But then, what I am saying is that we should all have some human feelings. Dagogo, I wish everyone would think like you. My people, I started as a farm boy and later doubled as a houseboy when Kenko was sacked. I thought my salary would be doubled, but all I got was a 5 shillings increase. I wonder if the suffering is the same back in my motherland. Uyanda, you are here and you should think like one of us. Dagogo, no doctor, how can I be one of you? I cannot be one of you. I am more of an outcast. How can I have a son and I cannot proudly hold him and say, this is my son? Tell me, just because I am an immigrant? Uyanda, all right, Dagogo, if that is your problem, I promise that I will bring your son for you. Dagogo, why should everyone not scare? They say you should be your brother's keeper, but there is so much suffering here. I don't know myself anymore. Tell me, doctor, who am I? Uyanda, there is no need to cry. You are my brother. Dagogo looks at him. He is visibly moved by Uyanda's show of love and understanding. Uyanda pats him on the back. Dagogo, I wish I were really your brother. Uyanda, now you just keep the house tidy. I will be back shortly. Agogo, yes, doctor. Uyanda exists. Dagogo looks at the door for a moment and shakes his head. He turns to the audience and tells in self-pity. Dagogo, there goes the only saint. Why can't we have moved like him around here? The world would have been a better place to live. He clears the table and goes into the kitchen. Lights fade out. Shortly, lights fade in to indicate passage of time. Chaza comes in, putting finishing touches to his dressing. It is obvious that he is in a hurry to go out. He calls out for Dagogo. Dagogo, Dagogo within. Master, coming in. Yes, master. Chaza, here. He throws an envelope at Dagogo, who catches it instinctively. He quickly opens it and counts the money inside, which happens to be his wage for the month. He registers, surprised at the amount, and stares at Chaza, who turns to see Dagogo, gaping at him. Chaza, what the hell are you starting at me for? Dagogo, master, I have only 53 shillings, 90 cents here. Chaza, yes. Dagogo, out of 150 shillings. Yes. Have you forgotten the routine? Routine? What's routine? Yes, routine. Let me give the details of the deductions. Deduction? Oh yes, state tax. But master, water rate. Dagogo, but master, the pump is dry. No water has been running in the boys' quarters for over 3 months now. Chaza, and you have not been using water? Dagogo, but master, Chaza, accommodation. Dagogo, but I share it with Doggy. Chaza, feeding, starting. Dagogo, master, leftover. I managed the leftover that after Doggy must have had its fill. That's Chaza, electricity, 5S. Dagogo, there has been no bulb in the boys' quarters for over 2 months, master. Now, damages. Dagogo, that what? Chaza, broken plates. Dagogo, master, it's what the hen that jumped on thee. Chaza, burnt plantains, but it was madam that fried them now. Damaged pumpkins. Hunger, it was the work of hunger, master.
Chaza, total deductions, 96 shillings, 90 cents. 150 shillings, less than 96 shillings, 10 cents. Dagogo, trouble catch monkey. Chaza, 150 shillings, less 96 shillings, 10 cents. Dagogo says, 53 shillings, 90 cents, master. Chaza, how much have you got there? Dagogo, 53 shillings 90 cents. Master. Chaza, that is your salary. Dagogo, good God. Chaza, you better call him real God. Yes, real God. Turning to the bedroom door and calling, darling, hurry up, we'll be late. Dagogo runs in before Noella comes out, knowing that her presence means more trouble for him. Noella coming out. Just ready on time. I'm sorry, darling. I hope I have not kept you waiting. Admiring herself in the dress she's wearing. How do I look in this dress? Chaza, you look cute. Noella, thank you. Chaza, guiding her towards the door. Can we go now? We are late. Noella, won't you give me a kiss? Chaza, oh, giving her a peck, shall we? He starts to usher her out, but he stops before they get to the door. Noella, sorry, darling. Dagogo. Dagogo from within. Madam, running in. Yes, madam. Noella, Dagogo, I need some water in the flask. Dagogo, yes, madam. Makes as if to leave, but stops to give further directives. Dagogo, yes, madam. Noella, do not forget to iron my dresses. Dagogo, yes, madam. Makes as if to leave, but soon again gives directives. Dagogo, says Noella. Yes, madam, says Dagogo. Make sure the plates are washed, says Noella. Yes, madam, says Dagogo. Makes as if to leave, but stops yet again to give further directives. Dagogo, yes, madam. Make sure that you wash my undies. Madam, yes, madam. And they had better be clean. She goes out haughtily. Dagogo gapes at the exit. He shakes his head in self-pity. How long would this go on? I thought I was a man. How can a woman make a woman out of me? Can I control a woman like her? My dear mother, the best woman in Africa, that Africa ever produced. Dear mother, you were no trouble to good old father. And my dear mother, when will I see you again? I know the rains have come and it's time for the harvest back there at home. Oh, the roasted yams, the fresh palm oil, and the evening folk tales from grandma as the moon glitters. We lived together. We had no masters then, no servants. We were equals. But what is happening here? Is this an era of demagogues? I will return to you, my dear motherland. You must have something for me. You won't exploit me. I won't labor in vain. Yes, dear, I will be free to marry whom I want, a woman of my choice, and raise children. There will be hope for me. There must be a sanctuary somewhere in my dear motherland. This is the end of my dream. Yes, it is. Once upon a dream. Once upon a dream. Just then, Yuanda comes in. He sees Dagogo and hurries out again. Meanwhile, Dagogo, deep in his thoughts, does not notice his entrance. Shortly, Yuanda returns with a little boy of about 6 years. He signals the boy to wait by the door. He clears his throat to draw Dagogo's attention. Sorry to disturb your dream. What's up? Oh, nothing. You see, doctor, there is no place like home. I have been a lonely man all these years. Now I have found myself. A man must have some pride. There is happiness in the air for me back in my motherland, and I can feel it. Really? Yes, I can feel it. The more I dream about it, the more it becomes clearer. I'm happy for you. Well, I have a big surprise for you, Dagogo. I believe it would make your dream a reality the more. Goes to the door and brings the little boy to Dagogo. Here is your son. My son? My son. How? How did you manage it, doctor? Oh no, I must be dreaming again. Tell me it's a dream. Doctor, yes, doctor, or I must be going crazy or something. Tapping his head. Wake up, Dagogo, stop dreaming. This is not a dream, Dagogo. This is your son. I felt I owe you a duty to get your son for you, because that was your heart's desire. Oh, doctor, you are an angel, my son. Oh, son, come to me, son, come. The boy looks askance at Yuanda, who signals for him to go to Dagogo. The boy looks from Yuanda to Dagogo, obeys and walks slowly to Dagogo, who bends to carry him warmly. Now I can go to where I belong. I know I have been brutalized, dehumanized, and destabilized, but I have got you, son. Yes, you, my son. All is not lost. He breaks into a song. The song, I'm going home to my motherland. You are waiting for me with open arms. With my good motherland, I'm going home to my motherland. How are you doing now? How are you going on, my motherland? I'm going home to my motherland. The Chazas come in and are taken aback at what they see. Noella looks from Uyanda to Dagogo, and her countenance changes. She charges at Dagogo in her usual cantankerous manner. What is going on around here? Yes, what the hell is going on here? Charging back at them in such a way that jolts them. The hell that is going on around here is that we are going home. What? Home? Which home? You see, you have forgotten that I too come from a home, a modest and decent home at that. You are going back to your country? Yes, we are going home to my dear motherland, says Dagogo. What are you talking about? Dagogo, why? We are taking good care of you. Angrily, good care? Am I better than a dog in this house? Tell me, with self-pity. Am I better than your doggy in this house? 150 shillings, you call my pay? Bringing out his pay pocket angrily. But what do I have in here? 53 shillings, 10 cents, just to keep me alive for you to use as a slave. Routine, Dagogo, routine. To hell with your routines. Yes, you can go to blazes with your useless and stupid routines. Burnt dresses, broken plates, damaged pumpkins. I said to hell with everything. I go now with my son. I don't know where you leave your hats. Do you hang them on clotheslines to dry? My motherland is waiting for my footsteps. Yes, it is hungry to receive my footsteps, and I leave you to your conscience, and it will prick you all the days of your lives. He breaks into his song once again as he goes in and returns with his personal effects. He picks up the boy and exits singing tearfully. Noella is moved and entreats him to stay. Shortly, she breaks down in tears. Mr. Chaza goes to her and lifts her up, consoling her in the process. She falls on his shoulders, weeping uncontrollably. She tries to control herself as she turns to the door. Perhaps we were too hard on him. Yes, perhaps. Yolanda shakes her head and smiles. He walks away without saying a word. Lights fade out on them. Spotlight on old Dagogo and Amebi came up. Dagogo is looking into space and Amebi's head is bowed down. He takes a deep breath and looks up. He goes to his father and taps him reassuringly. I'm sorry, Papa. That's all right. Maybe your generation can bring a change. I tried, son. I tried. I had a dream. Yes, once upon a dream. He gets up, shakes his head, and exits. A dirge swells up in the background. It soon fills the auditorium as Amebi looks into space. Light fades gradually to black. The end. The Native Wife, Rachel's Choice by Ufoma. Chapter 1. Hey, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful sunny Friday. What are you doing? I'm Rachel Eden, and your host on Love Lounge 94.2 Urban FM until 4 p.m. Our question today is how do you know when it's love? Our lines are open and I'm here for you. Holla. The lines light up and Rachel smiles at her producer before pressing the button to take the caller line 1. Hi caller, where are you calling from? Hi Rachel, I love your show. I'm Foluke from Lagos Island. Thanks for calling in, Foluke. Are you single, dating, or married? I'm engaged. He proposed last night. Oh, wow. Congratulations. So how do you know when it's love? It's the absence of fear. It's freedom. I just know that Jide is the one because I've never been so happy in my life. I can't wait to marry him. We are all happy for you here, and I love your answer. The absence of fear. The Bible says that perfect love casts out all fear. So I feel you. Foluke, do you have a song request? Yes, please. This is dedicated to you, Jide. If I Ain't Got You by Alicia Keys. Coming right up, thanks for calling in. Many congratulations to Jide and Foluke, who have found love in each other. It's so sweet when you find what you've been searching for your whole life. You guys are an inspiration to those of us still looking and hoping. Alicia Keys sings in the background softly, and Rachel disconnects her microphone so that the song is playing loudly in the airwaves. She closes her eyes as she listens to the lyrics of the song. When will she ever feel that way about somebody? She lets out a deep sigh. That was Alicia Keys, If I Ain't Got You, requested by Foluke from Lagos Island. Rachel says, after the song plays out, our question remains the same. How do you know when it's love? Caller on line 2. Where are you calling from? Hi, Rachel. Good afternoon. This is Innocent. Hello, Innocent. Thanks for calling. Where are you at? I'm in Maryland, Ikeja, and I love you. Rachel blushes despite the regularity of such sentiments expressed by her callers, male and female. So I have to ask, how do you know when it's love? In a husky, low voice, Innocent answers, when you think about her all the time, when you dream about her too, when her voice ignites your world, and her joy and safety is your utmost concern. Deep. Are you a poet? I'm just a lover, and I've got it bad for you. Rachel steals a glance at her producer. He is indicating that she cuts off the call as soon as she can by sliding his hands across his neck sharply, a serious expression on his face. All right then, thanks for calling. Do you have a song request? Usher, you got it bad. Take care, Rachel Eden. Rachel swallows even as she puts the song request on. He's not the first caller to make her the object of his love, and she knows it's an expected inconvenience of her career as a radio talk show host. But even though it's flattering, it isn't always fun. Taking her headphones off, she looks at Doug Jap, her producer, her ever-protective boss. He's looking in her eyes and asks, "You all right?" She shrugs, "I'm cool. That was a good show today," Doug Jap says. "Thanks," Rachel beams. "Friday is always the best." Doug Jap smiles. "Everyone preparing for the weekend, that's why. Any plans?" Rachel shrugs. "You know me. I've got choir practice tomorrow before I come in for my shift." Doug Jap nods. "Yeah, I know. I wish you'd do something different though." She chuckles. "Yeah, right. What you up to?" "Out with the guys tomorrow night. B-day things. You should join us." He looks at her, watching her tuck away a strand of curly ribbon from her caramel-toned face. Flawless beauty. Her full pink lips catches his eyes as she sucks the bottom lip in bottom lip in briefly to moisten it. She does that too often. Doesn't she know the effect it has on him? He swallows. Rachel laughs. Not a chance, DJ. You know I don't do the nine thing, but you guys should have fun. She goes to hug him. Happy birthday in advance. Dr. receives her in a tight embrace, not able to stop himself from taking in her scent, fruity, and a touch of aloe vera. He releases her. See you tomorrow. All right, she says, as she leaves the studio without a glance back. She wants to make it a home in time to study. In addition to hosting her own radio show, serving and singing in church, and volunteering with a children's charity, Rachel's taking an online course on counseling with a focus on marriage and relationships. She'd always wanted to become a marriage counselor and has been regarded as a bit of a relationship expert, even though she had only ever had one serious relationship in her life. Everyone she knows seeks her out whenever they have issues in their relationship, and her radio show has given her a platform to reach so many more people in need of marital and emotional guidance. Taking the course was a decision she made, not only to advance her career, but to protect those who trusted her for wise, godly counsel. On getting to her car in the parking lot, she stops at the shout of her name. Turning in the direction of the call, she sees Shehu Emmanuel approach her hastily. Please, can you drop me at CMS? Rachel should have known to wait for her. It's been the same request every Friday evening since she took on the new position at Urban FM. She smiles at her friend and colleague. Sure, she says, knowing she might end up going all the way to Shehun's house at Obalende. Whenever the traffic isn't too bad, she often makes that detour. She is fortunate to have a car, and she understands that not many people in Lagos are as fortunate as she. So, any plans for the weekend? Rachel asks casually as she drives fast to Surulere Bridge. The traffic at that time is not too bad, and she should be at CMS in less than 10 minutes. Shehu shrugs, not really. Rachel ponders. Should she prod or just enjoy the silence? She decides not to. As a cool breeze rushes into the car, she smiles with nostalgia. Do you? Rachel turns at Shehu's question, saved from dredging up feelings from an old romance. Yeah, not much. I bet you are going for DJ's hangout. Actually, no, not my kind of thing. You're going? I wish, but he never invited me. I heard he only invited a couple of girls, and only on the air personalities. Shehu twists her mouth into a frown as she eyes Rachel from the side. No doubt she was invited. Let's go together now. It will be fun. Seriously, aside being totally over the whole clubbing scene, I've got so much to read so much reading to catch up on for my course. I'm sorry I can't, but you should go now. I'm sure he wouldn't mind. You think? Yeah, video is really cool. Sharon beams hopefully. Thanks. You don't think it's too desperate? Rachel turns to give Sharon a quick glance before returning her eyes to the road. You like him, don't you? Sharon blushes. Who doesn't? He's so dreamy. Rachel contemplates. She noticed his good looks, but never allowed herself to consider him because since he was clearly an unreligious man, she knew the type of man she was looking for, and Dojab wasn't him. She knew he liked her, though. She often caught him staring, and she was definitely flattered, but she couldn't waste her time dating because of attraction. The next man had to be the last man, so it was only friendship she offered him, and so far, it was working fine. She shrugs. He's cute, I suppose. Cute? Sheon chuckles. He's so fine and rugged. He puts method men to shame. Anyway, I actually thought there was something going on between you two. They arrive at CMS bus stop, where Rachel slows down for Sheon to highlight. Rachel swallows and shakes her head. She doesn't feel like going to a balling date tonight. She's not sure she can handle much more of Sheon's talk about DJ. Sheon removes her seatbelt and gathers her things. Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the lift, Rachel. Have a good weekend, she calls out, before pulling away and speeding off on the highway home. Thank God for some peace and quiet. But with the peace and quiet come the nostalgic thoughts her mind longs to return to and linger on. The time of an almost happily ever after. The reason that at 31 years old, she is still single. It had been so perfect. Well, almost. Onyeka was a Christian, actually a Catholic. Back then, it was enough. They both believed in Jesus as the Son of God. He was their Lord and Savior, so the details of their worship and religion didn't matter. Plus, he was dreamy, not DJ dreamy. Blair Underwood dreamy. God, his smile could stop traffic. They were 29-year-old when they met, and they both knew they were attracted to each other. Things moved pretty fast. After the third date, he'd ask her for her blood type because he was AS, and he'd previously had to end relationships that got deep, which had been too painful for him. He was overjoyed to learn that she was AA. It seemed like the confirmation they needed that they were meant to be. Every conversation soon became about their marriage, the life they would live, how many kids they would have, where they would live, and the holidays they would take. They never even thought to explore their faith and grow their relationship with God. Things soon became carnal. It all went downhill the first time they had sex. He had convinced her that it was okay because they knew they were going to get married. And their love was special. Their passion was hot, and God would understand. But God didn't understand. The guilt she felt was unbearable, as God called to her as he did Adam and Eve in the garden when they sinned. She started to see their relationship was not about him, but about her, about Onyeka. It was built on lust and not real love, and without him as the cornerstone, it would surely crumble. Rachel tried to withdraw, but Onyeka wouldn't let her. He said they wouldn't do anything anymore. Since she felt so bad about it, he rather proposed, and even with the doubt in her heart, she accepted. But his parents didn't approve. She wasn't Catholic. In Romeo and Juliet style, he came after her, and she fell one more time for the profession of his lips. His parents would change their minds once they got to know her and realized how crazy in love he was with her. But joy evaded her. She had no peace until she hung their love on the cross and walked away. It was the hardest thing she had ever done, but it was the road to redemption and a deeper love with God than she had previously known. Onyeka was not the one. God had someone better. He had promised, and she would believe. Rachel wiped tears from her eyes as she parks in her parents' driveway in Osborne Estate, Ikoyi. Lord, I know you are enough for me, but please, I want my Adam. Please bring me someone to love, she prays, her usual plea. In Jesus' name, amen. Stepping out of the car, she beholds the mansion she would grow up in. The gardener is at work adding new plants and trimming the shrubs. Their home is getting a makeover inside and out to become the venue for her sister's marriage introduction next weekend. Rachel smiles. She is happy for her sister. Sure, Rochelle is 5 years younger, but the race isn't to the swift. And it isn't a race anyway. It's not a competition. I'm happy for Rochelle. Chapter 2. The circles on her African golden lace blouse and wrapper shine as Rochelle twirls in front of the ceiling to floor mirror in her mother's room. Rachel admires her sister's natural long locks, which fall down to the middle of her back. She'd always envied her sister these traits she inherited from her mother, a beautiful Hausa woman. But their likeness ended with their remarkable facial features: slim pointy nose, big wide eyes, high cheekbones, deep set of dimples, and small rosy lips. Unlike the slender Mrs. Eden, Rochelle was short and plump. Some might say chubby or fat, but to Rochelle she's simply bootylicious. Go and get the beads I laid out, comes Mrs. Eden's instruction as she approaches her daughter, who is still admiring her reflection in the mirror. It's clear to Rachel that she's been spoken to, even if her stepmother does not address her by her name. Today, her eyes are only for her precious daughter, whose fiancé is about to meet the family in an official introduction, as per her father's tradition. The coral beads have been enhanced with diamonds, and the set looks good enough for a queen. When Mrs. Eden places them on her daughter's ears and neck and wrists and steps back to admire the bride, tears glistening in her eyes. "Beautiful," she says with emotion. "Come, let's take our photo before you go downstairs." Rachel stands aside as the bride and her mother are photographed in different shots, in different poses. The photographer invites her into the shots, and she goes to stand beside her sister. Mrs. Eden is distracted and moves away as soon as the photographer has taken his shots. Rochelle continues to pose, and the photographer takes a few more shots of the sisters before Mrs. Eden cuts in and asks them to hurry up, as the groom and the elders have met and are now waiting for the bride. Ekene Okafor looks at his bride, descends the stairs to the living area, where he is sitting with his parents, uncles, and aunties. He has just expressed his interest in marrying one of the Eden daughters, pretending as if he had only just met her, as the traditional role play dictates. He told an elaborate story of how he saw her at the market, and upon exchanging words with her briefly, he knew he wanted to take her for his wife, and was now here to do the honorable thing. He smiles as he recalls the truth. They hadn't met anywhere so innocent. The day he had noticed her, she actually been dropping it like it's hot at a club he frequented. He'd been watching her twerk her rounded fat behind for at least 10 minutes before he would decide to ask her to dance. She was out with her girlfriends, and they seemed to be having a twerking competition as they bounced their butts to the music and laughed out loud. She won in his eyes. "Is that her sister?" his older brother Ejike asks, his eyes wide as he takes in Rachel, who dressed simply in an Ankara print dress. Her wig is packed up in a stylish bun, and her makeup is light compared to the full mask the bride is wearing, and yet she is stunning. "Don't think about it, man," Ekene whispers. Ejike swallows, his eyes following Rachel as she enters the kitchen. "What's wrong with her? She's not your type, trust me." "Virgin? Worse, born again virgin." "Oh, but still, believe me, don't waste your time." Rachel twirls the old gold chain her late mother had given her child. It's the only thing she still has of her birth mother, who passed away when she was just 8 years old. Until then, she hadn't known that her mother was a kept woman, nor that her father had a whole other family in Lagos. It had been a rude awakening for Mrs. Eden too, when Mr. Eden had brought her into their home 24 years ago. Their boys, Ryan and Richard, were 12 and 10 years old, respectively, and Rochelle was just 3 years old. It had been hard, but they all done their best to make good of bad situations. Mrs. Eden was no wicked stepmother, but despite her best efforts, she and Rachel remained distant. Rachel often felt Mrs. Eden did just enough to include her, giving the impression of a happy family. Rachel was understanding and sympathetic to her stepmother, knowing that it could have been easy for her to accept and adjust to the reality of her existence. She knew that every time Mrs. Eden looked at her, she saw her mother, to whom Rachel bore a striking resemblance. At times, when she felt cheated or neglected, Rachel consoled herself in the knowledge that Mrs. Eden had done more for her than others would have, and she was grateful for that good fortune. Rachel watches as the introduction ceremony continues with the arrival of her sister, the bride. Her brothers were not able to attend as they both now lived in the US. They'll be home in a couple of months. However, for the traditional and white wedding ceremonies, Rachel sighs, thinking how much she misses them, especially Richard, to whom she is closest. With them gone, she felt more like the odd one out, as Rochelle and Mrs. Eden stuck together like twins. When Rochelle started dating Ekene just 6 months ago, they became thick as thieves as they plotted and planned every step to get to this day. Rachel feels the heat of the pair of eyes on her and turns in the direction of the stair, just as Ejike looks away. She looks him over, figuring that he's the brother of the groom. He's quite handsome, she said. I wonder if he's anything like his brother. She smiles when he turns his gaze to her again. He returns a brilliant white smile and she looks away. Rochelle is turning to leave and Rachel quickly follows her behind. The bride's part of the ceremony is done. Now it's time to change and eat late lunch. Oh, I'm starving, Rochelle groans when they are back in her mother's quarters. Yeah, me too, Rachel concurs. Did you see the way Ejike was looking at you? Rochelle asked, giggling, as if you were on the menu and he hasn't eaten in days. Oh, who's that? Ekene's brother. He was sitting beside him. He's doing PhD in Port Harcourt. Do you think he's cute? Rachel shrugs. He's attractive. Be careful, Sha. He has a reputation, if you know what I mean. Rachel nods. Yeah, I figured, she sighs. The servant girl enters the room with a tray for the bride and sets it on the dining table. Rachel watches as she begins to leave. Please bring me, Madam say make you go kitchen, come collect your own. The girl interrupts, speaking in broken English as she continues to head out. Rachel raises a brow at the rudeness and decides to say nothing. Rochelle serving herself fried rice from a dish and paying no mind. I'm going downstairs, Rachel says freebie. There is no response. Downstairs, Rachel serves herself a plate of jollof rice, dodo, and chicken, and takes her plate to the dining area to eat. She notices that some of the guests are still eating in the living area. Her father is sitting among them, and when he notices her sitting by herself, beckons her to come and meet their soon-to-be in-laws. You are beautiful, the father of the groom exclaims when Chief Eden introduces his first daughter. Have you met Ejike, my first son? Rachel simply smiles and curtsies. She greets all the uncles and aunties, ignoring the ignorant comments of those who think she's the yellow version of Mrs. Eden because she's closer to her stature than her own daughter. It doesn't help that the only features she inherited from her father were her full lips, smile, and Nubian nose. Ejike was unfortunately absent and they are not introduced at that time. He must have gone outside with Ekene, Rachel assumes. She returns to her seat to finish her meal, eager for the day to be over and to make herself scarce. May I join you? Rachel looks up at the sound of the husky voice. Her heart beats in anticipation as she expects to see a familiar face, but the voice belongs to an absolute stranger. She smiles wearily at him. Hi, sure. He stretches out a hand and introduces himself. Hi, I'm Doug. You must be Rachel. She nods and takes his hand to shake it. He's not bad looking. Who is he? I'm Ejike's friend, in case you are wondering. Actually, we are family friends. We are practically brothers. He smiles. He has a nice smile, she thinks. Have you eaten? She decides to ask, remembering she is still a host for today. Doug nods. Yes, but I wouldn't mind some more chicken. Sure. Rachel rises to go to the kitchen to get him a plate. She returns to find Ejike seated at the table next to Doug. Their eyes met again, and he gives her his dashing smile. Heat rushes to her cheeks as she blushes. There's definitely something about him. I don't think we've been introduced. He rises up, extending a hand, his eyes intent on her face. I'm Ejike, Ekene's brother. She drops the plate of chicken in front of Doug and smiles, receiving Ejike's hand. I'm Rachel. Nice to meet you. They say it together and then giggle. Rachel takes her seat again. At this point, her appetite almost gone. She pushes her plate away, losing interest in the meal. Are you off somewhere? Ejike asks, unable to hide the disappointment from his tone. Yeah, why now? Stay and chat with us, Doug insists. Rachel pauses and contemplates. It's less awkward chatting with both guys instead of just one of them. She shrugs. Okay, great. Ejike beams. So you are Rachel Eden of Urban FM. Wow, I love your show, Doug proclaims, after Rachel tells him why her voice sounds so familiar. I live in Port Harcourt, so I've never heard your show. Do you stream? Ejike asks. Not all shows, but a few. Okay, you should stream on YouTube. A lot of people are doing it these days, Ejike continues. Yeah, I've thought about it, but I still love the anonymity of being a radio celebrity. I see, I guess. So, do you have a boyfriend? Doug asks, his gaze intent. Rachel shakes her head. No. Doug smiles, and Rachel notices Ejike light up too. What are all men around you? Blind or something? Doug continues. Rachel shrugs. I'm just waiting on the right guy. Ejike nods. A Christian? Rachel looks in his eyes. Yes, but not by name only. Ejike sees the challenge in her eyes. He understands quite well what not by name only means. No doubt she would have heard of his reputation by now. He frowns and nods. Born again tongue-speaking brother, huh? Rachel laughs. I don't know about tongue-speaking because people are faking that one too, but definitely a man who fears God. I know, because I listen to your show. You are doing the right thing. Don't settle for less, Doug says, his eyes meeting hers. Thanks, Doug. Ejike mutters. At this point, Ekene arrives at the dining table with Rochelle on his arm. The trio turn to look at them, Rochelle's unkempt hair. It's a telltale of the mischief they've been up to in one of the rooms in the mansion. Rachel looks around to see that almost everyone has gone and it's already evening. Where has time gone? So you are coming out with us tonight, Rachel? Ekene asks. No thanks, I've got to study. That's a shame, Rochelle says, her tone lacking in sincerity. Ejike, I have a babe for you, she adds and winks at him. Ejike looked embarrassed. He throws a quick glance at Rachel before eyeballing Rochelle. No thanks, I'm good. Not really. Donna is really nice. She's just gotten out of a relationship, and I know she's ready to have some fun. Come on. Leave Ejike alone. He knows how to get his own women. Ekene says, forcing back his laughter. You guys are wicked, Ejike says in annoyance, rising from the table to leave the room. Ekene and Rochelle follow after him with laughter. So, what are you really doing this night? Doug asks when they are alone. Studying. I'm doing an online course. Oh, okay. I would have loved to get to know you better. Rachel smiled shyly, wondering how to respond to his expressed interest. I guess another time. Yeah, definitely, he beams. Chapter 3. Good morning, beautiful people. What are you doing this lovely Sunday morning? Whether you're in church or on the way to church or sitting in front of the radio, the TV at home, holla at your girl. I'm with you all morning till the lunch hour show. Call in and tell us what God has done for you lately. The line lights up and Rachel picks the first caller on line 1. Hi Rachel, good morning. I'm Jennifer. Good morning, Jennifer. Where are you calling from? Ikorodu. Cool. So, what has he done for you lately? God has been so good to me, Rachel. I just want to praise him for getting my husband a new job. He's been out of work for almost a year, and it has been such a strain on us, with 3 kids and all. But he finally got a job in the industry of his choice. Glory be to God. All glory, that's awesome. God is faithful. Thanks for sharing your testimony, Rachel says, as she ends the connection. Enjoy this jam by Mary Jennifer. Mary Shackle's song blares loudly on the radio as Rachel takes a music interlude. She selects 2 more praise songs to follow, Victory by Yolanda Adams and Kirk Franklin's Stomp. So how was yesterday? Don't Jab ask. When Rachel takes her headset off, Rachel shrugs. It was okay. When am I getting an invitation for the wedding? Rachel chuckles as if we just did introduction now. Wedding is not set for another 3 months. Sha, don't forget my Ivy. No problem. Dog Jab fidgets, wondering how to say what he wants to say. Well, I was thinking, if you're not seeing anyone by then, maybe we can go together. Rachel looks up from her computer screen where she'd been scrolling through Facebook. Had Dodjab just asked her out. He couldn't be serious. She begins to giggle, but his expression is unmistakable. He isn't joking. She swallows. That's nice, but I wouldn't want to give anyone the wrong impression. Especially you. Thought it might get everyone off my back about getting married. Oh, okay, Dog says with a slight shrug. He tried at least. Rachel puts her headset back on, feeling a need to do something to break the awkwardness that had suddenly enveloped them. Even though the 3rd song is still halfway through, she begins to talk over it to her listeners. Dog Jab gets the message loud and clear. They will never be more than friends. Rachel couldn't stop thinking about Dog Jab's proposal at the studio today. Had she really done the right thing to have brushed him off just like that? Would it really have been so bad to have him as a date on such an important occasion when she would be otherwise bombarded with questions about her love life? But what if she doesn't meet anyone for years? Would she have to keep a standing guy to keep up appearances for a blossoming relationship? How far was she willing to go to deceive others? And wouldn't she end up deceiving herself or worse, finding herself married to the placeholder boyfriend? She shudders to think of such an eventuality. No, she had done the right thing. It was an act of faith and sincerity to tell him the truth and not give him false hope. Now, if only she knew what to do about Mr. Wright's absence. She missed him so much. Suddenly, a mobile phone beeps with a notification. Rachel checks and finds a friendship request from one Douglas Olumide. She frowns as she doesn't know anyone by that name. When she clicks to find who who had the five mutual friends. She realizes that he is in fact the dog she met yesterday evening and decides to accept his request. Immediately, a message comes through from him on Messenger. Hi beautiful, how are you? Rachel lets a sigh. She doesn't feel much like chatting, but she doesn't want to be rude. Hi dog, I'm good. You? Great. Listen to your show this morning. I was blessed. Rachel beams instantly, finding his affirmation endearing. He seems to be genuinely interested in her, but is also genuine about God. She wonders. Thanks, you are welcome. So when do you get to go to church? I guess the answer is that answers it, she thinks. I'm on rotation with another radio host, so I'm only on once a fortnight. I usually make evening service, though whenever I'm on air in the morning. Awesome, because I wouldn't want you to miss on the word now. Rachel thinks to herself. He seems a bit patronizing. Or is he just genuinely concerned about her spiritual development? She decides that she'll let the statement fly. In the silence that follows, she gets notifications of her likes and comments on her recent pictures and posts. She becomes alarmed when he starts liking all other of her older pictures and posts too. Stalker alert, be cool. He's clearly into you, she thinks, to calm her nerves. She decides to return the favor by checking out his posts and pictures too. He doesn't have as many. He's in mostly group pictures, usually taken at parties and weddings. By the look of things, there isn't a woman in his life. And aside from pictures, his timeline is littered with memes and jokes about a host of different things. She likes a few of them and gets tired of the activity. Unfortunately, her modest activity on his page seems to spur him on to keep liking and commenting on her photos, and even share a couple with her in her chat, asking her questions about where and when they were taken. To cut short their interaction, she sends him a BRB message and closes the Messenger app on her phone. Geez, he's intense, she thinks. The rains are early this year. Fat drops of water fall and make small puddles on recently manicured lawn in the Eden Mansion. And the wind makes a whistling sound through the short pine trees that line the garden. The air is moist and thick, carrying with it fragrance of flowers mixed with the stench of manure and stank water from the overflowing gutters on the street. Rachel watches as their staff below run through the rain to attend to various tasks. The servant girl is hastily packing the sheets she just washed this morning. Poor girl, Rachel thinks. She's going to have to wash them again. Sitting back and safely sheltered in the second floor balcony of her family home, Rachel turns the page in the book she's reading. It's a book about Christian dating and marriage, one of the many books she had been reading to grow her knowledge and understanding about faith-based marriage. Her counseling course, though rich in information about ethical practices and psychological insights, lacks the Christian perspective she desires to also gain. Through the sound of the rain, Rachel hears her phone ringing inside. She goes to check the mobile where she left it charging. It's fully charged, and she unplugs it. An unidentified person is calling her. She slides her finger across the screen to accept the call. Hello, the voice of an angel. Hello, who is this? Rachel strains to hear the caller. The network connection isn't good, but she thinks she heard the man say the voice of an angel. How creepy. She isn't sure she's interested in the call, but she at least wants to confirm who is calling and why. Hey Rachel, it's Doug. How are you doing? Rachel's surprised and a little irritated, but she's not sure why. How did you get my number? But that is a silly question. Who else would have given him if not Rochelle? I'm fine, dog. What's up? I'm in Ikoyi and I thought of you. What are you up to today? A few things, kind of busy. This rain has got me stranded here. I was about to hit the third mainland bridge when it started pouring. Can I come wait it out at yours? How do you know I'm home? I just figured you'd be. You are not on air this afternoon. I told you I'm a listener. I actually wanted to call into your show today. Is he for real? Yeah, Wednesday's my day off. Cool. Can I stop by? I'll leave as soon as the rain lets up. Please, I guess. Yeah, you see me now. Moments later, Rachel sees a car pull in front of their house and the horn goes off. Really? Rachel goes down to open the door for Doug. He's looking taller and more handsome than she remembered. Well, she hadn't really taken much notice of him before. When she looked back on the day they met, the sun only shined on Ejike's face. She knew she was attracted to him. Thank goodness he wasn't the one posturing her right now. God will surely not give us more than we can bear, she thinks, as an amused smile plays on her lips. Doug laughs. I know, I must look a mess. The rain is unmerciful. She looks at him as she shakes rainwater from his thick arms. His shirt is clinging to the well-built frame. Not a bad looker at all, she swallows. She thinks that he actually looks better with the rugged look he has going on than the clean-shaven schoolboy look he had last Saturday. You are a bit of a shorty, aren't you? He says, causing her to look down at the bedroom slippers she's wearing. On Saturday, she'd chosen a pair of 4-inch heels as the sandals went well with the Ankara dress and made her slim legs look longer. Now she had on some old denim shorts and a pink cotton t-shirt. She loved to dress for comfort and had thought to change before opening the door. Rachel gave a small smile in response and moved aside for Doug to enter her home. Again, she wondered why she hadn't said no. What was he really doing at her house? Still, her good manners prevailed. Do you want something to drink? She asked. He beams at her. Please, nothing cold though, thanks. Rachel leads him into the guest living room downstairs before leaving him and heading for the kitchen. An hour later, the heavy rain had turned to some light drizzling, and the May sun shines brightly through the clouds. The atmosphere smells cleansed, though the waters have left the road flooded in parts. Rachel looks over at her companion, who has been on his phone for the last half an hour, sending messages on social media. He must be very popular, she thinks. The rain has stopped, she said hesitantly. He looks up and smiles at her. You want me to leave? Rachel shrugs. I was just saying, it's okay, I get it. I need to get going too, he says, putting his phone away. But I really enjoyed spending time with you like this, even if we didn't say much. I'm sorry, this is the only time I get to read, but it was nice having you too, she said. He beams. Really? She smiles. So we can do it again, like I can take you out on a proper date and get to know you? Rachel lets out a sigh. Well, actually, I'm not dating at the moment. Why? I just want to be led, and I also don't really have the time. Well, I'm not going anywhere. I have all the time, and I want you. So I'll wait until you are ready. She swallows. Wow, so straightforward. Maybe he was worth considering. She would have to pray about it. Okay. She escorts him down the stairs to the front door, and he pulls her in for a hug before making his exit. As he heads to his car, Rochelle and Ekene drive in. Rachel lingers at the door, and Doug waits to greet the couple before getting in his car and driving off. Wow, you don't waste time, Rochelle teases when she and Ekene get to the front door. It's not what it looks like, I bet, Rochelle laughs, but Ekene doesn't look amused. He looks into Rachel's eyes, searching for something, but she quickly looks away from him. He decides not to say anything. If she actually likes dogs, then it's none of his business. Rachel doesn't know what to make of this look she just received from Ekene. Was that concern or jealousy? It was strange how it felt like disappointment, like he thought that she wasn't the good girl she presented herself to be. But who was he to judge her? She hadn't done anything wrong, and besides, it's none of his business. Chapter 4. It's the day of Rochelle's traditional wedding. The house is in an uproar. In every room, there are aunties at work making preparations and last-minute adjustments to things. Auntie Faith is busy making adjustments to Mrs. Eden's blouse in her bedroom. Auntie Blessing is trying the gele for the bridesmaid in the family living room. Auntie Joy is doing the bride's makeup in her bedroom. Auntie Patricia is supervising the caterers in the kitchen, while Auntie Elo is supervising those setting up canopies and chairs outside. In a spa room, Mrs. Eden is getting herself pampered. Two aunties are with her, making sure her pedicure, manicure, and facial are exceptional. And the wedding planner is overseeing all that is going on, coordinating with the band, the performers, and other vendors to ensure the occasion is a wonderful success. Rachel doesn't have any work assigned to her. She also needs to get herself made up, styled, and dressed, and be there to assist her sister with anything she needs. Their cousins are also on ground for quick errands. The only people who seem to be idle are the privileged sons and older married fathers who are already dressed and chatting in the guest lounge downstairs, where the TV is blaring in competition with the DJ outside. Looking good, Auntie Blessing says to Rachel, when she'll be done with her gele. Today is the day you will meet your own husband. Don't worry about a thing, she adds and winks at her. Rachel manages a smile. It's going to be a long day. Rising up, she leaves to check on her sister. Isn't she gorgeous? Auntie Joy beams at Rochelle. Such a beautiful face. Thank you, Auntie, Rochelle says, admiring her reflection in the mirror. She notices Rachel at the door. You look nice, but your gele looks too tight. It's okay, Rachel mutters, using her fingers to adjust it on her ear. Come and sit down. Let me touch you up. Auntie Joy beckons to Rachel. When Rochelle stands up to go to the bathroom. I'm okay, Auntie. Abeg, come and sit down. Auntie Joy insists. You don't know that after Rochelle, all eyes are on you. Isn't it bad enough that she should marry before you? And then you don't even want to look your best? Rachel sits down to avoid more talk on the subject, but it doesn't stop Auntie Joy. When I was your age, I already had 2 children. Oh, she continues. Hey, Rachel looks up to see who owned the deep, sultry voice. She is face to face with Ejike. How hadn't she seen him coming? Hey, she smiles back. What a party. Are you enjoying yourself? She shrugs. Yeah, thanks. Are you? Honestly, he asks cheekily. She looks into his eyes. They are deep and seem to swallow her in. He leans in and whispers, I am now. She can't help the beam that breaks open her lips into a wide smile and then a giggle. You are funny. Ejike also giggles. I'm glad you think so, if that's a good thing. She shrugs. Just, you don't talk much, he observes. Rachel takes a deep breath. It was a good observation. I reserve my energy for the radio show. I'm not very social in real life, unfortunately. I get, you look good though. She instinctively looks down at her 2-piece native attire, which she thought was unflattering. She didn't really like the color, but it was a bit itchy in places, but it sure made her boobs look big, she'd noticed. She decides to be polite and accept the compliment. Looking into his face, she smiles and says, "Thanks. Hey, beautiful." The enchantment is broken, and Rachel tears her face away to look at Doug, who just joined them. She'd almost forgotten that they were in the party, in a big open room filled with her family. Her heart rate increases suddenly as she takes in all the noise and commotion of the wedding. "Hi, Doug," she mutters briefly. He puts her in for a hug and then slaps palms with Ejike, whose demeanor has changed. "What's up?" Doug asked, looking between the pair, his arms still holding Rachel close. Though she seemed uncomfortable, she eventually releases herself from his embrace and leans back against the wall. "Nothing, just chatting," Ejike says. He looks between Rachel and Doug, sensing there's something between them. He makes an excuse to leave. He swallows. "Let me go see how Ekene is doing. Talk to you later." "Yeah, man," Doug says, smiling gratefully at his friend. Rachel watches after Ejike, wondering whether they have a chance to chat again. For some reason, she liked him. He made her heart smile, which was a very rare occurrence. What was it about him? A penny for your thoughts. Rachel looks up at Doug. She'd almost forgotten that he was still there. She swallows. "I just remember I need to do something," she says, stepping away. "Oh, okay. We can catch up later." "Yeah." "Oh my God, I just lied to that man." "Do you take this man?" The minister is taking the young couple through their vows in the presence of their family and friends. Rachel ponders on the vows and the significance of each promise as her sister says, "I do," to each one. She wonders at the maturity of the pair who are making these declarations. Do they not have doubts? Closing her eyes, she prays for their marriage, that God would make them able to abide and honor their vows as long as they live. The church is beautifully decorated with ribbons and flowers, plus the colorful ashobi of the wedding party and guests adds radiance to the hall. The bride looks exquisite in white, the best Rachel has ever seen her look, and in her full dark brown locks are pinned up on her head in a gorgeous style fit for the front page of black hair magazines. The groom is looking tall and handsome, and he seems to have eyes only for his bride, who is beaming from ear to ear. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride," the minister says. The room comes alive with applause as Ekene takes Rochelle in his arms to kiss her sweetly in the presence of all. Afterwards, they both turned their face to the congregations and raised their hands in unity and triumph. They are married. Rachel smiles. She's startled by a tap on her shoulders. It's Auntie Faith. She looked nervously at her auntie, hoping and praying she won't make any remark on her own love or lack of. "Next year, it will be you up there, but if only pigs could fly." The bridesmaids are all wearing a satin and baby pink fabrics. They styled themselves. One of them looks like she wasn't informed what occasion she was sewing for. Her mini dress is scandalous, to say the least. Rachel grimaces as she turns her face away from the breasts spilling out of the dress. She looks down at her own modest gown. Apart from the waist where it hugs her body. The fuchsia pink dress flows out into a bell shape, stopping just below her knees, leaving her slender calves on display. On her feet are silver low-heeled sandals because she was anticipating being on her feet for many hours today. "Sexy Cinderella," someone sings. Rachel is now familiar with the sound of Doug's draw. For some reason, he seemed to have taken the impression that they were dating or something. Since the day he came to her home uninvited, he hasn't stopped taking liberties to encroach on her life and space. He'd stopped by the radio on multiple occasions, using one excuse or the other about why he was in the neighborhood. He even met with her producer and said he too is a producer. She'd done a double take that day. Yes, I get music artists signed up, he explained, before bringing a CD of for Dog Jab to preview. Check that out, it's a jam. She humored him once and allowed him to take her out to lunch. They eat meat pie and scotch egg at the tantalizers near her office. He would talk about how beautiful she looked, even without makeup. You are just so natural and real. You are really special, Rachel, he said. Thanks, she muttered in response. She looks up into his happy face. He always seems to be so happy, like he's got a secret or something. Hey dog, you look. He pauses for dramatic effect. Amazing. Rachel lets out a deep breath. Thanks, you look good too. Thanks, Rachel. Without warning, he takes hold of her hand and pulls her onto the dance floor, where he proceeds to dance with her. Rachel and Ekene are lost in each other, dancing and being cheered on by friends. Rachel notices Ejike among the groomsmen. He looks away when their eyes met. She feels a little disappointed, hoping he would have looked at her long enough to communicate hi. But who cares? It's fine. She looks at our dance partner and decides to let the music take control. Wow, so you can dance like this, Doug exclaims, holding on to Rachel as she wiggles her body to the music, turning some attention from the bride. When Rachel notices that she's no longer the center of attention, she goes to join her sister and begins to twerk on the dance floor. There's an uproar among the guys as they compare the sisters. Rachel moves are so scandalous that her husband has to go and remind everyone that this one is married. He pulls her into his arms, laughing as he pats her big butts affectionately. You go one person, oh, he jokes in her ear, and she giggles. Man, you are full of surprises, Rachel. Chai, I think I love you. Doug blurts out and brings Rachel back to her senses. She looks about, wondering about the damage of her actions, letting go and dancing provocatively like she used to. There are lots of guys looking at her differently. Some have grins on their faces like they knew she was a vixen all along, and others wink to indicate their interest. She, however, is more concerned about the blank stare she gets from Ejike. He doesn't look impressed. I have to sit down, I'm tired, she says to Doc, hastening to get as far from the dance floor as possible. What are you doing here, all by yourself? Rachel looks up to find her Auntie Patricia looking down at her. The older woman pulls a chair out and takes a seat. Rachel puts her phone away and smiles at her auntie. I'm just taking a break, auntie. Oh, my dear, are you sad that it's not your wedding? She asks presumptuously. Don't worry, dear, your own will come, but you will not meet anybody sitting here by yourself. Rachel leans her head on her hand and her elbow on the table, rubbing her forehead to massage away a growing pain. Why couldn't her aunties just give her a break already? But I guess they just want me to be happy, she thinks. No, auntie, I'm not sad. You could have fooled me, dear. Do you even have a boyfriend? Jeez, I'm taking a break from dating. For what? Auntie Patricia exclaims. Are you the only one? Are you the one of those? Are you one of those feminists? Please, oh, don't do that to your parents, Rachel. Auntie, hey, there you are. It's the first time Rachel has been pleased to hear Doug's voice interrupt a conversation. She turns to him, smiling with sweet relief. Hey, been looking for you since. Doug continues, then turns to look at Rachel's aunt. Good evening, ma. Good evening, my son. She looks at Rachel for an introduction. When Rachel doesn't make one, she decides to ask, are you Rachel's boyfriend? Rachel is mortified and looks at Doug with a pleading look on his face. He beams. Yes, ma. Rachel is the love of my life. I can't wait for the day she will be my wife. Rachel shuts her eyes against the image and opens them to find her auntie beaming at her. Oh wow, Rachel, your boyfriend is so romantic. Rachel swallows and says nothing. Doug settles into the seat next to her and holds her hand affectionately on the table. Nice to meet you, Auntie. Auntie Patricia takes that as a cue. She rises from her seat and makes the most inappropriate demand. When you are ready to propose, make sure you see me first. Doug laughs. Yes, ma'am. Rachel releases her hand from Doug when her auntie has gone out of sight. Thanks is all she can mutter. No need to thank me, babe. I meant every word. I just want to be the one who makes you happy. Rachel swallows and looks at Doug. Am I asking for too much? She shakes her head and he smiles. Chapter 5. So, something going on between you and Rachel. Doug smiles smugly at his long-time friend and former neighbor. They are still at the wedding, and he'd just left Rachel to get a bottle of champagne at the bar. She said she didn't want to dance or mingle, or just wanted to sit and observe for a while. She was clearly the quiet type, but that was cool with him. He was just glad that she was happy chilling with him. Yeah, we're taking it slow, but man, I got it bad. AGK swallows. I thought she was one of those set-apart born-againers though. What? And I'm not? Doug pulls a frown, and when AGK just stares back at him, he breaks into a laugh. Look, man, that's old. In Christ, all things are new, and for her, I'm ready to be anything she wants. AGK swallows and nods as he figures out what is really going on. You can't lie to her, Doug. You can't hurt her. Doug looks at his friend, whose gaze is a little weaker than normal. He realizes that AGK also has a thing for Rachel. Well, too bad he got her first. You don't have to worry about her, man. This one is serious. I'm playing for keeps. AGK smiles slightly at Doug's wink. He wants to believe that Doug has nothing but good intentions for Rachel, but he is still very doubtful. But what can he really do? Now that Doug has made it clear that he is serious about Rachel, he would have to step aside and give them room, just as he expects Doug to, if he'd been the one to get her first. He looks over at where Rachel is sitting and feels his heart twist. Then, why did he listen to Ekene and not gone after what he wanted? If Doug could get her, well, maybe she wasn't that special. No, she is. He's sure of it. He just missed his chance. The sun's high in the sky today. Rachel wonders if that's why it's called Sunday, as the one day of the week is usually characterized with sunshine and bright clouds in Nigeria. She takes a deep sigh as she looks out of the window of one of the jeeps on a convoy to take Rochelle to her husband's family house. As the tradition, she suddenly thinks of seeing AGK again. They hadn't spoken much at the reception yesterday. After she'd embarrassed herself on the dance floor, she couldn't bear to look in his eyes again. Why do I care so much about what he thinks? She ponders. But she already knew why. She had a crush. She'd had those before, usually for men that were good enough for her, as she was sure he wasn't. Be careful, Sha, he has a reputation. She clearly remembers Rochelle saying, taking a deep breath, she renews her resolve. She won't let the crush turn into anything more. She would have to do her best to keep him at arm's length today and out of her mind permanently. As they drive to Okafor's expansive land off the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, she hears Richard marvel, "Wow, they are loaded," knowing how well off their father is. That was certainly saying something. Her eyes roam the grounds, which appears to belong to a holiday resort. So many tropical trees, exotic flowers, perfectly maintained lawns, and tastefully constructed buildings take up the space, leaving a pathway to the main mansion. There is even a medium-sized artificial lake, which they drive over on a stone bridge to get to the driveway and car park of the mansion. Wow, she can't but marvel. Rochelle hit the jackpot. In Jesus' name, in the mighty name of Jesus, Mrs. Eden is leading the prayer for her daughter and her new husband. As she leaves her with her family, it's an emotional time for all involved, and Rochelle is in tears. Rachel's eyes are closed as she mutters, "Amen," to stepmother's prayer point. No weapon formed against the union shall prosper. Every evil eye that is looking at you, let them go blind in Jesus' name. Mrs. Eden continues. Amen is shouted out in unison. Auntie Joy, who had followed them for the handover, is jumping up and down. Rachel can feel her movements beside her, and she opens her eyes briefly when Auntie knocks her by accident. When she looks across the room, she catches Ejike's eyes. He quickly shuts them. A smile grows on her face as she closes her eyes again and says, "Amen." Lord, you are the one that has brought your children together. Keep them together, your mighty hand. No wicked intruder shall tear them asunder. We rebuke divorce in Jesus' name. Amen. The prayers continued as Auntie Elo picks up where Mrs. Eden stops. It is another 20 minutes before they finally round off. Rachel is glad when Auntie Joy ends her prayer with, "In Jesus' name we have prayed." "What's the time of your flight tomorrow?" Rachel asks Rochelle after they share a hug. "We are leaving in the evening." "Okay, cool. I'm happy for you, sis." "Thanks, Rach," Rochelle says sincerely. "Take good care of my sister, will you?" Rachel says to Ekene as they hug. "No doubt," he replies with a grin. "All right, I'll see you guys later." "All right. I don't get a goodbye," Ejike says, unable to resist the urge to get Rachel's attention. She brings at him and moves to hug him too. His torso is firmer than she imagined. He is obviously a man committed to a workout regime. He pulls her in, and her body seems to fit into his like yin and yang. She closes her eyes and smells him, musky and masculine. She swallows and withdraws. He's looking at her with longing. He didn't want to let her go. Her brief presence in his arms had him unbalanced, but yet so exhilarated. From the look on her face, she felt it too. She belonged in his arms. "Let me walk you to the car." He doesn't know when the words came out, but he's happy when she nods and waves at her sister. Thank goodness Doug hadn't come. Today was strictly family, and thankfully the Okafor's home is a far distance from the inner city, so not that convenient for him to make an appearance. As they walk, he's stuck for what to say. "It's a shame we never got to meet before," he finally utters. Rachel sports a small smile as she turns sideways to glance at Ejike. "Yes, I guess." They stop at her car. Her parents are still saying their goodbyes. "I see you and Doug are getting rather close." Rachel swallows, unsure how to answer that. She rather shrugs. "He's cool." "Yes, he is," Ejike mutters. Rachel noticed his demeanor changing. She's not quite ready to say goodbye. So, you live in Port Harcourt, Ejike nods. Yeah, for now. When are you going back? Tomorrow. Oh, okay. I guess that's for the best, she thinks. Well, travel safe. Yeah, thanks, he says, backing away as he opens the door to enter her vehicle. Take it easy, Rach. She doesn't know what to say, so she simply smiles and gets into the car. He waves goodbye as he steps aside. The engine sounds and the jeep begins to pull away. Rachel forces her eyes to leave Ejike's back. She swallows. It's better this way. But she can't help the sadness that lingers, though the day remains bright and sunny. Lord, please watch over my heart. I only want your best for me, she prays in her spirit. Ryan and Richard settled on a sofa to watch a football match as soon as they got home. Rachel decides to join them, but the game proves too boring. With no one scoring within the first 30 minutes, there had only been a couple of near misses too. Quietly, she rises up to go to her room. On her bed, she browses her social media applications, thinking to catch up with her friends, but apart from a few likes and comments on the pictures she's posted yesterday of her sister's wedding, there was no message to respond to. She decides to reach out to a few of them. Hey Rach, sorry I couldn't come yesterday. I saw the pictures though. Congrats to Rochelle, is Anita's response. Hi Rachel, how are you? Omilola replies, I'm good, how are you? I'm good, dear. Sorry I have to leave early yesterday. But I saw you getting down with that dog. Anyway, I was just being silly. I didn't even know you guys knew each other. We don't really. I just met him a couple of months ago. Wow, you know him? Well, not him per se. I know his ex. Anyway, Sha, I guess you people can change, but just be careful. I will. I'm not even into him, so, well, that's good. Look at me, holla at you later. Look, let me holla at you later. Sure, thanks for coming. It was my pleasure. Rachel sighs as after closing their chat. So a lot of people had seen her getting down with dog on the dance floor. She should have been more careful about the impression she was sending. Oh well, there's a knock on the door. Come in. Hey Rich, Richard says, there's someone here to see you. Oh really? I'm coming. Alright. Rachel checks her reflection in the mirror, slips into something more comfortable. Checking the time on her phone, she confirms that it's just 5 p.m. and still early evening. Who could be visiting now? He's sitting on the arm of the sofa, facing the widescreen TV. The football match is now in overtime, and the men are riveted to the screen. He turns to look at her as she descends the stairs. He stands up, smiling, and approaches her. Hey, beautiful. Rachel takes a deep breath. Hey, dog, what's up? She alights the last step, and he swoops her into his arms for an embrace. She's happy. When he releases her, she notices Ryan turn their way briefly, before returning his attention to the game that's on. I thought you could not with some company. I mean, now that Rochelle's gone, I'm fine actually. Yeah, I know. He makes a lame joke. She doesn't smile. What can I say? I wanted to see you. How are you? Fine. Go! Richard shouts, leaping from his seat. Their eyes turn to the TV screen as footballers race across the field, high-fiving and jumping on each other. Good game, Brian mutters coolly. Wow, that's quite a shot, Doug says, as the replay is shown on the screen. Rachel just looks on at the men. Doug returns his attention to his friend. I guess you are not into football. Not much. Let's go for a walk. Rachel hesitates. Please, I'm not going to bite. You are safe, trust me. She lets out a breath. Okay, so how is it today? Doug asks as they walk along the estate. She wants to hold her hand, but she's holding them behind her back. It was good. I couldn't come because I had stuff to do at church, he says, as explanation for his absence. Oh, okay, she mutters. He seems to be rather active in church. He had even invited her to his events at his church once, but the notice had been short and she had other things to do that day. There's a program happening next Sunday. I'm actually one of the organizers. It's a bit of a concert. Can you come? What time? About 5 p.m. It sounds great. Great then. That's a date. Rachel stops and turns to him. He's looking at her sweetly. She swallows. Doc, it's not a date. I mean, we're just friends, okay? He shrugs. Yeah, I know. I was just saying, I just don't want to lead you on or anything. I'm not in that place. Can we keep it friendly? Sure. She smiles and continues walking. Thanks. Chapter 6. The auditorium is packed full. The music is blaring through the loudspeakers, and the lyrics have deep meaning. Rachel is immersed in the concert experience as a local Christian band leads the crowd in praise and worship. You are the reason I'm living. The congregation sings along with the band, hands in the air and eyes closed in awe. Rachel sings aloud, allowing herself to ride on the euphoria, a higher sense of God's presence and majesty. She meditates on the lyrics, allowing tears to flow as she feels the weight of emotions. You are the reason, Lord, she says as she is ushered into prayer by the Holy Spirit. Who is like unto you, Father? Lord, I never want to be found without you. Without you, I'm lost. An applause rings through the hall at the completion of the worship song. Rachel continues in prayers, her heart heavy with all things she wants to say to God. She hears a female preacher take the microphone and talk about how wonderful the worship experience has been tonight. She tells them that one more musician will be taking the stage and invites the audience to welcome him generously with their applause. Rachel concludes her prayer and joins in the applause. She looks about, feeling fortunate that she would be able to get a seat with a good view. Doug had actually reserved space for her, and she had been surprised to discover that he was a hit at the church. He really had been influential in getting this program organized. She couldn't help but feel some pride as knowing him. That's my guy right there. He's going to be the next big thing in gospel. Doug shouts at Rachel. Through the fanatic chaos at the heralded musician takes the stage. Right away, the atmosphere changes to rock, and the message is about making it. Deliverance from struggles and the glory of the believers that is received by grace alone. The crowd seems to love his modern style, which incorporates rap with rhythm and blues. Rachel is both entertained and inspired. He's really good, she shouts at Doug. He beams at her. I'm glad you're loving it. Thanks for coming. Yeah, thanks for the invite. She smiles back. They both turn back towards the stage and dance and sing along to the musicians' jam. Hi Rachel, I'm Leona from Ikota. Hi Leona, good to have you on the show. What would you like to ask Rachel? Rachel smiles, loving how she's able to incorporate the title of her now show into her pitch. With her counseling qualification gained last month, she now feels qualified to give relationship advice to her listeners. It's been 6 months since my husband and I had sex, and I'm getting worried that he's getting his pleasure outside. What should I do? Wow, 6 months is a long time. Can I know what you've done to try to change the situation? Well, I've tried not to nag him. I've tried to entice him with my dressing and cooking. I've even tried to schedule time together, but he will just cancel or not even bother to come home. When I try to seduce him, he complains that he's busy or tired. I don't understand why he keeps rejecting me. I'm so sorry about your experience, Leona. Please try not to jump into conclusions. Would you say would you say that your husband is a trustworthy and honest person? Yes, he's very passionate about God. He likes to do things right. That's great. Your trust in him is important right now. As long as he has shown himself to be trustworthy, continue to give him that trust. It may also help to put yourself in his shoes. What sort of burden is he dealing with right now? Has there been a recent crisis at home or with his business, or even health? Even if nothing obvious comes to mind, there could be emotional, social, or developmental challenges in his grappling with, and he may be feeling overwhelmed. We have been having some financial challenges, but I mean, everyone has challenges, and they are not really, that's not really as an excuse for his behavior, but just a way for you to understand him and make room for him. I really think you should seek an opportunity to talk to your husband about what you've observed and how you've been feeling. You can remind him that you still respect him and find him sexually attractive. He may not actually feel respected or attractive to you. Okay? Okay. I have tried to talk about it though. I understand. Don't stop trying. If you really think you can't get him to hear you, then it's time you invite a mediator to help you guys communicate again and work on each other's issues in your marriage. Thanks, Rachel. So you don't think it's cheating? I don't think it will help to go down that route now. Give him the benefit of doubt and work with your trust until proven otherwise. No one likes to be made a fool of, but if you accuse him or treat him as a cheater without proof, you might just make a fool of yourself. So let's think positively first and build on love. Thank you so much. I'll try to talk to him again. God bless you, Rachel. God bless you too. Great show today. Rachel smiles upon receiving the message on WhatsApp from Doug. He is turning out to be her biggest fan, even though he stopped visiting the studio and reduced his visit to her home. He still contacts her on a daily basis, sending her encouraging messages, Bible passages, and invites to special events he learned about. Thanks, Doug. How's your day going? It's been good, thanks. Normal hustle. LOL. One day, it will be all connect. Rachel types back, borrowing lyrics from Nader's jam. One day. It has become one of her favorite jams since she heard him perform at the concert. She's even played his songs on the radio during her Sunday praise session. When you know, Doug sends back. All right, later. Rachel looks over their chat and can't help smiling, thinking about how far they've come. She was now able to call Doug a friend and mean it, though she's aware that he still likes her differently. They've both been able to stay away from dating talk, and she finds his respect for her decision and continued friendship to be endearing. Most men would have just walked away, knowing that nothing was going to happen. She lets out a sigh, thought of Ejike play on her mind. She wonders what he might be doing that very second. Does he even think of me? She wonders. Why has he never bothered to get in touch? Again, she wonders, why should I care? Hi guys, my birthday is coming up next Saturday. I'd like to visit an orphanage and take some provisions for the children. They also have a library that needs new computers. Would you be interested in coming along? And could you help raise funds? Regards, Rachel. Doug smiles upon seeing the broadcast message from Rachel. So her birthday is coming, and this is how she wants to celebrate. I could get down with that. This is a great initiative, Rich. Count me in, he replies back. Thanks, dog. He knows a few people who would be happy to donate to a cause such as this. He decides to make calls to solicit for their support. Hey Ejike, been a while. Ejike is surprised to hear from Dog. They haven't spoken since he returned to Port Harcourt weeks ago. They actually aren't as close as when they were kids, but Dog had to shake. When he's determined to be your friend, he sticks to you like glue. Hey, what's up? He replies. Not much, man. How's PH? Same old, same old. Okay, I've got this thing. I'm organizing with a friend. She wants to celebrate her birthday by visiting an orphanage and giving them new computers too. I promise I'll help raise funds. Can you help? Who is this friend? Dog is hesitant to say, but realizes that AGK might soon find out anyway. It's Rachel. Oh, when's her birthday? It's next Saturday. So can you help? Yeah, I can send something. Let her send me the details on WhatsApp. I can forward it to you though. I'm sort of handling it. I understand. I'll still like to express my wishes, so give her my number, will you? Sure, thanks, AGK. No problem, man. Later. Hi guys. Hi guys. Plans have been confirmed for tomorrow. Thank you so much for your support you've shown. We've raised more than enough donations and we'll be donating half a dozen desktop computers and 3 laptops to the orphanage. Let's meet on location at 10 a.m. I'll send the Google coordinates shortly. Regards, Rachel. Hey Rich, I'm just seeing this. Well done. I'll make my contribution. I'm sorry I won't be able to come. Ekene replies. Rachel's broadcast. Oh, thanks, Ekene. That's awesome. You can use the link to make donation. God bless you, bro. It's my pleasure. Ekene clicks on the link and follows through to send the donation. He wonders if AGK is aware of Rachel's event and decides to call him up. Hey, bro, Alpha. I do, AGK replies. What's up? Do you know Rachel is having something tomorrow at an orphanage? She's raising funds for it. Yeah, Doc told me. I asked him to give her my number so she could send me more details, but I haven't heard from her. Really? Well, I'll send you a number then. You cool? Yes, I am. And thanks. Have a good one. When their call is concluded, Ekene shares Rachel's contact with AGK via WhatsApp. AGK looks at Rachel's contact info on his phone. For a while, he had intentionally not asked for it before because he wanted to give Doug the space to form a relationship with her, which he had expressed his desire to. But now that he has her number and is aware she's celebrating her birthday tomorrow, he knows that he will call her. He just doesn't know what to say. Instead of calling, he decides to send a message on WhatsApp. Hi Rachel, this is AGK. How are you? His message is delivered but not received. After a few minutes, the double tick appears, but she hasn't read it yet. He decides to send another message. I heard about your birthday plans. I'd like to send my support. Instant double tick, then the blue tick appears. She has read his messages and now she's typing. Hey AGK, wow, how are you? I'm good, and you? Awesome, thanks. I appreciate the support too. Thanks. Are you in town? No. Okay. Well, we've already raised the funds, but we can't present the charity with a check too. I'm sure they've got other administrative needs. Certainly. Let me have the account details for the transfer. All right. I'll send them right away. Thanks so much. No problem at all. How did you hear about it, by the way? Doug told me. Oh, cool. He's been quite helpful with raising funds. I'll have to thank him. Sure. When he receives the payment info from Rachel, he makes his own contribution. It's clear to him that Doug never got back to Rachel to give him his number. He's obviously afraid of getting in touch with Rachel. It makes him wonder just what sort of relationship Doug actually has with Rachel. Well, it's time he stops hiding in the sidelines, especially when Doug isn't fighting fair. Oh wow, I just saw your contribution. God bless you. ADK brings. God bless you too, Rachel. You have a good heart, and I'm happy to support. Rachel sends back 3 big hugs, and AGK replies with a big grin. Let the games begin. Chapter 7. Rachel wakes up to birthday greetings on her WhatsApp. She smiles when she sees that so many of her friends remembered and chose to celebrate her with private and public messages. A few even feature her on their DP on Instagram and Facebook feeds. She spends the first 30 minutes on her waking comments replying messages. She's not surprised to see that Doug left a greeting for her on every social media platform they are both on. On WhatsApp, he sends her a voice note singing happy birthday to you. She replies, "Aw, that's sweet of you, thanks." He replies with a hug and kiss emojis. She receives a call from her father, who has traveled out of town. He, too, decides to sing for his daughter. She chuckles as he sings the second stanza. How old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now, Rachel? How old are you now? I'm 32 years old today. We wish you, he continues as she beams. Thank you, Daddy. I love you. I love you too, Rachel. Have a great birthday. Rachel sighs when they disconnect. Her father can be so sweet at times. Rachel wonders if she and her stepmother will be ever close. If only after her devotional time, she goes down to the kitchen to get some breakfast and receives more birthday greetings from their domestic staff. She smiles and giggles, responding in thanks and amen as appropriate. She has a quick breakfast of cereal before returning to her room to get ready for the day. Rachel exits the bedroom just as her phone rings. She quickly dries her hands before going to pick the call. She smiles when she sees the caller ID. Hi, she answers. Happy birthday, Rachel. AGK's voice sounds rich and smooth like velvet. Rachel feels a drug stimulating her nervous system, causing her to smile uncontrollably. Thanks, AGK, she breathes as her heart pounds in her chest. She feels the need to take a seat, and she does on the bed. How are you today? I'm good. How are you? I'm great. I really wish I could come for your event today. Oh, it's no problem. Or just to see you, he says, pausing as he listens to her breathing over the phone. I would have loved to take you out to celebrate. Rachel swallows. She lets out a breath. It would have been nice. AGK can hear the smile in her voice, and it causes him to giggle nervously. Oh, cool. Then I owe you one when next I'm in town. Sure. How's next weekend? Is this really happening? Am I really saying yes to a date with AGK? I don't even know if he believes in God. What do you mean like a date? Well, yes, I suppose, he replies hesitantly. Or just in-laws hanging out, he quickly adds. Rachel's quiet. She wants this too much. She doesn't even want to hear from God about it. This guy is no good for me, she said. She suddenly concludes. I can't. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Just know that if you ever need someone to talk to or take out, I'm here for you. She swallows. Thanks, AGK. I appreciate your friendship. All right. Have a good day, Rachel. The line cuts before she can say you too. He's upset, she thinks, but now she knows that she too weighs on his mind. But if he doesn't love Jesus, he cannot love me, she reasons, consoling herself in a decision to keep their relationship cordial. A little girl with pink ribbons in her hair, and a matching baby pink dress sits surrounded with old furry toys arranged for a meeting. Rachel is fascinated by her how she created a world in which these toys have names and personalities, a world where she's in control. She watches as the little girl places a faded, broken tiara on a formerly white teddy bear and beams. That's Tara. We found her 2 years ago. She was lost until now. We haven't been able to track her parents. We think they are from Ghana. We don't even know how old she is. Yetunde, the program officer, says, observing Rachel's keen interest in the girl. That's so sad, Rachel says as she scans the other children in the room. Do parents ever come looking for their children? Very rarely. Rachel squats down and wiggles her fingers at the little girl, a bit nervous about getting too close for comfort for her. The girl looks up and reveals gaps in her teeth in a full smile. I think she likes you, Yetunde says. What's the adoption process? I mean, are the children up for adoption? Rachel asks, still squatting, as she plays with a brown bear. Yes, but let's talk about that in my office. Sure, Rachel replies, rising up. I'll definitely like to talk to you about that later, but can we play the kids for a while before we go? I was thinking we could dance, like have a mini party. No problem, as long as the music is wholesome, Yetunde replies with a giggle. I'm on it, Doug chimes in, making a selection on his mobile phone. Moments later, his Bluetooth portable speaker booms to life. There's a young boy dancing in front of Rachel, who appears to be in his early teens. He clearly loves to dance and is an excellent stepper too. Even with his precise moves, he is still quick to stop and grab a chair when the DJ, Rachel's friend Bosse, hit pause on track. Rachel almost missed the beat last time. She admired his moves, but she knows how to cheat on the game, and besides, it's her birthday, so few are ready to challenge her for a seat. But there are just 3 seats left, 4 dancers in play, 2 kids and 2 adults. Rachel is reminded to keep it moving when Doug bumps into her from the back. She laughs at his attempt to secure the closest available seats. He is definitely a worse scandalous cheater. He dances with his butt as close to the chair as possible, and Rachel can't help laughing at the way he's moving his hands from side to side. She doesn't respond fast enough when the room is met with sudden silence, then commotion, as the other dancers scramble to sit. Oh no, she's out. Rachel laughs as she leaves the dance floor. The music resumes and the only girl left in the competition grabs her attention. Rachel instantly roots for her, chanting her name with other residents and visitors as Princess dances as if there was a trophy to be won. She's a really good dancer, although she has clearly picked up some bad moves, but from exposure to adult music videos. When the music stops, she's unchallenged when Doug and the teenage boy fight over the second chair. Doug clearly had the seat, but Rachel is happy to see him stumble and fall, so that the kid could secure his place in the finals. He dramatically raises his legs and the children laugh at his fall. He gets up and dusts himself up. As he leaves the dance floor for the final showdown, nice for Rachel chuckles. These kids play hardball, he replies, giggling. Thanks for coming. Rachel turns to him to say sincerely, and for everything you've done. It's been my pleasure. They return their gazes to the children, still dancing their hearts out. It's going to be a tough one. Both of them are amazing dancers, but who is the quickest? I really want Princess to win, Rachel admits. So do I, because she's a better dancer, but this isn't really a dancing competition, Doug replies. In that instant, Bosse stops the track and one kid is left standing while the other has secured the last remaining seat. Princess shows maturity beyond her years when she laughs instead of cries at the proclamation that Tunde has won the musical chairs competition. However, both children are presented with prizes and given hugs by Rachel. They also take a nice photo together. The last item of the day is to cut the birthday cake and present gifts. Rachel and her friends brought for the children and the orphanage. At 8 p.m. on Saturday night, Rachel tried enough to go to bed. It has been an awesome day. After the outing to the orphanage in the late morning till afternoon, she will go to the radio station to share cake with her colleagues and also to host a show. She had gotten more well wishes and even birthday presents. She also used the opportunity on air to thank her friends who had given towards and accompanied her for the visit to the orphanage that day. She'd gotten home at 7 p.m. and at dinner she knew she had to stay up a little later to let the food digest. So after having shower, she decided to relax to a good book on the sofa in the lounge. She shared with Rochelle that is now private to her. The ringing of her phone now is an unwelcome distraction. She was already getting into the book. But today, still her birthday, she has to be ready to welcome calls right up to midnight. She thinks and sighs. However, she's surprised when she sees who is calling her. Hey dog, what's up? Hey birthday girl, how are you? I'm good. Everything okay? Yeah, sure. I just thought it would be nice to call and check on you. I hope you have a really good day today. Rachel beams. Yeah, you were there and it was awesome. Thanks again. No wahala, dog smiles. He lets out a sigh. So what are you doing now? I'm just reading. Rachel yawns, feeling sleepy actually. Already? Yeah, I'm so tired. You know I went to work after, right? Yeah, I heard your show. Nice one. Thanks. So what are you doing? Honestly, just been thinking about you. I had so much fun today. Rachel smiles. Yeah, me too. You were really good with the kids. I didn't know you were so playful. She giggles. Yeah, I love kids and I felt sorry for them, really. Childhood is something you can never get back, but it's also so fundamental to who we are. True. You sound like you have a story to tell. Don't we all? He sighs. But one day I'll tell you if you tell me yours. Rachel takes a deep breath and swallows. Deal. Dog smiles. So, what's your book about? Rachel chuckles. It's a girly one. You won't like it. Try me. Well, it's how Sade got her groove back. Wait, isn't there a movie called How Stella Got Her Groove Back? Rachel giggles. Yes, but it's like the Christian Niger version for singles. Dog's hearty laughter stirs up more giggles from Rachel. You are kidding. Nope, it's pretty good though. She's basically been nursing a broken heart over some guy she was dating who wasn't good for her. And now she's learning to love herself again and also discovering God too. Sounds inspiring. Yeah, it is. It's something I can relate to so well. Rachel lets out and takes a heaves and then heaves a sigh. Someone broke your heart, right? She mutters. I knew there was some other reason why you are on this long sabbatical from relationships. You can't let fear take control of you, Rachel. It will never let go. You will just need to learn to live with it, in spite of it, until you don't feel it anymore. That's what it means to be courageous. We are all afraid. Deep. And you know what the Bible says. What? Perfect love casts out all fear. Hey, that's my line, Rachel chuckles, and Dog laughs along. It's just the truth, he sighs. Anyway, let me leave you with your book. I'll call you tomorrow. Okay, thanks for the call. It was inspiring. Anytime, Rachel. Good night. Chapter 8. The birds are chirping a bit loudly this morning. One has perched itself on the tree just outside Dog's room, chirping away as if warning of some omen. Dog stares and pulls another pillow over his head, and as he tries to block out the sound, and the Monday sun had seeped through the curtains to zero on his eyelids. His attempts to get back to sleep are permanently disrupted when his bedroom